Hello and welcome to Rebis of the Matrix. I'm Chris Storey and today I'll be guiding you through my presentation, Digital Divinity, Decoding History, Reality and the Future of Humanity. This is going to be an epic journey of self-discovery and transformation, but before we begin, I feel it's necessary to set the mood and set the tone for the journey that lies ahead. So I wanted to introduce you to a tool of mine. Behold, the Rebis Star of Truth. A magical tool that once activated allows me to penetrate and travel deep into your subconscious mind. And it is in the subconscious mind where the truth of our past, the truth of our present, and the truth of our future resides. Now, are you ready to be initiated into mystic Gnosticism? Let's begin.
Now open your mind. What if the world you know is just a veil, a fragment of a much greater tale, with lost civilizations buried in mud, their knowledge erased, their greatness in blood? We'll begin here by unveiling the past, a journey through time with knowledge amassed, to unravel the secrets that time left behind, and discover old truths now redefined. But this is more than just a look back in time. We question the fabric, a new paradigm. Is reality solid, or is it conceived? A digital design, divinely weaved. We stand at the brink of profound transformation, a tale being written that shapes every nation. The questions grow sharper, the answers unclear. But will you step forward or remain in fear? This isn't fear, it's clarity revealed, a deeper connection to the cosmic field, with the tools to flourish as the world shifts and bends, to pierce through illusion and reshape what transcends. This journey is yours to reclaim your voice, to awaken your purpose, to make the choice. Health, love, wealth, and truth entwined, a path to fulfillment in body and mind. By the journey's end, the fragments unite, revealing a vision of truth and of light, with tools to guide you and strength regained, your purpose revealed, your potential unchained. Thank you for joining, for choosing this path. The journey begins as you face what will last. Your power is infinite, your story untold. It's time to step forward and be brave and be bold.
Alright, so this is us starting off on part 1. His story. So before we start, guys, officially, I think it is good that I just cover a little bit of my background and credentials to officially introduce myself. If you're not familiar with my work through Primal Alchemy, and this is the first time that you're being introduced to me, then this will just lay the foundation for this work moving forward. So I have been interested in magic, mythology, fantasy, science fiction from childhood. It was always a passion of mine to read mythology when I was young. I was really interested in science fiction works. You know, grew up watching like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, watched a lot of cartoons, and that really sort of brought out my imagination. That really sort of allowed me to delve into those realms and explore, as you do when you're a child, the hidden realms that we're normally disconnected from as an adult. And in my early teenage years, I spent most of my time reading occult esoteric literature. I was introduced to Manly P. Hall at a young age. I read The Secret Teachings of All Ages, about 12, 13. and Madame Blavatsky, The Sacred Doctrine. Rudolf Steiner, studied anthroposophy. A lot of Steiner's work. Again, very young to be reading this, but I was just drawn to it at a young age. I also got into the work of David Icke, someone who I respect greatly, and I still continue to read and follow his work when I can. And also, this was back in the day before the I guess like the internet really took off, with especially social media. I spent a lot of time on this particular website called Biblioteca Pleiades, which was originally in Spanish, but you could translate it into English, and it was like a database / forum of all of the conspiracy books, esoteric occult literature, and it was all just uploaded onto this website where you could essentially read all of these books in PDF form. So I spent a lot of my early teenage years delving into that realm, and then in my mid-teenage years I played a lot of sport and got really into health and fitness, becoming a qualified level 3 personal trainer at the age of 16. So you can imagine how successful I was at the age of 16, as everyone wants to be trained by a 16-year-old kid. But anyway, that then paved the way as I finished college, and in the UK, not America, college is essentially in your last 2 years of high school, and then moved into off to university, where I studied exercise physiology. But most of my time I did spend focus on exploring alternative health, self-development, esoteric New Age philosophies, ancient history, and altered states of consciousness. At 18, so in my first year of university, I was initiated into Freemasonry. So the alarm bells are ringing, I can hear them now in your mind. And by the age of 20, I was a Mark Master Mason, the youngest in the world at the time. I eventually did leave Freemasonry at 21 due to just kind of growing out at that stage of my life, and also started to work abroad. So this chapter in my life of being in the Freemasons is something that I am happy to explore in future videos. I just wanted to state it here just to kind of show my background in the world of esoterica. After university, I worked on a cruise ship for 2 years as a personal trainer and got to travel the world, exploring and experiencing the real world outside of books and academia. And during my time on the cruise ships, I worked on a 6-star luxury cruise vessel. This was the sort of cruise ship that you would go on if you had way more money than most, but not enough money to have your own sort of private yacht. You're looking at like 20-30 grand per ticket per cruise, and because of that we got to go to super exclusive locations. And being a crew member, being a staff member, I was able to participate on what's called excursions, which is basically like the day trips for the guests. And because of that, I got to really explore a lot of ancient sites, and day trips are all around the world. We went all over the world. We went North America, South America, Europe, we went down to Antarctica. I got to go to all of the ancient sites in Europe and around the Mediterranean, which was really cool. Got to go into the Amazon and do a trek in the Amazon. Just a lot of experiences that I never would have been able to have access to if I was just a normal, 21-year-old, 22-year-old fresh out of university. So I'm very grateful for that. After my 2 years working on cruise ships, I took some time off to work as a physiotherapist intern in Chitwan Medical College in Nepal, where I was studying to become a physiotherapist at the time. And it was whilst I was out there trekking in the Himalayas that I found out about the Ayurvedic herb Shilajit, which has become a passion of mine ever since, and one of the core reasons why I created Primal Alchemy to begin with. Thus, upon returning from Nepal at age of 23, I created Primal Alchemy, a visionary holistic health brand where I create and sell the highest quality superfood tonic herb supplements in the world, alongside high vibrational rare tektites and crystals. So that's like this here, so Libyan desert glass, moldavite, or shungite, elite shungite. It's kind of the sort of rare crystals and tektites that I sell. Quantum health technologies, this is like EMF protection technologies and water purification technologies or water restructuring technologies, and visionary art. The visionary art is what connects the brand and creates the narrative that weaves through the entirety of the brand itself through visions that I've had throughout my life. And you can see that on the actual art that I sell, but also the art that's on the labels, the packaging, and so on and so on. I have been running Primal Alchemy by myself for the past 8 years and have built it into a global brand with distribution channels in the EU, Australia, but also shipped globally with a loyal customer base in North America. And in total, I have 17 plus years, so close to 2 decades worth of life experience exploring human potential, the nature of humanity, and pursuing and seeking truth. And I have over a decade's worth of work experience in the health industry and entrepreneurship. So I just wanted to show you a few of these pictures in more detail. So what we can see here, this was taken on the night of my initiation into the Mark Master Mason. So once you complete your entry blue-collar degrees in Freemasonry, which are your fellowship, or I should say your entered apprentice, your fellowship, and then your Master Mason degree, you then have the opportunity, if you desire, to branch off into the 2 rites. That's the Yorkshire Rite or Scottish Rite. Most people within the conspiracy realm are familiar with the Scottish Rite, which goes up to the 33rd degree of Masonry, which is normally associated with the Illuminati. Or you can go up the Yorkshire Rite, and the first degree or the 4th degree of the Yorkshire Rite is the Mark Master Mason degree, which is what you see here. I'm receiving, where I received my own mark. And yeah, it's this guy here, Peter Colony. Hope you're not watching Peter, but he has some serious lizard vibes going on about him. Something about him that was just off in his eyes, but you know, it is what it is. Like I said, I'll leave that for now, but we can explore that in the future. Just to let it be known that, don't worry, I only had to participate in 2 child sacrifices in order to get this degree, so I haven't sold my soul fully yet. This is me. I'm not showing this picture to gloat or show off, honestly. I'm not a narcissist, or I know that's what narcissists say, but just wanted to show this to show that I do practice what I preach. So a lot of the things that we will be exploring in part 4 to do with my divine visionary lifestyle. This is everything that I integrate into my own life, and hopefully the results speak for themselves. And this is me this year, this was in September. This is me out in the Hunza Valley in Gilgit-Baltistan, a province within northern Pakistan, deep into the Himalayan or Karakoram mountains. You may be familiar with Hunza, the Hunza region, if you have done any research into Dr. Patrick Flanagan, Dr. Henry Coanda, their work with Hunza glacial water. Hunza is a registered blue zone and has a number of centenarians that live there, so it's researched a lot within the field of longevity research. And I was out here on a business trip because this is where I source my gold grade Himalayan shilajit from, the best shilajit in the world, which you can actually see here, Immortal Shilajit. So I was the first to bring the Hunza gold grade Shilajit to Europe about 5-6 years ago. Since then, a lot of brands have been copying and imitating me, claiming to have the same source, but I just want to let it be known that I do have EU exclusivity of this source. So the only European gold grade I should say, sorry, the only Hunza gold grade Himalayan Shilajit that's available in Europe is the Immortal Shilajit, or trademarked with the Immortal Shilajit branding. And then I have a few more of my other products here. Pineal pollen, this is something that I formulated and developed. This is my best seller. To help naturally decalcify and activate the pineal gland. It's just got tonic herbs, superfood formula, 100%. And then Poseidon Force, which is a marine phytoplankton powder, which will actually be touched upon in part 2 of this presentation. And here's just a few more of my products. This was a vision that I had of the pyramids being activated, and this will actually kind of tie in to some of the details that I will cover in part 2 also. So that's a little brief introduction to me, guys, if you're not familiar. So hopefully that sets a good foundation for us to build off moving forward. So part 1 is all to do with the old world exploration. This picture here is an engraving from an artist that I very much like the work of, Giovanni Piranesi, who was an 18th century Italian engraver, sort of archaeologist and historian. And his art, amongst other things, because we will be covering him later on in more detail, his art focused on ancient Rome and the idealistic iteration, or what he believed ancient Rome would look like. And I just find this picture very fascinating, as it kind of summarizes the look and feel of what I believe the old world portrayed. Very fascinating, but we'll explore that in more detail later. So to start off properly, I just wanted to read this quote out, and I want this quote to kind of follow us throughout the entirety of this part 1 of the presentation. Every record has been destroyed or falsified. Every book rewritten. Every picture has been repainted. Every statue and street building has been renamed. Every date has been altered. And the process is continuing, day by day and minute by minute. It's George Orwell, 1984. So I think that this quote very much resonates not just with the past, but also with the present. So just keep this quote in mind as we explore further. So Tartaria Old World Overview. The Tartarian theory is an alternative historical narrative that suggests the existence of a once great, highly advanced civilization called Tartaria, or the Tartarian Empire, which was allegedly erased from official history by world powers. According to proponents of the theory, Tartaria was a vast empire spanning large parts of Eurasia, and its influence extended globally. This theory was first introduced in the late 2010s on a forum called stolenhistory.net. Stolenhistory.net is still online today, and it's still a valuable resource for information around this area of research if you're interested. Some really good content creators on that website, and private researchers that's really worth checking out their work. And was later expanded and popularized by researchers such as Martin Lidke. Shout out to Martin Lidke, Flat Earth British, and John Levi. John Levi still creates amazing videos to this day, and every Sunday a new upload, so you can always check that out. John does great work. And over the years, the Tartaria theory has grown to encompass a broad range of subjects and has become more of an umbrella term synonymous with the following. So suppressed and erased history of lost civilizations globally, but especially North America. So this is something that we will be examining further in this presentation. Timeline manipulation. So this gets into the topics of new chronology, phantom years, Scalagarian chronology. So new chronology was not necessarily was a field of research not necessarily created, but it was definitely popularized by Anatoly Fomenko. So for those that aren't familiar with Anatoly was was a professor of mathematics at Moscow State University, and he popularized this area of research, new chronology, in that he believed that history itself from the 1600s backwards was essentially falsified and fabricated by a conspiracy led by the Vatican, the Holy Roman Empire, and the House of Romanov. The House of Romanov we'll actually be exploring later on as well in this part of the presentation, in order to basically strengthen their control and hold of history. And that the reality of our real history from the 1600 backwards was mainly dominated by what he called the Russian Horde, which was a Slav Turk empire that was comprised of what we know today as like the Scythians, the Goths, the Huns, the Mongols. They all made up this massive empire that covered the Eurasian plateau, but also moved eastwards across the Bering Strait and also occupied what was now referred to as the West and Midwest of North America. And then we get into Scaligerian chronology, and this is based off the work of Joseph Scaliger, which was a 16th century religious scholar who synthesized a lot of classical history that we, understand as the ancient Egyptians, Rome, Greece. He kind of synthesized all of that history together into a uniform chronology. And what Fomenko argues is that this chronology itself, that in Scaligerian chronology goes back thousands of years, that all of that history actually happened within the Middle Ages or the European Dark Ages, and that the Scaligerian chronology was used essentially to again strengthen and bolster the power of the Vatican and the Church at the time. So moving on next to advanced architecture, we'll be checking out some of the advanced architecture at a place at a time, using photographic evidence. Then we have Antiquitech and free energy. So we'll be exploring some of the technology of antiquity. Of course, Antiquitech was a term coined by Martin Liedtke, so I just wanted to point that one out. So we'll be looking at all the different forms of technology of the old world and exploring them in a little bit more detail. Global resets, Mudflood, plasma apocalypses, and earlier world wars. So this will be something that we will cover on both part 1 and part 2. Part 1 we'll specifically focus on the Mudflood and the earlier world wars, and then in part 2 we'll be exploring the plasma apocalypse in a little bit more detail, as it coincides very nicely with the electric universe model that we will be covering as well. But altogether this makes up the idea of global resets and cyclical global resets. The world fairs of the 19th, early 20th century. This is one of the subjects that most people, when they start researching the old world and Tartaria, are normally introduced to relatively early into their research, and it is, for me, some of the most convincing evidence of conspiracy to alter history. And we'll be looking into the different ideas behind these world fairs. Were they indoctrination and re-education camps after a reset? We will explore that further. Population control and displacement. And we'll be looking at the orphan trains and insane asylums. That's something that's really interesting as well. Giants. This is part of the overview of Tartaria. It's not something that we're going to be looking at today because it's a very depthy field of research that I believe requires like a video to itself. But that's something that definitely we should look at further, and there is a lot of substantial evidence to show the existence of giants, not just in the ancient past, but very much in the very recent past. Cryptozoology, so this would be again something that we won't be looking at today, but also, you know, plays its part within this grand theory to do with cryptids, these mythical creatures. And in fact, the griffin, which you could class as a cryptid, is one of the symbols, the national symbols of Tartaria. But if you're interested in cryptozoology, I recommend checking out the Thomas Merlin Museum. You can check that out online. That's a very fascinating private collection of supposed cryptid remains and cryptid artifacts. Alternative travel technology, something that we won't be covering, but again, a dedicated video can be made on this if wanted. This will cover airships, pneumatic tubes, electric trams, some of the old airships that you see, the Zeppelins, pneumatic tubes, air pressured travel tubes underground, electric trams showing up or evidence of electric tram rails in towns and cities all around the world when there wasn't electricity. The Industrial Revolutions, being used as a guise and cover to reintroduce old world technology through centralized monopolies. We'll be checking that out in a little bit more detail. And steampunk or Tesla punk reality. So this is a thing that I want to cover in a future video. Steampunk being, well, both steampunk and Tesla punk are subgenres of the punk genre within science fiction. Steampunk being the idea of what the world would look like if steam was progressed in the Victorian era and was replaced by electricity, and then we moved it and we made advanced steam technology or steam-based technology. And then Tesla punk would be if the work of Nikola Tesla was fully realized in the Victorian era and wasn't seized by the elite and then controlled and monopolized through their industries. Very, very interesting, and I think it plays a part. Our imagination plays a part to our understanding of our real past, or our connection to our real past. But that's something that we can expand upon in future videos. So that's like a little bit of an overview for you. So again, this part of history that we're going to be focusing on really is the past 500, 700 years or so. I believe that ancient history, classical history has been, pretty well covered and exhausted within the alternative history research realm. So I wanted to bring something new, something fresh, and something that I feel is important because it is part of our recent history. And we're much more connected to the past few hundred years than, the past 3, 4, 5,000, 10,000 years ago, which is just completely unrelatable to most, whereas the past few hundred years is definitely much more relevant and much more closer to home. So we're going to start off with Tartaria throughout the ages. We're just going to have a little bit of an exploration through some of these old world maps, and the general idea is that Tartaria itself was erased from the history books for whatever reasons that we will explore. And what I wanted to show is that Tartaria did in fact exist. It is 100% real, and the scale and influence that Tartaria had on history is what has been suppressed. So we can see here, this is a map from 1700, literally bang on 1700, and just this Eurasian plateau we can see is dominated by Grand Tartary, Muscovite, Tartary Independent. And then here we have, in 1865, the flag of all nations. We can see just under the United States here we have Tartary, and that's what I was saying with the griffin, the mythological creature of the Griffin now. Was the Griffin real? Did the Griffin exist? Something to think about. Or is this purely symbolic of Tartaria? But here we have Tartary. It is right there. 1865. So we have, you know, evidence here in the 18th century and in the 19th century, you know, mid to late 19th century, of the existence of Tartaria. So this is a map from Abraham Ortels, aka Ortelius' Theatrum Orbis Terrarum, first published in 1570. So Ortelius was a 16th century Flemish cartographer, engraver and antique dealer whom was appointed royal cosmographer to Philip II of Spain in 1575. Theatrum Orbis Terrarum, which translates to Theatre of the Countries of the World, is noted to be one of, if not the, most successful books of the 16th century, being the first modern atlas of the world. Ortelius was best buds with another famous Flemish cartographer by the name of Gerardus Mercator. Mercator, of course, being famous for the 1569 Mercator world map projection, where a spherical globe is flattened into a two-dimensional map with latitude and longitude drawn in straight grids. This became the gold standard navigation map for centuries to follow and is still used to some extent today. And what we can see here, as we explore this map in a little bit more detail, is that, again, Tartaria. So this is early 16th century, well, this is 16th century, mid to late 16th century. We have Tartaria right here. And what we see, and I'll show you on the next slide, these little red blotches are actually little depictions of like castles or kingdoms, like big citadels, which we will show in more detail in just a minute. But also just a note of America here. Chilaga, that's where Chicago is today. I think that's very interesting. We have Florida. So this would have been like just under 100 years after supposedly Columbus discovered America. Obviously we know that he wasn't the first to discover America. It's all just fantasy and propaganda, but still the official narrative. And then we can see that around the coasts we have like these numerous kingdoms or cities, or at least occupied inhabitants of this area. And then what we see here as well is this mass area which would be referred to as the West and Midwest of North America that's completely empty. And this is the area that Fomenko said that this Slav Turk Empire would have occupied. So anyway, I just wanted to show you this, so just thought that was interesting to see. And we will explore this Theatrum Orbis Terrarum in a little bit more detail now, as I was watching a documentary by Alice Loxton, History Hit on YouTube, where she was in Wales Cathedral, which is just down the road from where I live. I literally live just around the corner from Wales Cathedral, and she was just basically showing the cathedral, how it was built, the history of it, and she's shown this Wales Cathedral chained library. And she was showing a book, which I didn't know at the time was this Ortelius's book, and she was flicking through it, and there was one frame on the video that caught my eye, where I just caught it very quickly. It was like a split-second frame of the video, and she came across this page, Tartaria, and I was like, oh, how fascinating. So, having just lived around the corner of Wales Cathedral, I booked myself in. You can't just go in there freely. You have to book a guided tour into the chained library. So the chained library itself is or was the largest medieval library in England when it was opened in the 1450s. So this is the mid 15th century. It's one of only 4 such chain libraries left in the UK, and it holds within it a number of books published before the 1800s and rare incunabula. So the incunabulas are books that were printed before the invention of the printing press, printed before the year 1500. Most books though within the library are collected from the 16th, 17th and 15th centuries and reflect a wide range in intellectual interests. The core of the collection is based on theology. They actually have a lot of Scaligerian or Joseph Scaliger books in there, so that goes to say how influential he was at those times. Theology, but science, medicine, history, exploration and languages were also well represented. So when we look at this book in a little bit more detail, we can see this was the area of Tartaria, and we see here the Magnus Sham, which was the ruler of Tartaria, which it outlines here. So this is a photo I took of the page, and it's all in Old English. So actually you can see here that they've been blotched out for whatever reason. You can see like little spires coming off, almost like they're castles, kingdoms. Magnus Sham. And being in Old English, in order to understand it, I had it translated, and basically what this page says in summary is that the vast region, part of the mainland, is now called Tartaria. It is between the East Sea and stretches south to the lands of China, India and further west beyond the river Ganges. At one time, all the regions inhabited by the Tartars were called Cymatia of Asia. However, in later writings, this country is now understood to be Scythia, and even more broadly, Cathay. The name of the nation was unheard of in Europe before the year 1212. Now, 1212 is a date that we will revisit at a latter stage on this part 1 of the presentation, but also in part 2. It's a very important date for reasons to be disclosed later. They are divided into tribes instead of cities or provinces, and these tribes, like clans, often move far apart. The people do not settle in one place. They move from one area to another, choosing wide plains and pastures areas to live off. They are described as large, with broad faces, stern expressions and untrimmed beards, which they never cut. They are quite independent and not very respectful of authority. The Great Sham. Every time I hear Sham, I just think of like some Alex Pereira type character. Shama, just with a big Tartar hat on, who rules here. Has an impressive palace and guard of 12,000 soldiers on duty. It is described as a magnificent city known as Aquinsay, which means the city of heaven. The Tartars call their ruler Sham, which means prince. The term is equivalent to prince or ruler. And in 1247, the Pope sent 2 friars, instructing them to visit and record the manners and customs of the Tartars. So again, this is what we have here, evidence that the first acknowledgement of Tartaria was in 1212, so very early 13th century. So then we have evidence from so far of the 13th century, and this is direct from acknowledgement of the Pope himself. 13th century, and then in the previous slide we shown 18th century and 19th century that there is recognition of this Tartar or Tartaria inhabitants of the Eurasian plateau. And this kind of, again, when I said the Scyth is known as Scythia, so this is what Fomenko was saying, that the Scythians, the Mongols, the Huns were all part of this elements of this one unified civilization. And I also find it very interesting because, you know, this time period of 1212, like 13th century, this was the time of like Genghis Khan. This was the time when the Mongols were supposedly ravishing pillaging their way across the this Eurasian plateau. And it makes you think, because when you look at depictions of Genghis Khan, of who he really was, the real history surrounding him, when you look at Asian depictions of him, like artistic depictions, he has Asian features, he looks Chinese, he looks Mongolian. But when you look at other depictions of him that aren't shown in the history books, he's a red-haired, green-eyed Caucasian giant. And that kind of is backed up when you look at this little picture here of the Shama. You know, he looks white. He looks white, and he's got like red hair. He doesn't look Mongol to me, and this, you know, this would be the time period, supposedly, that the Mongols were wreaking havoc. And then moving on, so now we have 17th century and 18th century maps. So starting with the 17th century, it's a historical map titled Tartaria, Sive Magni Shami Imperium, or which translates to Tartary, or the Empire of the Great Shama. It was created in Amsterdam in 1638 by Johannes Blue, a prominent cartographer of the 17th century, who was known for producing detailed maps of the world, included regions such as Tartary. The map depicts unexplored regions of Central Asia, Siberia, and parts of China. And, you know, this is another thing with these cartographers, is that a lot of, like, respectful historians, academic historians, you know, they kind of shit on these cartographers and maps, and they make out that they were, you know, very primitive in their map making skills, in their knowledge of the world. But when you look at it, I mean, it's very accurate, and how they did this, how they mapped out the realm the way that they did, I find very fascinating. And look, we look at Tartaria here. I mean, you look at these people, little Caucasian with like a little fro, a little ginger fro. You don't see that very often. And then, I mean, this looks like almost like a sultan sort of hat, doesn't it? And that's very interesting, because supposedly the first sultan of the Ottoman Empire, is it Suleiman? He was Tartarian, he was a Tartar. But again, what we see here is, so this says Oceans, Tartaria, and then we have Kasakari, Tartary, again Tartaria in the 17th century, so this is in the 1600s. Again, just taking up the whole of this Eurasian continent. Very interesting. And then we have the 18th century map, La Tartaria Chinese, which translates to Chinese Tartary. It was created in Venice. You know, the Venetians have a lot to say, and played a big role in our history. 1784, and was indicated by the text at the bottom right corner. The map was published by Antonio Zatta, another prominent Italian cartographer of the 18th century. So then what we start to see here in the 18th century is an expansion of Tartaria, where now it's not just where Russia, Siberia, and a lot of the Central Asian countries are, but now it's pushing further east into what we know as China. It's become Tartaria China, or Chinese Tartary, and this is in the late 18th century. So we see an expansion. We see an expansion from the 13th to 18th century, a continuous expansion of this empire. I feel that's very interesting. And then we move on to an excerpt of a declassified CIA document from the 1950s. This can be found at cia.gov/library. And it is a document that was created by CIA, and they were observing what the Soviets were up to at the time. So after the Bolshevik Revolution, the Jewish Bolshevik Revolution in Russia, where the House of Romanov were killed off and replaced with a communism or communist state, the Bolsheviks over time grew into the Soviet Union. Basically, the Americans were just observing and recording what they were getting up to. And I find this very interesting. It says, you know, just to kind of highlight some of the key points, that a direct ordering the party's Tartar provincial committees to proceed to a scientific revision of the history of Tartaria. Tartaria history was to be rewritten to hide the facts of the real course of Tartar-Russian relations. So this is something that the Jewish Bolsheviks were responsible for, as they are responsible now, to try and rewrite history, to revise history, to suit themselves. They murdered over 20 plus million Russian Christians in the 20th century. No one seems to give a fuck. No one talks about that. No one seems to care. Yet, here they are, evidence that for some reason, whatever it was, they wanted to erase Russia's true history and connection to the Tartarian Empire. And this is probably where I would say the Tartarian Empire, or acknowledgement of the Tartarian Empire in the mainstreams, kind of saw its last breath of day. I think it was this time period during the Soviet reign that our understanding and a lot of our perception of Tartaria was altered, and it was subsequently deleted from the history books, where now you can only find it when you do deep digging into these old maps. So yeah, the Bolsheviks revised and rewrote history then, and look what has been happening over the past few years in America, in Western Europe. There has been an attempt, both successful and unsuccessful in places, to rewrite our history, to revise our history in favor for a specific group of people. But I'm not going to discuss that in any more detail at this moment in time. So moving on now, that hopefully just showed you that Tartaria was a real historical place and civilization. What we are going to explore now is the fingerprints of thus civilization throughout the world. Now, do I think that Tartaria was a global empire? I'm undecided, but what I will show you is evidence that there was once a global empire, and if Tartaria was it, then so be it. But there was a global empire that has been erased from the history books and has had its history replaced with a narrative that suits and benefits a cohort of conspirators that we will also explore later on. But first we need to just get a few key facts to calibrate your bullshit radar for the information that I will present in the forthcoming slides. Facts that we are told to blindly accept, but when we do accept them and we scratch just the surface layer of the official narrative and question it, poke at it, things start to break apart very quickly. Suspicions and anomalies are pretty consistently found when we start to poke at the official narrative. So first off is electricity. So you may find this to be a little bit trivial, and I will get through this as quickly as I can. I don't it's not the most exciting of topics to cover, but it is important, and I want you to understand the dates and the implication of what the mainstream narrative is trying to tell you and convince you to be true, okay? So the knowledge of electricity as a natural phenomena has existed since ancient times, but here we are only concerned with the official and accepted timeline of its public use. So 1831, early 19th century, British Michael Faraday's breakthrough discovery of electromagnetic induction, which allowed electricity to be generated continuously, laying the groundwork for the invention of electrical generators. 1869, Belgian inventor Zenobe Graham developed the first commercially successful dynamo. This generator could produce continuous steady power and was essential for industrial use. 1879, Thomas Edison invented a practical incandescent light bulb. Edison's invention, coupled with his development of the electrical power distribution system, enabled the widespread use of electricity for lighting. 1881, the first public electricity supply for street lighting was installed in Godalming, England. So this is in Surrey. Surrey is a very affluent county in England. The small system powered a few lights on the street and in buildings, marking one of the first instances of public electric lighting. So, okay, remember that, 1881. 1882, Edison launched the Pearl Street Station in New York City, the world's first commercial electric power station. It used direct current, so DC, to provide power to hundreds of homes and businesses in the area, primarily for lighting purposes. That's in 1882, and then that leads into a decade known as the War of Currents. So the dominant electrical system in the United States was based off direct current, championed by Thomas Edison. Some of you may have seen some of, or read the stories of how he was a pretty cruel man. He's actually a right cunt, Thomas Edison, but as always, the cunts always rise to the top in this system. But he, there's stories of him electrocuting elephants and all types of just evil shit. However, DC systems had major limitations. They couldn't easily be transmitted over long distances due to significant power losses, making them inefficient for widespread use. In comes Nikola Tesla. On the other hand, developed and promoted the use of alternating currents, AC/DC. Unlike DC, AC could be easily transformed to higher or lower voltages, allowing electricity to be transmitted over long distances with minimal losses. And Tesla's AC system essentially won this battle and became the standard for electricity distribution worldwide. One thing I just want to point out here before we proceed is Mr. Faraday here, just his little contraption here for the electro-induction. Just this with a little ball on the top. Just keep that in mind. Okay, so moving on. Electricity accessibility around the world. So when we look at the early electrification, we see that it was the late 1800s, from the 1890 onwards, that we start to see early electrical systems being installed in some of the major, not all, but just some limited major cities across the US of A, the UK, mainland Europe, with Berlin being one of the first cities. And not only did they, just become one of the first cities to install the street lighting, they thought, fuck it, why not? Let's just install an electric tram system while we're at it. Alright. France, major city, Paris became known as the City of Light for quickly adopting electrical lighting. India. Calcutta was 1899 for the first for street lighting, and then the following decades it spread to other major cities such as Mumbai or Bombay at the time and Delhi. Asia, 1882, Shanghai. The first electric lights were installed, and cities were a major hub for early electrification in China. And in 1887, Japan jumped on board the electric train. and embraced electricity for modernization efforts during the Meiji Restoration period. And then it wasn't until, when we look at the chart here, until the mid 1900s that we start to see rural electrification. So this is also important to acknowledge and make a mental note of. So in 1935, FDR's New Deal and the creation of the Rural Electrification Administration, the REA, provides federal loans and grants to build out electrical infrastructure in rural America. The same year, 1935, the National Grid was created here in the UK, which gave much of the UK access. It was the 50s and 60s for rural areas across Germany and France to become electrified. India, we're looking at the 70s, moving into the 90s. In 69, the Rural Electrification Corporation was established to promote rural electrification. But it wasn't until 1990 that, despite these efforts, the integration and implementation process was relatively slow. Only half of rural India had electricity. And then the 60s, for Japan, some rural areas have electricity, and the 80s and 90s in China, some rural areas have access to electricity. So to be completely electrified, it was the USA by the 1960s was fully electrified. By the 50s, 60s, the UK was fully electrified. Same goes for mainland Europe, France, Germany, and the Soviet Union, fully electrified. 2018, India became fully electrified, and the early 2000s, Asia fully electrified. So the key dates here are, we are not seeing any electricity anywhere in the world up until 1890. Or 1880, we should say. 1880 to the 1890s. And that's only in major cities. Major cities, and that's specifically for streetlights or for wealthy, affluent households or businesses, okay? Rural electrification didn't come into play until 1935 in the USA and UK, and then the mid-1900s for the rest of the world, let's say. So just keep those dates in mind. 1880, 1940, let's say. Brick making in the 19th century in America. So this is also going to be important. Might not be something that you've ever thought of before, but it's just an important fact that we need to have to understand and interpret what we're going to see later on. So in the early 1800s, brick production was solely manual and small scale in its production. A typical small brick making operation could produce around 20 to 50,000 bricks per year. Large brick making sites were able to produce up to 100,000 bricks annually. Production was primarily local and limited by labor-intensive methods. So we're going to be this picture here. This is pretty much what it was going to look like making bricks back in the day. By the mid-1800s, mechanization begins, and the Hoffman kiln revolutionizes production. So this was in 1858, and the Hoffman kiln enabled the firing of more bricks per cycle, and also enabled reduced downtime. So small factories could now produce 1 to 2 million bricks per year, with larger operations were enabled to reach the production of 5 to 10 million bricks annually. And there were a dozen of larger brickworks throughout the United States, growing cities, New York, Philadelphia, Boston, Chicago. So normally we're looking at here Eastern United States. That's where the majority of the larger brick factories were. And then by the late 1800s, hydraulic presses and advanced extrusion techniques and continuous kilns allowed for mass production and more uniform and durable bricks. This would allow between 10 million to 50 million bricks per year, depending on the size of the operation. By the late 1800s, there were hundreds of large brick factories. And these were cities: New York, Philadelphia, St. Louis, Chicago, Baltimore, became large hubs of large brick scale production. So in summary, the early 1800s, very few large brick making factories. Most brick production was small scale and local. Mid 1800s, dozens of larger brickyards emerged, especially near major cities and industrial centers, but most were not yet fully industrialized. In the late 1800s, hundreds of large factories emerged, with major concentrations in regions like the Hudson River Valley and the Midwest. Okay, so also, as well as bricks, it was also cement and mortar that had to be made. One of the things that had to be rediscovered in the late 1800s was Roman cement. So Roman cement was cement, as it says, made in Roman times, and the method of doing so was lost to history. It's a very advanced form of cement that had a lot of unique properties to it, in that it would get stronger in time, and when come into contact with water, it would also strengthen it. And this is a technology that was lost to time, and everything after that period of people trying to replicate it or having their own cement, it was just completely inferior. So the Roman cement we will come back to later on, but it's also the production of cement, of mortar, that we also have to consider within this whole kind of topic of brick making in the 19th century. Railroads and transporting goods in the 19th century. So early transportation. Before the arrival of railroads, transportation of goods in America was limited to wagons, horses, and canal systems. The Erie Canal opened in 1825. The early 1800s, railroads began with small local lines, primarily used for moving raw materials. Mid-1800s, the expansion of railroads connected the Northeast and Midwest, boosting the transportation of agricultural products, coal, and manufactured goods. In the 1869, very important year, the Transcontinental Railroad linked the east and west coasts, transforming cross-country transportation of goods and people, overcoming incredible geographical challenges such as crossing the Sierra Nevada mountains and the Great Plains. Okay. Completion of the Union Pacific Railroad, workers had to lay hundreds of miles of track across some of the harshest environments in the US. And this is something for you guys to ponder upon. The Union Pacific was known for a record-setting track-laying feat, including laying 10 miles of track in a single day on April 28th, 1869, near Promontory, Utah, which is still considered one of the most astonishing achievements in railroad construction. So, come on guys, come on. These people right here are accredited for laying 10 miles of railway track in one day. These people with their sledgehammers, their pickaxes, complete manual labor of having to dig up, layer, landscape, survey, level all of this ground off and lay all of this, and they do 10 miles in one day. Now, I can't speak for America, but here in the UK, if you drive up and down like the M5, any of the motorways in the UK, there's always roadworks, and they're always relaying the road. They're always relaying the ground, cementing over it. It takes them days. and they have modern machinery. It takes them days in order to lay out a mile of road. These guys did 10 miles in one day with no heavy machinery, just manual labor and what looks like slave labor as well. Try and make sense of that, please, because I cannot. The fucking audacity of these people to try and tell us, to try and pass that off without anyone raising their eyebrow and be like, hold on, 10 miles in one day? These boys, the boys, look at them. Let's pop a bottle of champagne for the boys, eh? 10 miles in one day. Absolute ludicrous of them. But we start to see here the railroads, the expansion of it. So this was the 1850s, the decade of 1850 to 1859. We start to see how these railroads were connecting. And then we see from 1860 to 1869. So again, this was, like I said, the main method of transportation of goods throughout America, mainland America. So just again, this is important to know. It's important to know what was accessible for these people at this time that we're told. How could they move and transport goods? Bricks to build buildings, buildings to fill out cities. This is important to know, something that's overlooked, but when you have the facts to play with, it becomes clear. So it wasn't until the late 1800s that consolidation led to powerful railroad monopolies, and railroads were a central piece to the rise of American industry, although they promoted regulation due to unfair practices. So this is we're going to be looking at the robber barons later on. Leland Stanford, Jay Gould, all the individuals that were influential within the rise of the railroad industry. By the end of the 1800s, the US had a vast integrated railroad system that connected its farthest regions, allowing goods to be transported more efficiently than ever before and driving the country's industrial and economic growth. Rightio. Construction tools and techniques used in 19th century US of A. So in the early to mid 19th century, 1800 to 1850s, hand tools were the standard. Primary tools, traditional hand tools that have been used for centuries up until then. Hammers, hand saws, chisels, made out of wrought iron and steel. The handles normally being made out of wood. Limitations. Without mechanization, all tasks had to be completed manually, meaning that large construction projects such as buildings, bridges and roads were highly labor-intensive and time-consuming. Important to note, early to mid-1800s, all hand tools, all built with just hand tools. Mid to late 19th century, so this is 1850 to 1890. Post-industrial construction tools, this was with the introduction of steam power and mechanized brick production and nail cut technology. Cast iron was introduced in building facades and structural elements. So early steam powered drills, pile drivers, again very early, and the accessibility of these would have been very limited. And then it wasn't until 1916, early 20th century, that we see the introduction of electric power tools or pneumatic tools. The most famous one of which being Black & Decker was founded, and they introduced the first portable electric drill with a pistol grip and trigger switch. The drill was revolutionary for its time and became a cornerstone of modern power tool design. So up until then, guys, the 1800s, this is how, up until, not just the 1800s, but the whole of history, as we're told, this is how they built everything. Everything that we will be exploring further on in this presentation, they built with this technology. Keep that in mind. Right, moving on, something slightly different. Photographic technology milestones. So we're going to go through this together. So from the 5th to 4th century BC, the camera oscura, as it was described by philosophers such as Aristotle and Mozzi, as a natural optical phenomena. So the camera obscura was where you would drill. You would, however, get a little hole within a wall for an aperture lens to be fitted in, and then as the natural light shined through it, it would project an image of what was on the other side, but it would be inverted left to right, upside down. A natural optical phenomena. And then by the 16th century, portable camera obscura devices were developed for use by artists to aid in drawing and painting. So it looked at something like this, where the light would come in, it would reflect off the lens, and it would project an image onto the table here, where you would then trace over it. So a lot of the art that we see from that day, yes, it could have been done without this, but at the same time, a lot was probably done with this. And this will go in, I think this played a part within the Capriccio art that I will be covering later on in this presentation. And then this piece of equipment here was called the camera lucida. So it was a slight alteration of the obscura, and so what it would do is that it would project whatever it was aimed at down onto a paper to be traced down. Okay, so in 1826, the first permanent photograph, Joseph Niepce creates the first permanent photograph using heliography. So this is the first ever photograph right here, and this was taken in Paris in France. Not very clear, but the supposed beginning of this technology. 10 years later, or 12 years later, the daguerreotype, developed by Louis Daguerre, introduces the first practical photographic process using silver-plated copper sheets and mercury vapor. And these were daguerreotype photographs here, and you see a lot of them in the early 1800s of the portraits of people. They were all daguerreotype photographs. This is in Paris, and I think it's a famous picture called like the boot shiner, because there's a little there's someone like shining someone's boots right here, but it gives us an early glimpse and insight into what the early 19th century looked like in Paris. And then a year later, photography was publicly announced. The invention of photography was announced to the world by François Arago in France. François was a prolific mathematician, astronomer, and coincidentally a Freemason. And he was the guy to announce photography to the world. Don't know why it wasn't Louis Daguerre, seeing that it was his invention. Just, let this guy come in and, take claim to it. Alright. 1841, the calotype process. William Henry Fox Talbot patents the calotype using paper negatives for reproducible images. What we see here. Wet collodion process. Frederick Scott Archer introduces the wet collodion process, significantly reducing exposure times and improving image detail. 1851 is an important date. That's the date of the Great Exhibition in London, which we will be covering later on. And then 1861, the first color photograph. Jane Clerk Maxwell demonstrates the first color photograph using a free color additive method. So this was known as the ribbon, and it's a colored ribbon. So the first ever colored photograph was in 1861. 1871, dry plate photography. Richard Maddox invents the dry plate process, enabling easier storage and transportation of photosensitive plates. And then in 1888, Kodak camera. George Eastman introduces the Kodak 1. So this is this thing here, the Kodak 1 camera. A simple box camera preloaded with film roll, making photography accessible to amateurs. And then we start to see a lot of these British explorers, aristocratic families, when they went out east and they were taking photos all around the world in their private collections, which we will be exploring later on. when we're doing a little bit more of the old world exploration. But the point of this, what I'm showing you, is that they've essentially had camera technology from let's say 1840, that they've had access to camera technology that can, that can create high quality, as I will show you later on, high quality images. You can see that's very detailed. You can see everything that you would need to see. It's not blurred, okay, it's not 4K in resolution, but you can see what the photo was taken for. So that is the evolution of camera technology. So I want you to know that they have been able to take photos since the 1840s. So we're told. If this technology is older and was reintroduced at this time period is another subject matter. But they have had the technology to take photos from 1840 onwards, and then also 19th century origins of, let's say, Photoshop manipulations. Just to show you that in the 1840s they had the ability to create negative exposure. So this was the first ever negative exposure photo. I think it's known as the Five Monks. I think it's called the Five Monks. And we see here, I don't know where this was taken, but it's 5 clergymen or five monks, 5 priests. It might be called the 5 priests. Multiple exposure, so they were experimenting with multiple exposure in the 1850s, 60s. And we see here some of the artistic inspiration that was on display. It's pretty cool. I didn't know that they were able to do this back then. 1855, this is one of the more famous, this was a daguerreotype photo, I believe. And they also had etching manipulation with scalpel retouching. So they could, what I'm trying to show here, Abraham Lincoln, so this famous picture of Abraham Lincoln wasn't actually Abraham Lincoln. It was John Calhoun, this was in 1860, so they took Lincoln's head off and they placed it on John's body. So again, the point that I'm trying to show here is that they have had the ability to manipulate photos. To manipulate photos to their will. I mean, look what they did here. They changed this woman's face. They place, they completely augment and manipulate photos from the 1850s onwards. So again, important to know the timeline. From 1840s, they've been able to take photos. From 1850s, they've been able to manipulate and essentially Photoshop these photos. Oh, there's also that other photo down here with a blown up head. It's kind of cool. Right. So, moving on now to something that you're probably going to find a little bit more interesting. Advanced architecture, Antiquitech, and free energy for the world. Now, something that I really want you to think about before moving into this next stage of the presentation is that I want you to receive this information not as we are programmed to receive information with the left hemisphere of the brain with logic and reason. It's important, but I want you to receive this information, to try and receive this information through the right hemisphere, through pattern matching, through seeing holistically. I want you to feel this information. The brain is but one brain in the body. We have 3 brains. We have our gut, our heart, and the brain. And when you use all 3 in unison, you can think and you can feel. You tap into the intuitive brain, the imaginative brain, and this is what connects us to our spiritual power, is our intuition and our imagination. And when we're connected to our spiritual power, we're connected to truth. And when you receive information, we are programmed and conditioned to receive information through a restricted lens of perception. You need to open your mind, open your heart, and feel. What's your gut feeling when you look at this stuff? And that will tell you what you need to know. That will tell you the truth. And this picture here, I believe this was an engraving. I don't know when it was from, if it's from the 1800s, probably the 1700s, probably like 18th century. But I find this very interesting. It shows an army. They seem to be armed, but they also seem to have like aprons on, which makes me think that it's some sort of Masonic ceremony, because this looks very familiar to, or similar to, the aprons that I'm familiar with within Freemasonry. But what we see, you know, the actual point of this picture is that we see this obelisk here with some form of sphere type object on top of it, and it's radiating. You can see all this energy just being radiated out of it, and it's lighting up the night sky. This looks like it's done in the nighttime, and all of these people are, it's a light show, and whatever these pyramids in the back are, whatever this contraption, this construction is, this obelisk, it seems to be radiating out light or some form of etheric energy, or that's how I perceived this picture to be anyway. And this would have been before electricity was invented. They didn't have electricity. If this was 18th century, 17th century, remember it wasn't until 1890 that electricity was invented. Yet here we are with some form of depiction of what looks like electrical power, or some form of spiritual technology that is unexplainable. We also have these angels with their trumpets. It's kind of interesting. Trumpets, vibration, sound energy, sound technology. Okay, so I just wanted to show that because I thought that was a interesting picture. But now we're going to get into the thick of it of some Antiquitech and some examples of such. So you've made it through the bullshit radar calibration slides, which I understand might have been a little bit boring and may have felt insignificant, but everything that I've shown you, you need to have made a mental note about, and it will make everything make sense, and it will ground this presentation in some form of reality for you to question if this is real or not. So, examples of Antiquitech: atmospheric energy harvesting and augmentation. So what we see on the top of all of these old world buildings are these spires, and the spires themselves acted as a technology, and they can be broken down into different components of the spire. So at the top we always see some form of gold or copper tip, and this essentially acted like a lightning rod for attracting and conducting atmospheric energy downwards into the building system due to its high conductivity. And then we would have this little ball. We'd have this little ball right here, which is theorized contained mercury. Mercury itself is an excellent thermal conductor, so it might have helped with regulating the temperature within the system. If the energy collected generates excess heat, mercury could help dissipate this, stabilizing the energy flow and preventing potential overheating or imbalances. Other roles include acting as a liquid resonator for vibrationally tuning the energy collected and initiating novel alchemical interactions with the energy. Refinement harmonization. So mercury or quicksilver plays a vital role within the alchemical process, something that will be explored later on in this presentation in part 3 and 4, and part 2 actually. And it's no coincidence that mercury, rivers of mercury were found under the temple of the feathered serpent in Teotihuacan, so that the pyramids just off Mexico City, the Teotihuacan site that we will be exploring in part 2 for a specific reason to be disclosed. They utilized mercury as well. Harmonizer. So we see this little contraption here. A harmonizer would stabilize chaotic energy from the atmosphere, aligning frequencies to create a smooth, usable energy flow. Similar to a capacitor, in modern circuits. And then we move down to a resonator. Using stone, metal, or unique geopolymer, the resonator amplifies balanced energy, enhancing the building's energetic field or preparing the energy for storage and transmission. Then we move down to the bell towers. The bell sound modulates and fine-tunes the energy into specific frequencies, acting as a frequency tuner for stable, harmonized energy ready for distribution. And then we move down into storage. The building's foundation or structure may act as a capacitor, storing the collected energy for later use, akin to the new supercapacitor technology that enables rapid energy charging and discharging. So, imagine that we have lightning, gets picked up by this copper rod here. It then spirals down into the mercury to regulate its thermal conduction. It is then harmonized, it's brought down, modulated via the frequency at the bell tower, and can almost be broadcasted out, and then stored in the bricks themselves. Now I know what you're thinking. Bricks? Storing electricity? Come on. Well, this is something for you to think about. So, new innovations published in Nature Communications by a team at Washington University in St. Louis demonstrated the use of P-dot nano geopolymer technology mixed with the iron oxide in red bricks, turned the bricks into supercapacitors capable of storing static electricity, which can charge and discharge faster than batteries. So this is the whole process here. So it's the P dot is a, or E dot, P dot is a nanoparticulate, and when mixed with the geopolymer of making a brick, the iron oxide, so the iron oxide is what gives it its red appearance. When it reacts with it, it chars the brick. It chars the brick like so, and allows it to essentially become a battery. So here you can see that they are powering a green LED with the brick with this technology. And like I said, we already forgot about Roman concrete. How do we know that Roman concrete is the only thing that we forgot about? There could be numerous technologies, mortar, geopolymer technologies that we have forgotten over time. We do not know. We think we know, but we don't. And so this is Lichfield Cathedral, which is, I've been to, it's a very beautiful cathedral, but one of the most noticeable and striking like physical attributes of it, apart from the architecture itself and design, is that it looks scorched, it looks burnt, and when you see it in person, it's like much more relevant, much more striking. But the general explanation for this, it's like, oh, you know, it's just time, it's weathering, and in the Industrial Revolution, you know, all the smog that was created, and it created a layer of like ash over the buildings, and in some respects that may be true, in some respects, but Lichfield wasn't known to be an industrial hub, okay? And when you look at these bricks, they look very kind of similar. Again, it's red brick, and it looks very similar to this. And here we have the spire, clock tower. You have these bricks to store the energy as a gigantic battery. Again, use your intuitive mind, use your imaginative mind. Does that make sense to you? Or is that purely fantasy? That is for you to decide. I'm not going to tell you what to believe or what to think. I just want you to explore that idea seriously. Moving on. Organs. So, before traditional use, organs historically found in religious and public buildings alike have held a central role in Old World life, likely serving purposes beyond music for service and gatherings. Resonance with sacred architecture. Cathedrals and other Old World structures were built with sacred geometry, proportional harmonics, and acoustics in mind. The architecture, such as the vaulted ceilings, domes, arches, and naves, were designed to amplify and focus sound, making the organ's powerful frequencies resonate deeply throughout the building. This is something that you can. I just want to show an example of here. So this is in Wales Cathedral, and this was taken on the 5th of October this year. This organ is a 19th century organ, but there are records of older organs being used in this cathedral dating all the way back to 1310. So I just want to play this a minute. So, sound for healing and spirituality. The organ's rich resonant tones may have been tuned to sacred frequencies like 432 Hz or solfeggio frequencies like 528 Hz, aligning with ancient beliefs in sound healing. Modern research suggests such frequencies can promote the body's energy, promote clarity, and support well-being, potentially creating a healing atmosphere for those within the space. So, when you're here and you're sat listening to that in person, the harmonics of the organ resonates through you, from the deep bassy tones that sort of ground you to the higher pitched tones that elevate you. So it affects you both physically, mentally, and spiritually. And they maybe called it organs for a reason, as it affects the organs, and as I will explain in depth in part 2, the organs being vital components within the bioelectric circuitry of the body. So just think about that. Think about that, just how I played that then. Look at the vaulted ceilings, how the sound reverberates in harmonic connection and partnership with the holistic design of the building. And then there's also things like within the cathedral where you could stand at one end of the cathedral or a specific part of the cathedral, and you can whisper into the wall, and due to the geometry of the architecture, you can have someone placed at the other side of the cathedral at a specific point, and the way that the architecture is laid out is that it allows that sound wave that you produce when you speak to travel, and they can hear it on the other side. So you're whispering to each other, but you can hear it from one end of the cathedral to the next. It's very interesting. Energy storage and activation. If old world structures could collect and store energy, with crypts and catacombs acting like capacitors, holding energy gathered by spires, bells, and other architectural features, the organ, when played, might activate this energy using its deep bass notes and harmonics to release and distribute stored etheric energy throughout the structure or surrounding area. Boom, boom. Just imagine that boom, and all the energy just comes out of the bricks, channeled through the harmonics of the architecture. Boom. Ley lines and earth energy. Many cathedrals and old world structures were positioned along ley lines, believed to be channels of geomagnetic energy. Ley lines, telluric field, telluric lines, whatever you want to refer to them as. When the organ played, its resonant frequencies could interact with these lines, enhancing the building's connection to earth energy and potentially creating a beneficial field around the area, promoting health, prosperity, and spiritual alignment in the community. And like I stated, These organs are found all over the old world. So this one is in Passau Cathedral organ in Germany, largest cathedral organ in the world, dating back to the 17th century. So in the 1600s, guys, this is what they were making. Look at this. Look at that. They want to tell us that we were so primitive back then. No electricity, you know, a time of poverty and famine. What I see here is a time of peace and prosperity. Look at the artistic inspiration, the grandeur of this. Largest cathedral organ in the world. And then we have this one here, which is in the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, and this is the most famous cathedral, the most famous cathedral organ in the world, dating back to the 14th century. And a nice stained glass window in the background. But again, like I said, it's not just cathedrals that you find these organs in. They're in town halls, in the old world town halls. They're in, you know, it's not just cathedrals. It might be a synagogue, mosque. They have these in religious temples, but they also have them in public buildings. They have them all over. And it just, if it was solely used just for playing, you know, for choir music, why have they got them in all these other buildings, and all these other buildings that have the same sort of architectural themes and designs as the cathedrals? So something to think about. Examples of Antiquitech bells. Now, the bells produce powerful frequencies that, in the context of Antiquitech, might harmonize and modulate the etheric or atmospheric energy collected within a structure. Entrainment of energy. The bell's sound vibrations could set the entire building into resonance, entraining the gathered energy, much like how vibrating strings on a guitar causes sympathetic vibrations in nearby objects. So, something that I have here. So this is a quartz crystal tuning fork. This is tuned to 528 Hertz. This is an F note. So the sound vibrations could set the entire building into resonance, just like how this can set the body into resonance. Sympathetic vibrations in nearby objects, quartz crystal. Just wanted to show that. Acoustic energy amplifier. Similar to tuning forks, the bell's vibrations may act as an amplifier, reinforcing natural atmospheric or etheric vibrations in the structure. Frequency modulation and transmission. Bells could broadcast modulated frequencies outward, dispersing energy across the surrounding environment, creating a protective and harmonizing field around the building or city. The bell's sound waves could function as carrier waves, much like radio frequencies that can carry electromagnetic signals. So think about that the bells themselves could broadcast carrier waves outwards to the local populace, to the local environment. Historically, bells were used to clear the air or shift the atmosphere's vibration, potentially balancing or purifying energy in the environment, aiding in protection and healing. And certain bell frequencies may raise consciousness, facilitate healing, and harmonize the physical and spiritual realms, making them integral to spiritual practices and rituals. So we look a little bit more here. And this is the Tsar bell. This is the largest bell in the world. It weighs over 200,000 kg at the height of 20 foot. And it was supposedly made in 1733. Was supposedly never used. Supposedly it was dropped. They were trying to raise it, and how you raise a 200,000 kilo object, how you even make it in the early 1700s with the technology that we're told that they had at that time at their disposal. Imagine being inside of that, just being stood in there, and this wasn't broken, and they bang it. Have you seen that scene on The Watchmen when Dr. Manhattan's inside that, or is it some sort of like nuclear power machine or like some sort of gamma radiation machine, and he stands in it, and he turns it on, it's like, and he just like evaporates. Just inside of that, just get fucking sent to the 12th dimension. The 12th dimension of the SAR belt. And it's no coincidence, you know, with this SAR belt, and it's actually quite good to see one at this size. If you've ever done any research into some of the equivalent of like the black budget military projects of the US, but in Nazi Germany, the famous one is the Die Glocke, don't know if that's how you say it, Die Glocke in German, which was the SS Bell, which was an anti-gravitational machine, essentially a UFO, that manipulated the electromagnetic spectrum, and you suppose it was very highly advanced. And there's also theories of time travel with it as well, which, you know, if you had something that was shaped like a bell and rang like a bell, you know, manipulating the electromagnetic spectrum. Interesting. And then we have this here, the Mingun Bell, 1810 in Neymar, weighs 82,000. I mean, look at these people. Now, no hate, but look how primitive they are. Literally wearing diapers. And we're told that these people, or their ancestors, well, evidently their ancestors did build this, but these people didn't build this. They didn't, like, how do you get that? How do you get those, like, that is, just that tree trunk alone, it'd be so heavy. So heavy. And then to get all of them up there and also passed through this hinge here, crazy. And also just the actual like construction here, it's like all brick. It's all like red brick here. It's like, who's making the red brick for them out in Neymar? Like, this is out in the fucking jungle, you know? Who's making red bricks? Where's the red brick factories over there for them to be producing this? There's just a lot of questions that come to mind when I look at this picture. But again, look how advanced this is. Like, what was this used for? You ring this, and obviously all this is overgrown. I mean, maybe at one point this wasn't a jungle or overgrown. This was just part of, you know, some advanced civilization. And it's actually something that I will cover in part 2 with my motherboard Gaia theory. This was actually a computer component, computer hardware component in a gigantic motherboard. Again, I will explain that more detail later on. And then in Nazi Germany, church bells were gathered and confiscated during World War II for the purpose of melting them down to create materials for war effort, especially for munition and weapons. Look at all of these bells, guys. I mean, what happened? What? Well, saying what happened. The war effort happened, but you know, to take all of these bells, to melt them down just for munitions, like, this is why all the bell towers are empty. You know, this is what really decommissioned a lot of these ancient machines, these healing machines, these buildings, multi-purpose buildings, but healing machines nonetheless. All of these bells and all of these wars that we have, subsequent wars, World War I, World War II, each war slowly destroys and erodes and erases the history of the old world, be that through the architecture, through its technology, through the people that die, the bloodlines of the old world. It's a lot of bells. Look at this one, big boy here. Yeah. Fascinating. Stained glass windows. So beyond religious symbolism, stained glass windows, commonly linked to religious buildings, are also found in non-religious structures, suggesting a broader purpose beyond biblical storytelling. Light as electromagnetic energy. Stained glass windows filter sunlight, potentially altering the frequency and vibration of light entering a space, which could impact the energetic environment. So an example of this technology being used today, this is a product of mine called the Prana bottle. So it looks black, but it's actually a violet glass bottle. And the way that it works is that you fill this bottle up with water or whatever liquid that you want. You put it out in the sun, and then as the sunlight hits the bottle itself, due to its unique patented mineral composition that creates the violet look to it, it filters the light in that it absorbs infrared, violet and UVA spectrum of sunlight, and then it refracts blue, green and other vibrations of the light spectrum. So when you have a plant that grows in sunlight, all the complete spectrum of sunlight, you know, aids it in its growth, but then over time, overexposure to certain frequencies of that light spectrum, then, you know, it goes in through the cycle, then causes molecular decay, and then the plant begins to rot and die. Whereas some of those vibrations of the light spectrum, when isolated and concentrated through a technology, can be very healing and energizing, and can reinvigorate and restructure water that's inside of this. And also my products are also encased in it, so you can put them out in the sun and it will charge the product up. And to build off that, you know, we are water. We're 70% water. The body is 70% water. So think about what that light's doing as it's coming through and being augmented and manipulated by the stained glass windows, the colors that are interacting with you. Think what that's doing to the water in your body. The sacred geometry. Many stained glass window designs incorporate sacred geometry, believed to resonate with cosmic and natural harmonics, potentially aligning the building with cosmic forces or the Earth's energy grid. The geometric shapes in stained glass windows might help generate or maintain specific frequencies within the building, creating a resonant environment supportive of spiritual or healing experiences. Certain colors influence consciousness and well-being, echoing principles of chromotherapy. So chromotherapy is a method of healing within alternative health, alternative healing techniques. Specific colors in stained glass windows could interact with chakra points, influencing mental, emotional and spiritual states. Windows may have been positioned to fill certain areas with therapeutic colors. Blue for calmness and spirituality, green for healing, creating a purposeful healing atmosphere. And by filling spaces with specific colored light frequencies, stained glass windows might serve as a form of vibrational healing, aligning individuals with higher energy frequencies. And stained glass could modulate both light and sound within the building, harmonizing with the acoustics, organs and bells to create a unified system of light and sound, enhancing the building's resonance. And when we look at this in a little bit more detail, we see here these church window designs, and then we can see here a top-down view of the DNA, or the double helix. And then we also see these cymatic frequencies here. They all seem to mirror one another. And that's not coincidental. It cannot be. It must surely be intentional. I find this building very beautiful. This is the Nasir al-Mulk Mosque in Shiraz, Iran, built in 1888, we're told. But look at this. Look at this, look at these colors, look how vibrant, how saturated these colors are. Imagine just standing here, you know, you're praying to God, you're connecting to God. Look at the architecture, look at the intricacies of these patterns on the wall. This is a psychedelic experience. You don't need any psilocybin or LSD here. This is a psychedelic experience within itself. Look at this. There with your eyes shut, just bathing in that light. Powerful. Some more examples of the different geometries used. This is an example of stained glass window being in a non-religious building. So this is Memorial Hall in Harvard University, built in 1870. It's famous rose stained glass window here. I think that's very interesting. Again, you know, this looks like an inside of a church, of a cathedral. Or does an inside of a church and cathedral look like this? What one, you know, what was the inspiration, and why is this a building within a university? Something to think about. And then this is something else that can be explored, adding and building upon what we've just looked at. This is the work of Tanya Harris, and Tanya is a private investigator, independent researcher, who went and conducted her own study in the Hawksmoor churches. Hawksmoor churches are buildings that were built by Nicholas Hawksmoor, who was a famous 17th, 18th century architect. He is in the same sort of league and time as Sir Christopher Wren. They both worked on St. Paul's Cathedral in London together, supposedly. But these are his buildings, and they're known as Hawksmoor churches. And what Tanya did is that she went in. You can see her here with some audio recording equipment. And what she did is just recorded the ambient sound of the church itself. So there was no organ playing, there was no one else in the cathedral other than her, or church other than her, and she just recorded the ambient sound of just the atmospheric sound of the cathedral. And then what she did, using some sound engineering programs, she isolated the sound and then amplified it. And then she played the sound back through a speaker and put water on top of the speaker. And these are the patterns that emerged from the ambient sound that she then put into clay here. So this church here, this was the sound of the ambient sound of the church. The same here. So each of these churches have its own unique ambient sound, just due to the architecture, just due to the resonance of the building. And if this is what that ambient sound is doing to the water here, imagine what it's doing to the water in your body as you interact with it, as you walk through the church, as you walk through the temple. The ambient sound, the ambient radiation is affecting you on all different levels. You know, it's affecting you biologically, physiologically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. This is a holistic interaction that's taking place between the building and you. But I thought that was very interesting work. You can explore that more in your own time if you want to. Tanya Harris, Hawksmoor Cymatics. So, examples of Antiquitech: the Temple of Man, healing manifestation machines, and quantum computer hardware. So, this is what I believe that the holistic grand purpose of these buildings or machines were. Sacred architecture and human body resonance. Sacred buildings, temples, cathedrals, and the human body are both designed with principles of resonance, energy generation, and healing in mind. The human body as a bioelectric field interacts with its surroundings, absorbing and emitting energy. Temples aligned with ley lines or cosmic points may amplify local electromagnetic fields, impacting human consciousness and energy. Just as the body has chakras and energy channels, temples use sacred geometry to amplify and direct subtle energies, enhancing the flow and alignment of energy. Temple structure as human anatomy. So sacred buildings often mirror the human body's anatomy, with areas like the altar representing the head or crown, symbolic of higher consciousness, and the nave representing the spine, akin to the body's central energy system. So think of the kundalini, the spine. Geometry is functional technology. The use of sacred geometry such as Fibonacci sequences and golden ratios served more than aesthetic purposes. It was used to stabilize, amplify, and control energy fields, tuning the structure to universal harmonics. Temples as macro versions of the self. The relationship between the temple and man is one of energetic resonance and mirroring. These structures function as larger versions of the human energy system, designed to facilitate subtle energy processes and serve as spaces for alignment and transformation. In this sense, entering a temple could be like activating a macro version of the self. Purpose beyond worship, these buildings were extended beyond religious practice, operating as spiritual technology for energy manipulation, healing, and consciousness enhancement. And temples may have been part of a larger planetary energy network, aligned with cosmic forces for benefit of both human consciousness and the surrounding environment. So I believe the human body is a reality creation machine. I believe through the consciousness of the individual and collective, that the body is used as a reality creation machine, and I will explain the process of reality creating in part 2 of the presentation. And that the mirroring of this sacred anatomy in the buildings themselves are like activating a greater macro version of the self, and by doing so it allows you, through your focused intention, your prayer, as you connect the end terminals of your bioelectrical system, the central nervous system, to your pineal, to your head, to your focused intent, you can amplify that intent through the technology of the buildings, of the machines, so that you can then alter, and this is what I will discuss in part 2, the informational field. In part 2 I will explain the digital physics of the reality that we experience, that everything at its core is information. We are contained within an informational field, and these machines, just as the human body, and when we connect with the machine, allowed us and allows us now to alter the informational field in order to create a reality. And one of the things that I've listened to before from Martin Liedtke, and I do actually like this idea, is that these machines have been hijacked and repurposed, decorated with religious iconography, if that's a church with Christian iconography, a mosque with Islamic iconography, a synagogue with Judaic iconography. These monotheistic religions hijacked these machines, and what happens, it creates an energy Ponzi scheme, is what Martin says. And I really like that idea, and that you go in with the power of being a aspect of the creative oversoul, and you walk into these machines that have the power to influence and augment and manipulate the informational field. But instead of using that power to create your own reality, you pray to a god, you pray to a malevolent god, you pray to the demiurge, the god of these monotheistic Abrahamic religions, and it is ciphering that energy for itself when you should be using it to connect to the true God, the creator God, the oversoul that lies outside of the informational field that we are contained in. But that will be explained more in part 2. I just think that this again is a very interesting subject to kind of touch base on. This is Wells Cathedral. Again, I live like a few minutes away from this door right here. A lot of symbolic or symbolism on show here. You see these 3 doors. This is something that Masonic researcher Richard Gassaro has explained as the triptych message, and it shows the balance or unification of the 2 opposites in order to experience the Godhead in the middle. So it might be male, female, positive, negative, these different opposites that when interact and are balanced, you walk the golden path in order to experience God through this middle door here. And then here we can see an example of the human body, you know, in comparison to a Gothic church and a Hindu temple. This is the work here of Schwaller de Lubix, who was an archaeologist and researcher in ancient Egypt. He was actually the mentor of John Anthony West, who's one of the most influential ancient Egyptian researchers ever. And Schwaller's book, The Temple of Man, is very, very insightful, but very hard to read and understand. And this here is the Temple of Amun, I believe. The Amun Temple Complex, which we will be exploring in part 2, because again, to build off what I was saying, is that I believe that all of these buildings, as being reality creation devices that interact with the informational field, I believe that they are also computer components of a gigantic motherboard of a gigantic quantum computer that the Earth was terraformed to interact with the informational field. Is that our ancient ancestors, they knew that we were in a false reality. That's why they call it the Maya, or the Hindus called it the Maya, the illusion. And they understood that this was an informational field, and they built temples and constructions in order to interact with this informational field through the science of vibration and resonance. And I believe that what happened is that these buildings, when they were online and activated and connected through the global grid, is that they created a resonance in the localized environment that basically upscaled reality as we perceive it through our central nervous system. Think of playing like a PlayStation 1 game with, you know, basic 2D or basic 3D blocky graphics on a standard definition television, and then upscaling that to like modern PlayStation 5 graphics, which are almost lifelike. Imagine the difference between the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 5, and then imagine the difference in the perceptual reality that when all these machines are activated, the resonance that they create, they allow for the upscaling of perceivable reality to essentially render in the heavens, or render in higher dimensions onto this plane of existence that we exist and interact with. And that is why there's been a systematic destruction of these old world buildings, and that is why we, as especially now, as the introduction of brutalist architecture and less harmonic architecture, it affects the epigenetic response in the body, and the world seems to be becoming less colourful. the world seems to be becoming less alive. And that is because as all this architecture, or the remnants of this architecture, is destroyed, even though it's been decommissioned and it's not functioning the way that it used to, and the Earth grid isn't active, our perception of reality is essentially dying, because these machines are being destroyed and being replaced with something less harmonic, and that creates the epigenetic response on a cellular level on how we perceive reality to be less epic, to be more dull and mediocre. So that's what I'm thinking with that, guys. I will explain more of the quantum computer aspect of all of this in the Earth grid in part 2. And then what I wanted to do with this now is just explore these images in a little bit more detail. I haven't, for a specific reason, on purpose, said where these pictures originate from, where they are, because I don't want to create any bias towards any religion, or I just want you to experience. You can connect with the energy, you know, light is an electromagnetic energy, as we've discussed. You can connect with the energy of this place by just interacting with these photos, just by looking at these photos. How do they make you feel? So I'm just going to be quiet for a bit. I'm just going to scroll through them, and I want you to interact. I want you to feel, like, how do you feel looking at this? Does it make you feel inspired? Does it elevate your soul and consciousness? Or does it not? Does it make you feel closed? Does it make you feel scared, fearful? What feelings does it invoke? So I think it's important to state and understand that architecture is a direct reflection of the level of consciousness that can conceive and create these masterpieces. So when we're looking at these temples and buildings that were built in the, well, you know, the last 1,000 years accordingly, or, you know, this here, the Hagia Sophia, you know, thousands upon thousands of years. What are we told about the people of that time frame? What are we told about civilization as a whole, the technology that they had at their disposal? What lies or truths have we been conditioned and programmed to believe about these people? Were these people in a time of war, poverty, famine, or were they in a time of peace and prosperity? I mean, just looking at these buildings, this here, I mean, that, the bottom right, I mean, that's like a DMT trip, you know. You like, look at that, look at the intricacies of that artwork with that beautiful mandala. Wow, crazy. And this is kind of ties into the work of Dr. Ibrahim Karim with biogeometry, I actually had the honour of interviewing Dr. Ibrahim on my podcast, the Red Pill Initiation Hour, a few years back, and we discussed his work with biogeometry, which is the qualitative or the analysis of the qualitative physics of the radiation that form shapes emit, and these buildings produce what he calls the BG3, which are a spectrum of radioactive radiation properties, which consist of what's called horizontal negative green and the higher harmonics of gold and ultraviolet. And these buildings, in the way that they're constructed, the shapes they use, the dimensions, it creates an uplifting atmosphere for spiritual evolution, but then it's also grounding in that it connects you to the earth, to the present moment. And it can be very healing, and they come and by utilizing these three harmonics within the biogeometry spectrum of analysis, they create a native electromagnetic protection from non-native electromagnetic fields. So in a sense, you do get some form of EMF protection when being in these buildings, from my understanding of Dr. Kareem's work. And then what Dr. Kareem does is he replicates these dimensions into shapes that he then helps with, like house planning, and he was, I believe it was in Switzerland that he was employed by the Swiss government, that a town was suffering from EMF poisoning, and he went and changed the layout of the town and a few of the buildings with the architecture in accordance to these biogeometry principles, and everyone's health skyrocketed, and it helped with natural EMF protection. I may have just butchered that explanation, but off the top of my head, it was a few years ago that I had this conversation with him. That's the closest that I can get to explaining his work. So yeah, if you want to check that out. Yeah, just these buildings. Just interacting with these photos. The architecture, the layout, the colors used. It's beautiful. And then history painted in a completely different light. So a lot of these buildings we can still see over in India with some of the old ancient Hindu temples, but specifically the European cathedrals, they all used to be painted. So here we have Wells Cathedral, and this was built in the 12th century, 13th century, and this is what it originally looked like. It was coloured. And when you look at it again, like I said, with the light and the colour, it affects the electromagnetic spectrum. It affects how you interact with these buildings. And in the 1500s, during the Reformation period and the dissolution of the monasteries, Henry VIII and Cromwell put out an order to abolish all these monasteries, but also all of the cathedrals that were around that were coloured, that were too reminiscent of the ideals of Catholicism. They were all whitewashed. So all of the paint was white, the building was then whitewashed. And then in 1851, again that date, 1851 comes up during the Victorian Restoration period, all of the paint was ordered to be scraped off in what's called the Great Scrape. Now, questions that raise: how do they have access to large-scale paint production to be able to paint these gigantic buildings in the 12th, 13th century? I want to know. And even earlier, when it comes to these Hindu temples. And then the question that is raised is, how did they scrape all that paint off? So it was whitewashed, so it was completely white, and then in the 1850s, 1851, they scrape all that paint off. How do you scrape off all of that paint off the whole building? Seriously, think about that for a second. How do you scrape off all of the paint in 1851? How many people did that take? How long did it take? That seems like an impossible task to me. But you know that it was true because when you go onto the inside of these cathedrals, all of the inside of the cathedrals used to be painted. And just like with the Egyptian temples, where you see all of the hieroglyphs and it tells a story of the ancient past, our past was displayed inside of these cathedrals. As you would walk through them, you would journey through time, through murals and stained glass windows, and it would tell a story of our true past, of our history. And then all of that was taken from us. It was scraped, it was whitewashed and scraped off. And you can still see some of the remnants. In Wells Cathedral, there's a few walls that have like tiny, like very faint pictures that you can see. In St. Albans Cathedral, you can see it. Some of the churches, you can see faint outlines, but that was unfortunately a part of our history, or at least evidence of our history that has been removed. And this is a polychromed past, the west front of Amiens Cathedral, France, coloured by lasers. So again, this is a laser show that was put on, but look how different the interaction is between yourself and the machine and the building when it's coloured like this. I feel like it invokes much more wonder and awe and fascination, and just it gives it, like, they're already breathtaking when you check them out as they are now, but when it's coloured, it's just a whole different dimension of experience. And then we see here St. Basil's Cathedral in the Red Square in Moscow. I mean, it makes them look like magical, mystical buildings, machines. It invokes that sense of wonder and connection to like the fantasy realms that when we think of like sci-fi fantasy, medieval fantasy with wizards and warlocks, witches, all those mythical beings, the griffins flying around. Like, this is the sort of world that I think of. And then this was the west front of Exeter Cathedral, reconstructed from an analysis of paint traces. Again, just the attention to detail. Like, how did these people have the technology in a time, this was in like the time frame of a feudal system. Everyone were just farmers. The church ruled supreme. Everyone was a fucking peasant compared to the monarchy, the church, you know, the upper class. How did they have the resources to do this? So I think that these buildings have been here for a very long time. I think that, as I will explain later on and in part 2 in more detail about cyclical resets that affect this realm and affect civilizations throughout time, that these buildings were found, that they were founded or found dead in mud, and they had to be unburied, unearthed, and a lot of the components were damaged and they were repurposed. And some buildings were repurposed for religious purposes, some buildings were repurposed for public civil use, governmental use, some buildings were taken by the elite as their own households, and yeah. But I think looking at it when it's in colour, just like I said, paints history in a completely different light. And this is a clip from Van Helsing, and I think this is a good, this paints the picture, gives a good idea of how all this technology would work in unison. So in this clip you see Frankenstein's monster. He's hooked up to a device atop of one of these old world buildings, and it gets hit with lightning, and it has to interact with Frankenstein, which is essentially a cyborg, part man, part machine. The body is a machine, but again, all of these machines work holistically with the body. It's the machine-body interaction. And just look at the visuals, and again, just try and visualize this in your mind's eye of like it not being completely fictional. That we have to connect to our imagination to conceive these ideas, and these ideas are part of the collective consciousness or past experiences.
You must fly!
Good old Hugh.
My friends are doing it for me. Friends? Yes. You want one? I can unscrew the bolts. This is gonna hurt. I am accustomed to pain.
So you're gonna see now, like, the lightning comes down and strikes the antenna. You know, so it might be fictitious and fanciful to believe like such a reality did exist in the past, but I believe, you know, our imagination is connected through the collective consciousness of past experiences, and when we can tap into that, we begin to rediscover aspects of our history and ourself that's been hidden and suppressed. And I do believe that these machines operate in such a way. You look at how the generation of the energy was taken from the natural world, was harnessed and then channeled into giving life. I think that's a really good depiction of what it could have looked like. And of course, empty hall, but all the same architecture. Again, before these buildings were repurposed, they probably were empty like that. And that energy would have flowed through it, and all that energy is then stored within the rock, within the stone. What do you think? What do you think when you look at that? Moving on to the next example of Antiquitech, which is star forts, so also known as bastion forts. They're a type of fortification that emerged in Europe during the late 15th, early 16th century. Not limited, of course, to Europe. They're found all over the world, as I will show in these examples, from North America, South America, Asia, Africa, and beyond. Supposedly, the original purpose was for defense against new military technologies of the time. But you'll see that some of these are so far apart. What was the technology advance, the military technology advance in the 1500s compared to the 1800s that required the same design, you know? So in Japan here, Fort Goraku, completed by the shogunate, can I get in 1866. Fortified town in Willemstad in the Netherlands. So again, what do these images make you when you look at these? Are these possible to create in the time frame that was given? Ancient star-shaped Mahaja Manjarabad fort, built in 1792 in India. I mean, look at this. Look at this on top of a big hill. Look at all this foliage around it now. What must have this looked like when it was first created? I mean, what was going on in India in 1792 that needed a similar sort of design to a military fortification? Like, what's this? What practical use does this bit in the middle have for a military fortification compared to, you know, what was going on in Japan in the mid-1800s? Alba Carolina Citadel, a medieval fortress in Alba Iulia, Romania. Look at the size and scale of this. And in order to conceive this as well, like, you know, you only appreciate this from a bird's eye perspective. And if there was no aircraft back then, how and why would you design it in such a way? Citadel of Jaca, northeastern Spain. Here's one, Fort Bourtange in Netherlands, completed in 1593. In the 16th century, guys, in the end of the 16th century, they're building this. They're landscaping like this. All they have is like shovels and hammers and chisels and saws, and they're somehow terraforming the landscape to create something like this. I mean, look at the cymatic imprint that this creates. Imagine like the resonance field that's being created, just being within the field itself, like a big dome. built by the Venetian Republic in 1593. Look at the size of this. Like, what's the diameter of that, I wonder? Look how big that is. Fortified town, look at the size of this. Like, oh, so it's just a defensive moat. It's like, is it though? Really, look, boom, cathedral, bang in the middle. Big energy harnessing device right in the middle of it. It's almost like a macro computer chip when you look at it like this, which, again, we will explore further. Nearly 1,000 years old. Alright, so you know, the military advances, the military technology advances were just as dangerous to the people 1,000 years ago as they were, you know, in the 1800s for the need to build this out. Medieval walled city of Medina and Malta. So I've been to this, I've been in here, and when you actually walk in these streets, they call it the Silent City. There's a very peaceful, tranquil energy that you feel when you're walking through here. Even though it's busy and it's full of tourists, it's still it's got a very peaceful aura to it. Probably due to the design that you're within the field. Again, big cathedral there. And it's out in the middle of nowhere in Malta as well. In fact, Malta itself is a gigantic star fort. The actual island itself is a star fort, and it has micro star forts built within it. 1650s, I mean, look at this one. Look at the intricacies of these buildings as well, like the geometry, the layout. Looks like a computer chip. Literally looks like a computer chip. Portugal. And here we go, Liberty Island. You don't think about this because you just think of the Statue of Liberty, but it's built on top of a star fort. And it's interesting that we see a lot of these from Holland, because New York City was originally New Amsterdam, or the New Netherlands, where the Dutch occupied that part of America for a period of time. You know, did they build this? Did they build this out? No, they just built the Statue of Liberty on top of this star fort. So something to think about. Some theories propose that the geometric shape of star forts, particularly the symmetry and alignment with geomagnetic fields, could suggest that they were used as energy collection or distribution centers. Some theorists speculate that the moats and water channels surrounding the star forts had a role in managing or even generating energy using water flow, potentially linked to hydroelectric principles or water-based energy systems that were used in earlier civilizations. So something to think about. And then we examine this in a little bit more detail with a specific focus on Fort Jefferson. So Fort Jefferson is located in the Dry Tortugas National Park in the Gulf of Mexico. So it's located 70 miles west of Key West and was part of a broader network of coastal fortifications built in the 19th century to protect key American ports and waterways. That's what we're told. It is the largest brick masonry structure in the Americas, covering 16 acres and with over 16 million bricks. So remember what I told you, how many bricks they were capable of producing at this time frame. And that was up in the northeast of America, not in the southeast and not on a little coastal man-made island by the looks of it. The natural cement for the mortar came from the mines near Rosendale, New York. Distance between Rosendale and Fort Jefferson is close to 1,300 miles. Construction of Fort Jefferson began in December 1846, so we're told, and by 1860 it was only half complete and the construction was halted in 1870. I mean, it looks pretty built out and finished to me. Don't know what else they were planning on building in it. Workers supposedly consisted mostly of enslaved people hired from their owners in Key West and other parts of the state of Florida. So this is what they're telling you. They're telling you that the biggest masonry building in the US of a 16 million plus bricks was built by slaves. I mean, does this architecture look like it was built by slaves? Like the joinery, the skill of this, I mean, built by slaves, fuck's sake. Look at this. What is this doing out 70 miles of Key West? The mortar was from 1,300 miles away up in New York. How are they transporting all of those bricks and mortar to this place, Fort Jefferson? How are they transporting that mass amount of bricks? How are they building this out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico? And what was the original purpose of this? For military purposes? Really? Really? I mean, come on. The biggest masonry building in America, 16 million bricks built by slaves. Yeah, of course. So, moving on, healing drinking fountains. So this is something that you see a lot of in the old world. These fountains were advanced technology that blended art, science and spirituality to help both hydrate and uplift the local populace. Water is still to this day massively misunderstood, with modern science only now beginning to explore the multi-dimensional properties of one of life's most mysterious substances. So the spiritual symbolism shown that many cultures viewed water as sacred, using fountains adorned with symbols like lions, serpents or mythological beings to infuse the water with protective and spiritual energy. Now this might seem a little bit arcane to most, but the work of Dr. Masaru Emoto has shown that when he took water and put a label of I love you or I hate you or thank you or love and gratitude and you disgust me, and then froze the water and looked at it under a microscope, you could see the molecular structure of the water had changed significantly, and the message had imprinted and impacted the water to show that some of it was like hexagonal snowflake-like patterns, geometrically precise patterns, whereas the negative labels had created disharmonic formations. And it makes you think, you know, if you drink from a can of monster energy or liquid death or whatever that you're drinking from in today's modern world with, you know, modern beverages, you know, what is that encoding the water with? What is that imprinting the water with? What message is that uplifting? Or is it slowly killing you? Flow dynamics. Fountains are often used spirals, curves and natural flow patterns to create living water, thought to maintain a structured and revitalized state compared to stagnant water. So this is when you get into the work of Dr. Gerald Pollack, and you can see down here his work with easy water, which means exclusion zone water. It's the fourth state of water. We're familiar with water being H2O, and when it's in this fourth state it's H3O2. This is something again that we will be covering in part 4 in more detail. And it's called exclusion zone because it excludes impurities and contaminants from the water, and it creates a negative charge and a crystalline lattice structure, molecular structure in it. And this is also ties into the work of Victor Schulberger, in that when you vortex water, the spiral vortex of water, it turns it into this living water, this easy water. So again, it's electrically charged, guys, and we start to look at these old water fountains, like look how much detail and attention has been given to a water fountain. Do you really think that much attention and detail was given just for aesthetic purposes? Of course it had a function to it. Everything was done by design, attention to detail, and detail is where the spirit shows itself. That's why there's no detail left in this modern world. They've taken the detail, everything's mass produced, everything's surface level, but the depth of the detail is where the spirit's intelligence manifests. And you look at this is from Victoria Tower here in London. Imagine again, just look at this Antiquitech here on this building, you know, harnessing through this rod, the bells broadcast it out. This bit here picks up the charge and it spirals down the spire into the water itself. Holy water. Again, what are we using? Wrought iron here. Wrought iron, it's, you know, it's ferromagnetic, so it has the most magnetic potential, and you see a lot of wrought iron on all of these buildings, which I'll show you in further on in the presentation, that the wrought iron is what I believed you see it on gates, you see it on fences, you see it everywhere, because that was the conductor, and that's what picked up the electromagnetic energy that was broadcasted from these machines. But again, look at the tech on top. Look at the tech on top. It's all to do with being able to create living water. This is in Philadelphia, this one here. Poseidon face. What's Poseidon doing in Philadelphia in the 1800s? Get your own gods, guys. What's with all the paganism? What's with all the pagan gods? Again, more designs from, you got Hermes up here with the caduceus. I mean, I didn't even know the caduceus is symbolic as well for the double helix. Francis Crick hadn't even discovered double helix by then. But yet they've got it on here, water affecting the DNA. The different faces, gargoyles or lions or different sort of alchemical symbolism. Again, this was one of the exhibitions, World Fair exhibitions. They've taken that from us now. Water is heavily privatized. It all used to be publicly available. Healing, holy water for all. Let's zoom out of this. So the antique fountains often incorporated metal like copper and bronze, which have natural antimicrobial properties to help purify the water as it flowed through these materials. Again, bronze, copper is something that's used in Ayurvedic medicine or Ayurvedic tools. And also copper is a conductive metal. So again, it's all about just conducting, harnessing the natural electromagnetic spectrum and energy. Fountains have been placed on ley lines to amplify natural earth energies, charging the water with beneficial properties or subtle energies and electromagnetic fields. Fountains were designed with shapes like circles, triangles and spirals, believed to resonate with specific frequencies that enhance the water's health-giving effects. So again, the spirals are some of the most important attributes in regards to the geometry, as spirals create toroidal fields. Water's conductive and memory-like qualities could allow it to retain energetic and environmental influences, supporting the idea of living water. So back to Victor Schauberger, who was a 19th century Austrian naturalist. His work with vortex in water, living water, spring waters, living water. And that's the water that we don't get in today's water supply, be it bottled water or tap water, apart from the heavy contamination of pollutants in tap water. It's dead water. And that is a vital component. It's the subtle energetic component that's missing. The loss of understanding of subtle energy is something that is detrimental to all life forms. And to progress this understanding of water, in the 1800s, hydropathy was a renowned form of medical care. I've actually been to here in Matlock, which is in the Peak District of England, Smedley's hydropathic establishment. It's now shut down, but this was originally one of the original hydropathic facilities. It's always at these spa towns, and there's a number of spa towns that utilize the natural healing powers of the local springs. They call them spas. So there's Matlock Spa, Cheltenham Spa, Bath, where the famous Roman baths are, is a spa town. Royal Lymington Spa. All of these spa towns at one point in time were used as healing centers. You can see building here, Old World Antiquitech building. So this is from one of the brochures of the day, which just showing the treatments available. So they had like Turkish baths in there, and they were using like cold water therapy way before it was popular and cool and hip to do. You know, they were using ice baths, they were using steam rooms and saunas, they were doing, you know, cold shock therapy, they were doing, you know, using saunas, heat shock proteins, something that Dr. Rhonda Patrick always talks about, artificial sunlight therapy, electric treatment, pine baths. I thought this was interesting. High power parabolic reflector. You know, they'd wrap people in cold towels and get the body to naturally respond to that, Wim Hof style. And then this, look at this, the ultraviolet ray. This was based off, you know, high frequency medicine, based off Tesla coil. The violet ray, kind of a new age idea, but still that is grounded in some science. This kind of builds up, well, this was the foundation that Royal Raymond Rife built his frequency devices off. You can still buy these things today. They're classed as like, you know, pseudo medicine, but it's all frequency, it all works. And they knew this back then. And they utilized this technology. And that was eventually closed down, and they ended up destroying the building, as you do, remove all evidence. So we're moving on now to a different subject. We've covered, you know, a number of different forms of Antiquitech and how they worked individually, and then how they worked together holistically. And now we're going to look at some old world architecture all around the world. And this is referring to a type of architecture that can be found worldwide. You call it neoclassical, they call it Gothic Romanesque, Gothic Revival, colonial in some aspects. They've got all these different words for it to describe it, and, you know, architectural enthusiasts are probably rolling their eyes. Oh, it's all different stuff, it's all different. Well, when you look at it, it all looks very similar. It all looks like it's got the same signature from the same builder race. To me, you may disagree, but I think that we can find a uniformed architecture throughout the whole world that was still present leading into the 19th century. A lot of it's been destroyed now and been replaced, or a lot of it's been repurposed, and a lot of it's hidden away behind the, I was not going to say the marvels of modern architecture, but behind the immensity of large skyscrapers and glass buildings. You kind of, it kind of distracts you from the original masterful works of art. And yeah, we're going to have a look through some different places all around the world, and this kind of supports Fomenko's theory and claim that the Russian horde, as he called it, was a global empire that existed before the 1600s and then has been systematically removed throughout time. So Old World Europe we'll begin with, and we're just going to explore these buildings in a little bit more detail. We're going to have a look at the Antiquitech. So I'm going to introduce you to the Rebis magic wand of truth, and then we're just going to get in and highlight, zoom in on some of these bits that we see, these bits of tech that are on top of all these buildings. So this is in the Red Square in Moscow. This was 1884. Again, just look at the ground, all dirt, muddy, you know, all wrecked. I mean, you can tell actually it's like concreted, some of it, but it's all been wrecked by something. Another picture of the Sarbel. You know, just looking at the people around it. Did these people build these buildings like we're told? I mean, what's this up here? A little bit of tech on the top of the tower. I'm surprised that these buildings actually still see the light of day. I would have thought that the Soviet Union would have got rid of all of this. St. Basil's Cathedral. So this picture here is somewhere in Amsterdam, I don't know where, but again, just look at the tech on top of the buildings. Very techy. There, a little stained glass window, little cymatic window right there. I believe this is in Germany. You got all this, the layout of the gardens. Again, cymatic gardens. Just look at the architecture. Look at the buildings. Again, this is in a time where there wasn't electricity, there wasn't power tools. This is in Amsterdam. Very impressive building. It's a famous building. I don't know what it's called. It's got that striped brickwork, the red brick on it. Again, just big battery, big capacitor on the global grid. Bell tower, all the bells are gone, and then we're going to start looking into the Mudflood later on. You can see evidence of it here where there's windows popping out ground level. So these buildings go down much deeper and further than ground level is today. This is St. Nicholas Basilica in Amsterdam, supposedly built in the late 1800s. No construction photos. Again, I've shown you that they had photographic technology back then. Why are they not documenting the building, the construction of these architectural feats? Why? What is their reasoning for not doing so? I mean, very, very techy, almost a bit Moorish and almost reminiscent of that Saint Basil's Cathedral. You know, that sort of dome, that interesting dome on the top. New town hall in Leipzig in 1905, Leipzig. Again, it looks very fantasy. It's almost like Rapunzel Tower, you know. That's how I kind of see it. Imagine Rapunzel being up here, being guarded by some sort of dragon flying around. But again, you see all these poles popping out of the buildings. You're going to see that a lot. Royal Arch in Dundee. I mean, look at that. I think that was destroyed in 1960. Up in Scotland. Wow, very impressive. This isn't so much like old world Antiquitech. I think it just shows different layers of civilization. This looks more like Heliolithic, Megalithic, and then you've got 1, 2, maybe like 3 different layers of civilization. Cyclopean architecture, kind of reminiscent of what you see over in Peru. Sacsayhuaman. This is the earliest photograph of London, 1839. Interesting. This is St. Isaac's Cathedral in 1858. Supposedly took 40 years to build, and coincidentally the chief architect died as soon as it was built in 58. And then this is the photo in 1880. Like, what's going on here? What's with all of this? Like, it looks like it's been deserted, and it looks older than what, 22 years? This looks way older than 22 years. Look at the, just look at the brickwork. I would like to see what was on this pediment here. Be interested to know what sort of characters are in the pediment. The bells, though, the bells are there, and they got the little balls with the little antenna coming off the top. I mean, very, very fascinating. Yeah. This is in Portugal. This is actually from the 1500s, but again, just showing the intricacy, the artistic inspiration in these buildings. But again, it's the same, it's the same sort of style that you see. I think this is, I don't know if it's a Templar building. It definitely had a part to play, and the Templars were around that part of the world at that time. And then that's Europe. Then we move to, of all places, guys, of all places, this is in India, not what you'd expect to see in 19th century India. Look at this building. Look at this. This is the Victoria Terminus. This is a fucking train station. Really? A train station for this? Wow, this is one of my favorite buildings in the world. It's still there today. You look at it and you're just like, one of the most majestic buildings ever. Cymatic windows. Look at all of the antenna coming off every spire. Look at this. Arches everywhere, pillars everywhere. I mean, look at these people. Simple people. Basic people. And it just goes on. Look how big this construction is. How many bricks did it take to build this? This building next to it. The big dome on top. Like, how did they get that dome up there? Again, striped building, red brick. This is red brick also. Yeah, just look at these. Look at this. Bombay in 1890. What is India doing building these sort of buildings in 1890? Now, I know that the British have had a lot of influence on India all the way back from the British East India Company in the 1600s. I get that, but it doesn't explain how they're capable of this sort of level of architecture. There's a clearer one of that. So before, this is what it was called before. It was the Victoria Terminus, Chapatri Shiva Terminus. Just look at it. Absolutely epic. Again, just when you see it in a little bit finer detail, it just looks techie. Keep using that word. It's just like, it looks like a computer component. It looks like a healing device, a machine. Here we go. Just what you'd expect to find in Bombay. A university convocation hall, 1890. Built in 1869-74. Just what you need for a university building, a cathedral. Yeah. And then we have floor fountains. So what we see here in the center of Bombay is this little ornamentation called Floor Fountain, which was built in 1864, but this photo was taken in 1890, dedicated to the Roman goddess Flora. Now ask yourself, what is a Roman goddess, Flora, doing in the center of Bombay in the late 19th century? Please ask yourself, what is going on? That's two cultures removed. You've got the Brits coming over, supposedly building this. In India, a Roman god. What has the Roman god got to do with the British? Okay, the Romans did have occupation in Britain, you know, but that was a long time ago. What are you still doing? Building a fountain in honor of a Roman goddess in India? Unless it wasn't the Brits who built it. Unless it was another culture that built it. Again, look at all these buildings behind. Just spires everywhere. These simple people walking around, they haven't got fucking shoes on. Just dirty feet people, bare feet people, walking around in fucking mud. Wrought iron everywhere. Told you the wrought iron's conductive, ferromagnetic. Crazy. I wonder what it would have been like just to place yourself in this woman's shoes right here. Well, no, she ain't got shoes, but this woman's feet, and just to look down this avenue, what it must have felt like. Epic. Would have fucking stunk, as it still does now. But still, it would have been so epic just to see all of this. These buildings, Bombay High Court, Rajabai Clock Tower. I mean, 1880, it was all just mud. It's all just fucking mud. Like, what's going on? And what's going on here? You know, statue Fort St. George, Madras, 1880. Look how old these buildings are. Look at this Greco-Roman architecture, this neoclassical architecture. What's this doing in India? These people, you know, just this guy down here. Look at him, just fucking pants. That's all he's wearing. And these people helped build this. You know, what's this little adornment doing here? Little rotunda here. Some statue. But again, spires everywhere, big pillars, grandiose. I would like to see what's on this pediment here. But what's this doing here? These people just stood in fucking mud. Stood in mud in their sandals or barefoot. You know, and they're building contraptions like this. Iron pillar. So they don't actually know the origins of this pillar. They don't know when it was built or made. This was a photo taken in 1880, and you can see here this arch been semi-destroyed by something or some event. But this looks very techy to me as well. Big iron pillar, again, ferromagnetic, big conductor of electricity. You know, you do the math. Elephanta Caves near Bombay, British era, 1880 photo. So, you know, they want to convince you that a bunch of primitive peasants with no power tools, no electricity, simply decided, you know, this looks like a pretty nice cliffside. Let's just carve out a highly sophisticated, intricate temple into this stone wall with nothing but hammer and chisel. Oh, fucking hell. Some of these stories, I mean, to me, and this will be explored further in part 2, this looks like the remnants, what they call survival pocket of a melted building. If the idea of a melted building is new to you, basically what it is that there was some form of event, they called it the X Factor event, plasma apocalyptic event, that smelted and melted these old world buildings. That what you're seeing with this cliff face here is actually part of a building, a greater building, and it's melted and eroded over time to where this pocket of survival down here is all that's left of the remnants of it. But you only have to imagine how catastrophic the event must have been in order to induce this level of damage to a construction. And we will see more of this in part 2. I will show much more convincing evidence for this event, to prove melted buildings exist. And if that's something that interests you, there is a good channel on Instagram, on TikTok, called Meltology, Red Brick Meltdown, Tartaria Meltdown. So shout out to Tartaria Meltdown. That's some very good eye-opening content. The General Post Office, British era, Calcutta. And it's like, now do you need a post office to look like the White House, to look like a US state capitol building? And let's get the old Rebis wand out. You can see these antenna coming off the top of these buildings, wrought iron detailing as well. Wrought iron detailing on the top, it's always there. But you know, this Greco-Roman architecture, these big pillars, you know, just this building here to the left, like, what is going on in India? Not the India we were led to believe growing up existed. And this is another example of a melted structure. You can see this fortification, almost castle-like structure built on top of this stone mound, and it looks like it's coming out of the mound, almost as if this whole thing was a building and something's heated it from below and it's melted from below and it's kind of melted in on itself, and then it's solidified, and that's the remnants of the original building. Again, like I said, use your intuition, use your imaginative brain. What are you seeing and feeling when you view this photo? Are you seeing and viewing what they tell you to see, or are you seeing and viewing what intuitively you feel? So yeah, that is India for you. Just not the, obviously India has a complex history, a very ancient history, but its recent history leaves a lot to be desired. Old World China. So, moving on to Old World China. What do we see here? A few pictures that really captured my interest when I was doing the initial research into finding some photographic evidence of some out-of-place architecture. And what we see here is this castle-like structure. You can tell that it's taken up, you know, a block or so. And this is the sort of architecture, castle design that you'd expect to see in Europe. A little trifecta pattern going on here. Not something that you'd expect to see in early 20th century China. And then we have a street layout, French Park, French Concession in Tianjin. What really captured my interest here is the street layout itself. You got a little bandstand in the middle here. I don't know if that's a bandstand or a public water fountain, but we can see the geometry at play here. Maybe this was repurposed, maybe the street layout was here from a prior time. But again, the redirection of energy all flowing into this central point. Maybe an obelisk may have been there at one point in time. Just thought that was interesting. And then we have this, which is Shishiku Cathedral, Beijing, before the Boxer uprisings of 1899. Now, I don't know what I think of this picture. I don't know if it looks... I don't know if it's something to do with the actual facade, the geopolymer coating on it. It kind of looks a bit cheap. But at the same time, there is something very, very magical about it. I'd like to know what this symbol is here. I just find it odd to have that. I don't know if that's an older building with plastering around layered over it to make it look newer. I don't know, just didn't expect to find that in China. And then we have this. This looks like a very old building, and this is Trinity Church, or the mayor's house under construction to the left here. Shanghai, 1850s. Again, big antenna pole coming out the top. Looks a very old building, looks very weathered, looks like it's been there for a few hundred years. And then we have northeast corner of the city wall and temporary graves of Zhenhai 1870. So this is another example of a melted structure. You can see the top here that has survived. And they will try to convince you that they've just built off the top of this, but when you actually see how the masonry joins to the rock, it's merged. And you see that all over. You see it a lot here in the UK and a lot of examples in the US, all over the world. The rock's always like merged in, melted in almost into the foundation rock, which just, I don't know how they've done that. And then you have this little door down here, this little entranceway into the caves, which the caves will probably be the remnants of the melted interior. I thought it was interesting nonetheless. Now this is the sort of architecture you expect when exploring ancient Asia. Well, this isn't ancient, this is very recent. But you can start to see the tech here, just up on the top. You know, it looks very coil-like, doesn't it? Like you'd see on an electrical pylon. But then what interests me is seeing all this foliage. All this foliage just growing off the windowsills here, off the edges. Now why hasn't that been cleaned up? Why isn't this being preserved and looked after? Why has this just been left derelict? I mean, you got this tree that's kind of growing through this construction here. And it just makes me wonder why they've just let it rot. Why hasn't someone come in and renovated this place? Unless it was something recent that happened that caused localized destruction and people needed to evacuate this area. Maybe a flood, and the flood carried over all the mud onto the top of this. And then the mud, obviously, from there started to grow all this foliage. I don't know what to think. The Panzu Pagoda, Haitang Temple, Guangzhou in 1875. And then here's another one. So this is in Randangta, Tangzhou near Beijing, 1870. But it's the same thing, you know. You got mud floors. You know, this looks old red brick. Looks destroyed. And then we get to this, and you can see up here what's going on here. Some sort of metallic, like, or like a spiral with like almost looks like a little bit of a star in the middle, but again looks very techy. Very techy. Does make me wonder what was going on in China in the late 19th century. And then we move to Old World Brazil, and I found this very fascinating because the ideas of Brazil and what I thought it would look like at this time period was not what I found. Rio de Janeiro. So I've been to Rio. I spent a number of weeks traveling around Brazil during my times on the cruise ship, and we visited Rio a number of times as our port of call, and it doesn't look like this anymore. No favelas in sight here, but again, look at this wrought iron or detailing all along the top of these buildings attached to antenna. It almost looks like you're walking through Paris here, walking through Europe. I know the Portuguese had their influence in time of occupation in Brazil, but it doesn't explain how they've managed to build these sort of buildings. I mean, look at this. Literally is like what you'd expect to see from a place like Paris. These buildings look old. You know, there's that striped building again that I shown earlier. Had them in the Amsterdam, the red white striped buildings. Here's a little bit of a higher def version actually of the same street. You know, all of the adornments on here. I'd like to know what was going on with these little crests here. Again, you can just see all of the antenna just poking off all of the buildings. And then this is the location of a World's Fair exhibition that they held in Rio. I believe this is just behind Corcovado Mountain where Christ the Redeemer is. But again, look at this ground. Completely muddied, completely uneven, yet you've managed to build these supposed temporary structures on this uneven, unleveled ground. And if this is in the building process, where it should look like a construction site. Very odd, this building. It's definitely not temporary. Look at the size of this building. Again, same sort of architecture. Why would you be building this sort of architecture in Rio? In Brazil of all places, even if it was a world fair, make it something specific to your own culture. If you have all these people traveling from around the world, make it something unique, something that identifies your culture, unless it was a culture, the same culture that built the rest of the architecture we've been exploring so far. So this is now in Sao Paulo, and we got a little bell tower here. Nothing too advanced, I just wanted to bring these pictures up. We've got muddy floors again with the, like, where is the foundation for this? A little bell tower there actually. A bit more primitive, but a bell tower nonetheless. And this, look how scorched this looks. I don't know if that's weathering or what causes this darkening of the stone, of the masonry, but it's looking pretty scorched. And then here we have, you know, as you do, an obelisk in the middle of Brazil in 1862. Just some little back-end town and some little back-end suburb of Sao Paulo, and we've got an obelisk. The obelisks, of course, played a vital role within the Earth grid, as could be argued that they played the role of an antennae. Look at this, like, look at this. Again, just very simple people, you know, people just trying to survive, people just trying to get on. And then you have architecture like this, which, okay, granted, it's not as super as advanced as some of the others, but look how old this looks. Still got little bits of tech remaining on the top, but it looks like it's been scorched. Looks like something's just ran through this place. Fucked it up big time. Or the raw iron again on the window ledges, on the balconies here. We've almost got like a little ball here. I wonder what would have been on that ball. Maybe a little ball of mercury? Maybe. Maybe not. Just observing. So that's Old World Brazil. And then we move to Old World South Africa. Again, just another surprising place to visit in the late 19th century. Same sort of buildings that we see here. Again, wrought iron at the top here. You know, look at this architecture with the columns, dirt roads. So this is all in Cape Town. No, this is in Johannesburg currently. And I know, you know, there was British occupation, imperialism. There's been a history of British occupation in South Africa, the likes of Cecil Rhodes, which we will be exploring later on when we're examining some of the robber barons of the day. But I just find it hard to believe that these people here can build buildings like this. I don't see how they were trained with the skill set to be able to manufacture and construct buildings like this. We've got some more antennae here, little bell tower there. Here we go, a little bit of tech popping off the top here. This building here, it's relatively believable they could make, but I'm looking and I'm seeing, for example, these mud-flooded windows just on the bottom here. It makes me believe that this building is a lot older than we see, but again, just completely muddied out floor, you know, completely muddied out. You know, if you can pave pavements, why can you not pave the road? Unless an event happened and they paved the pavements after new leveled buildings and they just couldn't get done to the road yet, they had to re-level it out. And this is a very interesting building. Look at this, very European-esque, but look at this big antenna popping off. Very fascinating building, looks very gothic. Looks like something you'd see in, what's that road, is it Diagon Valley? In Diagon Alley in Harry Potter? Sort of building that you'd expect to see in that. Again, very New Orleans-esque, place that we will be visiting in a little while. Looks like the French Quarter, doesn't it? Again, just all wrought ironing designs, very over the top with ornate detailing here. And then we're moving on. So now we're in, this is in Pieter-Maritzburg. I don't know if I pronounced that right, 1901. So this place here, this city hall was supposedly built in 2 years. And this is a big city hall when you look at other pictures of it. This has a big footprint. Again, you can see the striped red brick aesthetic. Few different little bell towers, one there, one here. And again, we're led to believe that these people, you know, look at these people just trying to survive the British occupation, trying to make a living, trying to provide for their family in a place that is still ridden with poverty, yet they have the ability to be able to the ability and resources just to construct a masterful piece of architecture. Look at these columns over here. In the space of 2 years, nonetheless, when they didn't have electricity, they didn't have power tools, they've got telegraph. This building looks quite old here. So now this is in Cape Town, this is on the beach. And look at these buildings. These buildings are very reminiscent of something that you would see in Galveston in Texas. I've been in Galveston and I was taken back by the style of architecture that you find there. There's something about the style of architecture in Galveston, Texas that's very, I don't even know the word to describe it. But it gives you a certain feeling when you're there of just out of place, out of time. Again, just techie bits popping off the top here. This looks buried. This looks very, very unsymmetrical. It looks way too wide. It looks like it should have an extra few floors to balance that out. My personal opinion. Darling Street again. So with the Opera House in the background here. Again, little bell towers. Mid 1860s, looks very old. These brick facades, very old on these buildings. So Old World South Africa, and now we move to Old World Australia. So we're going to be looking at late 19th century on these pictures. And this is about 100 years, give or take, from the supposed discovery of Australia by Captain Cook, and less than 100 years from when the British supposedly exiled all of their felons and dregs of society over to the prison colony of Australia. And within less than 100 years, they're building stuff like this. For a post office, nonetheless, they've got so much resources, so much time on their hands, so much artistic inspiration that they're just going to build a post office like a European palace with a big clock tower, big bell tower here, big antenna. I mean, even this building over here is a little bit overkill. You know, what's that, like 12 plus stories to it? Again, I think it's this one. I'm not too sure. It was supposed to be built within, like, it's got a real stupid backstory to it. The Queen Victoria building, Sydney, 1898. I think it was built in like 1 or 2 years, but this looks very kind of Ottoman style. You know, this is something you'd expect to see in Istanbul. Something you'd expect to see, you know, around that part of the world, just with these domes, and you've got these little balls on the top of it. Again, something going on here. Maybe there was a bell, but on big dome, big rotunda there. You know, all these columns. What is going on with this? Like, if you're going to build a building in honor of Queen Victoria for the Commonwealth, you would build it to look traditionally British. This doesn't look traditionally British whatsoever. St. George's Cathedral, Perth in 1860. Not necessarily an impressive building, but it's very old looking. Like, that looks older than 100 plus years to me. It almost looks like it's been dismantled, like something was on the top here as well. This is the one. The Melbourne International Exhibition of 1880. So, this building here, look at this masterpiece, right? Look at this masterpiece. It was built in 1 year, guys. 1879 to 1880. You're like, what? I mean, come on, get real. I mean, it takes, you know, you see them popping up all over the place now. You have like Audis and Lidls. It takes them like 1.5 years, 2 years to build like a simple boxed Audi Lidl on the high street or in the suburbs of the UK. And they're building something like this, something as grandiose as this, in 1 year. And also look at this massive organ that they've got in here as well. What is the need for an organ? Like, look at, that's a big organ as well, guys. Yet there it is, built in 1 year. That's what they will try to convince you. That is what history states. No explanation. Look how big it just keeps going on and on. Like, look at the footprint, how many bricks, how much time and labor. I keep repeating myself, but you need to keep asking yourself whenever you look at something like this, because it just does not make sense in the slightest. Or it doesn't to me anyway. You know, I'm sure there'd be someone with a smart ass answer that would be able to try and explain it, but how they do that in 1 year in Australia when they're about 1 or 2 generations removed from unskilled prisoners. So this is one of the streets, Collins Street in Melbourne. Again, it just looks like a fully built out city. Fully built out, you know, this looks like a city that's been here for a few hundred years. Look at this architecture. Now one may ask, you know, what was the Aborigines up to if this was already here whilst they were there? I don't know. I don't have the answer for that. You know, the Aborigines are, in all respects, very primitive. Or they were when they were found by the British. So they wouldn't have been able to make this. But someone did, and I just don't think it's these people. I don't think it's these people that we see here. I don't see them building any of this. No construction photos, no nothing. They don't show anything, it's just here, and I told you they've had the technology to be able to show construction photos of, look at this, the Melbourne Stock Exchange. Why do you need a stock exchange to look like this? Oh yes, let's just write the stock exchange, 1890. So this is another one that was built in like 2-3 years. Something ridiculous, but look at this. It's like a cathedral. It's like you'd expect this to be attached to a cathedral to house all of the priests. Look at that, Simon. You know what this reminds me of a little bit is it's Doctor Strange's house. What's it called? Doctor Strange's place in New York. A big window at top. I'd love to see what that looked like inside. Again, very techy up here. Just completely unnecessary. Why do you need all of, like, you're a stockbroker. You know, you're working on the ground floor around here. What is there? People walking around the ground floor here. You know, you haven't got aeronautic technology to fly around, supposedly. What's with all this? Why do you need all this detailing up here? Who's going to appreciate any of this? Ah, here we go. The Federal Coffee Palace. Such love for coffee that you need to make a palace for it. And not only that, you build this in 2 years. 2 years, we got a little bit of Mudflood going on here. Big columns all around. Look at this, mercury balls up here. Really impressive building this. Really impressive to be built in the late 19th century. It's an electric tram they got here as well, by the looks of it. You know, what's an electric tram doing in Melbourne in 1890? Very, very suspicious, this building. The absolute size and scale of this thing. I wonder what this is as well. Wonder what adornments are on these buildings. Always Phoenician. Always like Phoenician statues and faces and Phoenician deities. Never anything that's relevant to the people of the land. You know, to the people that were there. Why are you not doing something that's more culturally relevant to your people? Unless it's the same people's. So yeah, that's Old World Australia for you. Raise a few eyebrows, I hope. And then we move into Old World Iran, and this isn't necessarily, I didn't include this to show you like architecture that is of a similar theme. I wanted to show you Iran, because this is from a private collection, these photos. They were only released to the public very recently. They were in some royal private collection, and when you explore these in a little bit more detail, I mean, for me, it's not so much the architecture on display that's impressive. For me, it's showing a post-apocalyptic world, and a recent one. You know, if this was all happening around the time of ancient Mesopotamia, you know, the Persian Empire, or whenever this was to have happened and it was to be destroyed, ransacked, why hasn't someone come in and just cleaned this up? Why hasn't someone come in and just repurposed all of this? Like, look at this. This is completely endgame. It's completely mashed, you know, just turned to rubble, fried, melted, whatever, in its own footprint right here. Just a ruin of an older civilization. But why has no one come in? Like, look at all of this. Like, what happened here? Okay, you've got this that's obviously survived. Whatever, all of this didn't survive. Like, look, that would have been a lot of buildings, but it's been absolutely destroyed. Look at it. All this would have been. It's sad. It's sad to see. I feel for these people here. You know, they're probably not knowing what the fuck to do with life now. You know, just had their whole life taken from them. Or they found this out in the middle of Iran and just kind of taken refuge here. You know, got their little wooden scaffolding up to try and repair it a little bit. But all of this, crazy. You know, and for me, with my eyes, call them delusional eyes or awakened eyes, whatever, I don't see this being a natural cliffside. There's too many right angles. Look at this right angle here. You know, these parallel lines. More right angles over here. This doesn't look natural to me. This looks like the remnants of a very ancient wall that's been smelted. And then here we just have a few pockets of survival, people just lining up for a photo shoot, who these people are, their history, who's their descendants, you never know. But yeah, I just thought it'd be fascinating to see, you know, they're just obviously at one time a very advanced civilization. You could almost call it the cradle of civilization. And this is by no means the most advanced architecture in Iran. They've got very advanced, but I just thought it was interesting. Look at all the artwork here on very beautiful. And then we move on to examining the idea of a mudflood. The Mudflood reset. This is something that is synonymous with Tartaria. If you think Tartaria, you think Mudflood. You think Mudflood, you think Tartaria. And this picture here, obviously it's not real, but this is an artistic depiction of the idea of the Mudflood, and this was for a museum exhibition showcase in Russia. I don't know what it's Muar Museum in Russia. But it kind of gives you a good idea of what, when people are a little bit exaggerated, but it gives you an idea of when people talk about the Mudflood, what they're trying to say is that there is a whole layer of civilization, of history beneath our feet that we just don't know about. We're busy with our own lives, working 9 to 5, trying to survive, trying not to get endgamed, and beneath our feet is our real history. A history that has been maybe not even erased from the history books, just completely unbeknownst, completely forgotten. So we're going to start off with something a little close to home, the Williamson tunnels in Liverpool. So I went to university in Liverpool. I spent 3-4 years there and very much love Liverpool, love the people, love the place. It's one of the only places that have maintained any sort of original, authentic personality for a community. The Williamson tunnels are a labyrinth of tunnels and underground caverns under the Edge Hill district of Liverpool in northwest England. They were built in the first few decades of the 1800s. Again, this is all speculative when I'm reading this. This is from the official Williamson tunnel website, under the control of a retired tobacco merchant called Joseph Williamson. The purpose of their construction is not known with any certainty. Theories range from pure philanthropy. These philanthropists have so much time and money on their hands to just, you know, so friendly of them. Offering works to the unemployed of the district, to religious extremism, to tunnels being an underground haven from a predicted Armageddon. Something that we will touch upon again later on. Although some of the tunnels have been lost over the years, how do you lose the tunnels? Okay, a lot of them still exist today under what is now a residential area. Different sections of the tunnels are being cleared and renovated and open to the public. The remaining parts of the labyrinth are closed, with many suspected tunnels yet to be rediscovered. So again, there's just so much more of this than they know, and there's more that they don't know about. The so-called banqueting hall, which is this hall here, 64 feet long, 14 feet wide, and 27 feet high. And the tunnels, the walkable tunnels, 6 feet high, but no one really knows when they were built, who built them, why they were built, and the fact that there's much more of them than we know of. But just look at this, like, again, look at the masonry, look at the like, this is the sort of joinery that we've seen in Fort Jefferson. Same sort of arch design, all red brick, of course. Like, what is going on? So the supposed story is, I might be wrong on this, is that a local was wanting to build something in the back garden. They needed to make a foundation, and as they dug up the back garden, they just found this, just found an entrance into this. They burrowed their way in, and as they kept going, it just kept getting deeper and deeper and deeper, and this is what they found. And this was completely forgotten about, and then they kind of found out that it had something to do with this Williamson character. Yeah, building it for the unemployed. Right. Alright. But again, you see, like, all of this kind of like machine marks. You know, like, look at these striations, like machine marks on it. Looks very old as well, very old. Look how big that is. You know, building that for the unemployed. What are the unemployed doing? Oh, here we go, get underground. You know, this looks like almost something that you would build for preparation of an apocalyptic event, an Armageddon-like situation. You know, this could fit a number of people in. You know, you could kit this out. I wonder if it must be ventilated as well. Yeah, good old Liverpool. And then just up the road in Manchester, 1911, a group of workmen demolishing some houses on Cumberland Street uncovered an underground passage that led to what has now been termed the Deansgate Tunnels. And Deansgate itself has quite a rich history. It goes back to Roman occupation. So maybe these were Roman tunnels. I don't know. But again, just completely buried. You know, look at this with the bridge. This bridge just completely underneath, you know, underneath Manchester. No one knows. And there are stories of, like, they built these, or some of these tunnels, not all of these tunnels, because those tunnels they didn't know about at all, but later on for air raid safety. And then I've bricked them all up, coincidentally. I mean, look at the brickwork here. Look at this polymer. It looks like melted. It looks completely mashed, and you can see, like, I don't know if this blue is from the I don't know what it's from. I don't know what sort of chemical reactions happened here. Don't know what this is covering. It almost looks like this is covering some sort of metal maybe behind. Maybe it's like copper and it's on blue. I don't know. Yeah, way in Gents Laboratory. But again, look, you see that same sort of brick where it kind of looks a bit scorched. And again, you know, Manchester was the epicenter of the Industrial Revolution in the UK at the time. But still, underground, you know, these blacked out bricks looking scorched, and what was going on down here? Leaves. Yeah. And then moving across the pond to buried North America, a number of, if not most, cities, major cities in the United States and North America all have underground tunnels, underground catacombs, just an underground aspect to the city that has mostly been forgotten about. So this is an example here in Indianapolis, Indiana. Seattle, Washington. The story behind the Seattle, Washington underground is that it is the remnants of the 1866 Great Fire, which we will be exploring later on, which doesn't make sense because how does a Great Fire bury something underground? I really don't know. New York City, I believe this is the catacombs underneath St. Patrick's Cathedral. Yeah. Okay. Toronto. This was 1915, I believe. These photos were taken. Okay, I mean, some of them may have been repurposed for sewage, irrigation systems, but, you know, it all looks old. All of this just looks old. Cincinnati, Ohio, this was underneath a big... I'm actually going to show you a building later on in Ohio. That it's not the building, but it looks very similar to the building that these tunnels... that when burrowed underground, these tunnels were underneath. A lot of these tunnels connected to these old world buildings like that. They were like the entrance points to these old world buildings. And the same for Manchester. You can access those tunnels through some of the old world red brick buildings, which is, there's loads of them in Manchester. Columbia and South Carolina. And then, you know, these tunnels aren't necessarily tunnels that are related to DUMBs or deep underground military bases. You know, they like to say, oh, you know, these tunnels were used during the Prohibition era, you know, when they were moving around alcohol and other illegal produce and goods. And you're like, yeah, really? Why would you go out of your way to like make something like this just for that? It would be much more primitive. Like, this looks like something that a lot of thought and time has been put into for this. And skilled masonry. Skilled labor was needed to build all of this. This isn't something done as a reactionary action to Prohibition. So yeah, we will explore North America in detail a little bit more. And then we move on to the rest of the world, and then we can start to see sort of like external evidence of this mud flood phenomena. A lot of it that we're going to be seeing here is all around like Russia, which is, you know, it makes sense if we were talking about Tartaria. But we see a lot of these buildings that when they are renovating the area and then they sort of dig underneath ground level, you see, you know, it's not just foundation stone, but this would have been, you know, a functional part of the building. You can see, you know, we would have had a window here, you know, we've got window arches, you know, they've obviously had to level it out and put a new, and make that ground level. But look at them digging it out. Just these tunnel systems that are unearthed, you know, layers of red brick and then a different type of material. You've got like column, like almost like Corinthian style columns there as well. The Maui statues in Easter Island, again, look how far down they go. Buried. I don't think they were buried intentionally. Temple, I believe this is the Temple of Apollo when they were unearthing it, but again, look how far submerged this all is. You know, that's a good like 20 plus feet. And then here, just more of them digging out this road here, and what do we find underneath? Just whole parts of this building, windows that have been buried. You know, these bits here are probably more like the foundation of it, but even still, you can still look like there's almost like door frames and that down here. And then look, we see here just some fucked up street, you know, windows just completely half buried. You know, this is definitely not intentional design. You know, they like to tell us that, oh, it's because people of these days had servants, and the servants used to live in the basement. And they had to have a little bit of light, so we gave them a little window. But then it just doesn't explain how, you know, these windows just pop out of the ground the way that they do. It's just not functional for a building design. And then just a little bit more carried on. Got this building here, look, on top, but something more ancient and older, completely buried underneath, again all red brick. And then here we've got You know, some sort of tunnel system of some kind, just completely submerged, forgotten about. This building here, very old world-esque when you're looking at the architectural design, but again, look, you know, we've got ground level there, we go sub-ground level, and then we've got windows that were there, we've got all types of features that would have been the original, would have been used in the original building. And then here we just see windows popping out of the ground. You know, as the ground sort of levels out, you can see that the windows come up more, and then they get submerged more. That's probably how the road, when the Mudflood had, you know, kind of resided and sort of like found its base, this is probably what was left of the building, and you have to take a few steps up then. You know, you have to go up a few steps to get to ground level. It's like, why do you need a few steps up to get to ground level? You just always have it at ground level. Just more evidence of, like, here we go, just windows submerged. Here, windows submerged. This is in India, I believe. You know, look at this. This is a good 15 feet high, and just, you know, these entranceways were just completely buried to this part of the building. How high up that goes, I don't know. There might be even more. There might be even more building underneath for all we know. Buried pillars. And then I believe this is in Paris, and as they're like digging this up and they remove all of this like sedimentary rock, it ends up looking like this, where you can start to see like a much deeper, like all the way down to here, there's like presence of construction. Very interesting. I mean, even with Paris, you've got the Paris catacombs, you know, you've got all the underground tunnels there. This building here is a good example, just, you know, this whole layer that's been submerged underground. They've had to rebuild a door on ground level, and look, they've even had to bar off that, which was once part of a big window system there. Yeah, Paris, just digging this out, they might tell you, I don't know what the official reason for this picture is, they might tell you it's like, oh, you know, we're constructing underground tube station, railway station, but no, I think just like how they supposedly laid 10 miles of track in one day, I think they just dig this shit out. I think it's already there, it's just buried and they have to dig it out, and then everything's just repurposed. So that moves us on to the next subject, which is Capriccio art, fantasy or reality. Capriccio art is a style of painting that emerged in the 17th and 18th century, characterized by what we are told as imaginative or fictitious depictions of architecture and landscapes. These paintings and engravings often feature classical ruins in mud, majestic buildings repurposed, and supposed impossible combinations of structures from different time periods. We're told blending reality and imagination. And the question I will raise is this really the case though? Or were these artists simply painting what they saw before their own eyes? Unfortunately, as there is no photographic evidence for either position, there is no way to know 100%, but it is important to consider an alternative explanation than to just blindly accept what we are told. And this picture here, I can't remember the official name of this piece of art, but it shows, you know, some old world building, a lot of Phoenician adornments, the big marble columns, and obviously you can see all of this fine art all over the wall, and the fine art is supposedly showing all the buildings of Rome. And we see these elites, you know, these elite aristocratic class, you know, going through, maybe making notes of all of the artwork that they have in this room. And, you know, there is a reason why the elite hoard and prioritize the value of classical art, of fine art. One, because they launder it. You know, there's a lot of money laundering involved, and a lot of other eyebrow-raising, suspicious shit that they get up to. But I think they hoard it in their private collections because it shows the past. It shows the past that they do not want us to see. you know, they're happy to allow us to see some classical art in the museums, but obviously they don't give a fuck about it, as they let these geeky little twerps come in and throw soup and paint over it and wreck it with Stanley blades, and no repercussion for them and their actions. But the most valuable art is always the private collections. There is something to it. I think that's why, you know, that's why they hoard it. You know, if they hoard it in their own private collections, in their manor houses, in their estates, or if it's in underground facilities, you know, is it in the Vatican archives? I don't know. But yeah, I just found that picture fascinating, because I think that's kind of what happened after the reset, is that all of the real valuable classical art was taken, and then they decided what sort of art would be shown to the world to show us the history that they wanted to, the historical narrative that they wanted to run with. And that takes us into a little bit of an exploration of some of this Capriccio art. And then what we see is a world in ruins. We see a world that is supposedly, well, evidently been devastated. Now, is this fictitious and just imaginative in nature, or were these artists painting what they saw? Maybe it's a mixture of both, but even if it was a mixture of both, it still presents you with the reality that they did paint what they saw on some occurrences. You know, and you see this old classical architecture in complete ruins, completely decimated. You've got all this foliage growing off the top, which would allure to some form of flooding disaster or event to bring mud up onto the top. And through some time, like, it kind of looks like what you see when you know, when you watch these post-apocalyptic films like I Am Legend or something, and you see how nature's like reclaimed. Look at these people just on top here. You know, and the people are really out of place. They're just, you know, these people didn't build any of this. These people inherited all of this. They don't know what's going on. You know, look at a big obelisk here that's destroyed. Look at this, just classical temple, complete disarray. These people just hanging out, socializing. You know, just trying to survive, as we all are. Passing through, a little bit repurposed. They've tried to, you know, maintain some form of structural integrity, putting up wooden support beams. But again, you know, these people didn't build this. They're not capable of building this. And okay, it may be completely fictitious, but for me, we've already looked, as I've shown you, at the camera obscura technology of the day. They could have just plonked one of these around, and then they could have just, and it, like Fomenko said, ancient Egypt, Rome, Greece, it all happened he claims, all happened in the Middle Ages. So if they all did happen in the Middle Ages, and there was some form of event that happened, that ended those civilizations, you know, a few hundred years later, we enter the Renaissance period, where coincidentally all of this classical literature, you know, kind of resurfaces. It's very odd, the time, you know, the accepted time between the supposed fall of Rome and the classical world to the Renaissance period. Like 1,000 years is a long time. Maybe all of this happened in 1,000 years. I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that, but it's an idea that I would entertain. Yeah, I just think this is very interesting to look at. And then we move on to some more work of Giovanni Piranesi. Giovanni, who I introduced at the beginning of the presentation. This is some more of his engravings. And again, what we see is a world in ruins. And this looks very familiar to what I'm going to show you later on with the results of the Great Fires in America. But we just see these people just, you know, just walking through this wasteland. Like, look at all of this. I mean, imagine having survived some sort of apocalyptic event as such, and just walking through the wasteland afterwards, what that would have been like for these people. You know, our ancestors. And then we're inside some sort of building here. I don't know if these people are trying to get water. or looking for treasure. But look, you got the griffin, nice griffin up there. I was telling you earlier, the griffin was a national symbol of Tartaria. These people just, yeah, I don't know, just all these skull and bones. I mean, maybe they added a little bit of fictitious elements to it. You see skull and bones just lying around, but again, just the, and here we have like some sort of arch. It just see like to have the imagination to be able to draw this at like without it being there. I'm not saying that it can't be done. It can definitely be done, but I just feel like, you know, these sort of pictures. Giovanni was engraving what he saw. And then this one of Rome, and you got the Colosseum over there. But look, you got these people down here, and they're literally digging out the mud. You know, they're trying to unearth all of their old world. They're trying to regain some normalcy in their life again, trying to dig out maybe their homes. It's all been mud flooded. Look at it, this whole street, this whole area has just been mud flooded. And where does this inspiration come from, just to draw this out of completely imaginative state of mind? Like, what you go, oh yeah, you know, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna draw Rome. I'm gonna draw it being covered in mud and in ruins. And the thing is, like, how many artists are there today that actually do that would draw or, you know, create some form of art where it depicts in London or New York or Moscow or Madrid, and it's completely in ruins, completely covered in mud, completely destroyed. And not only just the chance of them doing that, but then for them to become a famous historical figure like Giovanni Piranesi was. He was a famed engraver, archaeologist. He was also an archaeologist as well. You know, he wasn't just like some random bloke that was just drawing pictures. He was like an accredited archaeologist, a respected one as well. Look at all this, just completely destroyed. And other bits of art that he's done in the past, which I haven't shown, is that he was very famous for drawing like underground prisons or underground labyrinths, like very complex underground facilities, like old world looking, all bricked out. And I do have here this book called Piranesi, and what it is just a book full of his designs, and it's just all of his work of showing ancient Rome, showing these ruins. I'd actually like to be able to, I wish I kind of had it ready to go. Oh, this is actually interesting. Right on the front cover you can see here like star forts that we were looking at earlier on. I think that's quite fascinating, just all of these different star forts. Maybe on another video I can do like a more of the underground aspect of his work, because it's really good. It's a big ass book. But yeah, one of my favourite artists of the classical world. Yeah, a lot to discover through his work for sure. And then we move on to Old World America. So this is going to be an interesting exploration of America in the 19th century. Now, growing up, we are programmed and conditioned through the history books, through Hollywood, through the media, of America being relatively primitive, being relatively empty, the wild, wild west, wiki wild, wild west. Cowboys and Indians, the pioneers moving west and discovering new land, new settlements, the stories of the Mormons up in Utah. And then we see photographic evidence of America in this time frame, and we see a completely different narrative begin to be told. And this picture here is from the 1893 Columbian World Fair Expedition, and this is the centerpiece of the World Fair, where we see the Court of Honor, this was called, and this building here was called the Administration Building. To the left here, there was, or was the right, the manufacturing building. I'll go in a little bit more detail into all this, but what I find very interesting is that we have this figure here that's holding some staff with a Phrygian hat on top. And the Phrygian hat, we're told, was taken as a symbol of liberty after the Civil War. It was adopted as a symbol of liberty after the American Civil War. But the Phrygian hat has its history rooted with a number of different cultures. Cultures that's supposedly separated not just by geographical location, but by time. We have it associated with the Scythians who we explained and introduced earlier on as a element of the Tartarian Empire, of the Persians, the cult of Mithras with the Mithraean mystery schools. The Phrygian hat is a very, very interesting symbol to find in late 19th century America, in Chicago, of all places. Chicago, of course, as I shown on the map, Shilaga. Remember I shown you the Ortelius book earlier on, and it's shown Shilaga. Maybe this is the last remnants, the last photographic evidence of what a possible Shilaga may have looked like. So we're going to start our exploration of Old World America looking at one of its most famous cities, being San Francisco. So the official narrative on San Francisco is that pre-1769 the region was inhabited by the Ohlone people for thousands of years, we're told. And then in 1769, Gaspar de Portola expedition first discovers the San Francisco Bay. So the San Francisco Bay was supposedly first discovered in the late 18th century. And then from there it changes hands between being a Spanish settlement to then being under Mexican rule, all the way up to 1846, where the US captures what is then known as Yerba Buena during the Mexican-American War. And then in 47, Yerba Buena is then renamed San Francisco. And then coincidentally, just as the US captures or recaptures this place, in 1848 to 1850, the California Gold Rush happens, and it leads to a population boom, transforming San Francisco into a major city. So a few things that I just want to look at prior to doing a little bit more of a further deep dive is this is the old map here in 1669, so late 17th century, of the Sanson Mariette Amerique Septentrional. Don't know if that's how you say it, but they always show California to be an island, which is very interesting. And this is something that you also find in some of the 19th century occult literature, Madame Blavatsky specifically, when she talks about the 7 root races, and she talks about how California was once an island and it will become an island once again, and it will actually give birth to the next root race. But then it has a lot of myth and lore surrounding the Isle of California with its queen, supposed queen Khalifa, and her Amazonian army. And then we have this whole, so we see like America's like mapped out from the east, and then we have this whole section here in the west and midwest, which would have been where this supposed Russian horde would have occupied. But what we see on this map, and this isn't where San Francisco is, but we do see that there is a San Francisco noted. And this is, I believe, my geography of America isn't the best, but I believe this would be like the Big Sur area of California, and then this would be the California Bay. And we have San Francisco right here. I believe San Francisco would be more so up here. The scale is a little bit off on this map. But maybe this was a San Francisco that was known about. Maybe this was it, and it's just displaced. And there's a lot of discussion and evidence surrounding the idea that Sir Francis Drake actually discovered San Francisco. Sir Francis Drake on his travels in the 16th century. and maybe it was named after him. But I just want to show you this picture here that we have as the oldest photo of San Francisco in 1850. And what we see here is a fully built out city. We see fully built out. You'd expect it to be, you know, wooden huts. You'd expect it to be Wild Wild West. You know, the people that were going out there were people that were wanting to mine gold, chasing the gold rush. They wasn't, you know, laborers capable of... But where are they getting all these bricks from? Like, look at these windows. The windows haven't even been fitted, or they've been removed. But this looks like an old building. You know, this looks like an old city. 1850. Supposedly, in 1848, there was only 1,000 people inhabiting this place. But within 2 years, they built it out into what we see here. You know, this building out back here. And then we see in 1856, we see, this is what I expect it to look like this, all wooden shacks, like single 2-story floor buildings. I don't expect to see buildings like this, you know, with columns. You know, like look at these columns. I want to know what these are on the pediments here. What sort of symbology is on display. But you don't expect to see these type of buildings. And again, it's like mud flooded as well here. You can see like they got some windows popping out of the ground. What is this building doing here within 6 years of people just first moving here? You should be focusing on developing a sustainable community through agriculture, through, you know, just protecting yourself from bandits and Indians. Natives, I should say. Not building this, not focusing on building buildings like this. Where are you getting the skilled labor for this, the materials for this? And then another thing that I raised my eyebrow is that the California gold rush we see here, this was the gold mining region, with this region here, this orange region, being where the mother lode, quote unquote, was to be found. And here is San Francisco. Now, San Francisco is about 200 plus miles away from this area, so we're told that San Francisco experienced a population boom because of the gold rush. But if you were participating in the gold rush, why would you want to be positioned 200 miles away? 200 miles away, where you have to lug all of your gold through the Wild Wild West without the infrastructure in place, no road networks, no railways in place to be able to get you back to San Francisco, which is on the coast here. It seems completely impractical and dangerous. Why would you not prefer to live like literally at the mine itself? Like, you'd want to live like right around here. Sacramento would be a way better town to choose. And you look at the population of Sacramento during this time frame and over the spanning years, and it didn't boom nowhere near as much as San Francisco. And that does raise an eyebrow to me. Why would you do that? Why would you put your life at risk to travel 200 miles back? 200 miles, they didn't have cars, it was like, that would have been a few days plus of travel to get to the gold mine, to do your work, and then you have to go all the way back. Someone please make sense of that to me. Maybe I don't know the full story. I don't even need to know the full story. I look at this and I know it's bullshit. And then this makes it even more bullshit when you see this. So, between 1849 and 1851, San Francisco got burned down to the ground 6 times. 6 times in the space of 2 years, guys. So the first fire, December 24th, 1849. 50 buildings get burnt down, $40 million worth of damage. Okay? So less than 6 months after, boom, a second fire happens. 300 buildings this time, $160 million worth of damage. So these figures here are adjusted to inflation of what the value would be in today's money. Third fire, so a month after, another fire, 150 buildings, $200 million worth of damage. And this is the official story of San Francisco, guys. I'm not making this up. And then a few months after, a fourth fire happens. 200 buildings, $20 million worth of damage. Then, you know, about 8 months after or so, we have a fifth fire in May 4th, 15th. So May 4th on 1850, and in exactly a year to the day, to commemorate such a fire, we have a fifth fire. 18 city blocks, not just any fire, but the most damaging fire of all. 1,500 buildings, $480 million worth of damage. And then again, a month after, just like it was a month after again, from before the previous year, 500 buildings go down, 14 city blocks, $120 million in damage. All within 2 years, total damages caused at $1.02 billion. Now, someone please explain to me how a city that is a brand new city in 1848, that had only 1,000 people living there in 1848, in the space of 2 years, whilst all of these fires start to kick off, not only can you have a civilization or a population boom, how do you have 6 fires that destroys, you know, thousands of buildings, like just over 1,000 buildings? Well, no, it's over 2,000 buildings. How have these people in the space of 2 years built 2,000 buildings? How have they built 2,000 buildings that are worth the grand total of $1.2 billion? Like $1.2 billion of infrastructure is not the sort of infrastructure that's being built by primitive, gold-minded individuals. They're out there trying to mine the gold. They're not out there trying to build a metropolis of ancient Rome. When you're looking at these buildings, and they're like, oh, you know, the fires happened because it was all wooden structures. It wasn't wooden structures. This is in 1850. We can see it here. It's all bricked out. How are these fires happening? And how are they happening in such close succession to one another? You think if the first fire happened, you'd be like, fuck, you know, we made some mistakes with our urban planning. We made some mistakes. We shouldn't have had so many wooden buildings placed here and there. All right, let's rebuild. Let's go back to the drawing board. We're not gonna allow this to happen again. You know, 6 months after, boom, a second fire happens, but this time 300 buildings. How those 300 buildings were already there, I don't know. And you're like, fuck, how has this happened again? And then a month after, another fire. It's like, how are these people allowing these fires? Why have they not got, you know, a plan in place to prevent, a prevention plan in place to stop these fires from spreading or happening? 18 city blocks. How has a town that has only been experiencing a population boom for less than a year at this point got 18 city blocks worth of buildings worth $480 million? It's absolutely ludicrous to believe this. This was all here prior. This was an old world settlement. This was an old world town that's been known about for a very long time. That's the only way to explain how it's possible to build out infrastructure in place, brick buildings like this. And then what's happened is that there was a systematic planned attack to destroy San Francisco, to destroy the remnants of an old world, to destroy the evidence that something was there prior, because it didn't fit the narrative that they were going for, which was it's all because of the California gold mining boom. When evidently, you know, if this was in Sacramento, I believe it much more, but look how far away it is. You know, 200 plus miles away from where the gold mine was. Just absolutely atrocious. Doesn't make sense. Absolute bullshit to me. Yeah. And we're going to move on and have a look at this picture of San Francisco. So then again, look, these are the historical population figures. 1848, 1,000 people. By 1849, within a year, you know, they've got 24,000 more people. And then in order to be able to like have a city that can expand and scale at that rate and still have food, water, shelter for people, you know, I just don't see how that's possible, how it can expand at such a rate. And then we look at this picture here. And we just see a fully built, so this is a time frame of, okay, so there's about 200,000 people here, which, okay, but this is a city for millions of people. And you're looking at this. And look at the advanced architecture that we're seeing. Again, we got a little bit of Antiquitech here popping out. We got a little bit here popping out. But all brick, I see so many brick buildings. Very interesting enough, this area over here, I believe is where the 1915 Pan American World Fair exhibition took place. And we see there is something going on over there, almost as if the structures were already there in place. But we'll get to that later on. You know, these buildings, big mansion up here. These are the sort of buildings you'd expect to see, little wooden shacks, you know, little wooden shacks just sporadically placed around. But look at the infrastructure, the grid layout. You know, you got church here. You got like some sort of cathedral thing over here, like looks fucking like burnt out. And again, you know, they got the technology in 1878 to be taking photographs with this level of detail in. Where's all the construction photos for all these buildings? Like, some of these buildings are grand. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors of that building just there alone. You know, all of this for 200,000 people. Big building here. You know, look at the streets, churches. Look at this one, this church here. Like, that looks like that St. Basil's Cathedral, doesn't it, in Moscow? Look at the dome that we have going on there. Big sort of church here. We just see spires everywhere popping out. All brick buildings. Again, I've shown you at the beginning with their accessibility to produce bricks at that scale, at that time frame. How were they getting all of these bricks? The brick and mortar, how were they bringing them over to here when there wasn't, you know, when the availability for transportation wasn't there? The Panama Canal wasn't supposedly created then, so you couldn't have just sailed, or you couldn't have sailed from, you know, through America. You would have had to been on like rail freight. Big church here, big buildings over here. Look how far off it goes into the distance. This is a city for millions of people, where millions of people once lived. And this is even after all of the damage that was caused by those great fires. You know, so they did have to build up some of this, which they can do over like the space of 30, 40 years. But they can't do that. They can't do the whole thing. They can't do the whole thing. That's a farce. So that's San Francisco, and now we're going to move into some panoramic maps that I really like to explore in more detail. So all these panoramic maps are from the Library of Congress. You can check them out for yourself. They're all historical documents. This is San Diego in 1880, and we're told with published historical figures that 1880 there was a population of about 2,700 people. So this is Coronado Beach, and what we're told is that this is San Diego over here. This looks like what I would expect a population of 2,700 people to look like. That's what I expect it to look like. What I don't expect is this island or whatever it is off the coast of it to be, you know, landscaped the way that it has, with this grid-like structure. For 2,700 people, you've got a railway running through it. And what is this? What is this? What is 2,700 people doing creating something like this? Someone please enlighten me. What is these structures as well? Almost like primitive pylons, but very weird looking. But what's going on? Like, how do you build something like this? This reminds me of a building in Halifax in the UK. I forgot what it's called now. It's a grade 1 listed building. What is going on? How has 2,700 people built that? I'm going to explain what my idea behind this grid structure is later on, more specifically in part 2 of the presentation, because I believe that there was a reason for this, and these people didn't build it, of course. This was already here, and there's a reason why America is all gridded out the way that it is, and we're programmed with, you know, sayings like, oh, get off the grid. It's because it was a grid, an ancient grid, a grid for a very specific reason, but we'll explore that. Very interesting little Star of David down there. Interesting. But for 2,700 people, this seems like overkill to me. How have they done this? Not possible. Sorry, will not accept that. Will not accept that that's a possibility to be able to do that. Someone else might, but not me. And in Los Angeles in 1891, we're looking at about 50,000 people inhabiting Los Angeles. Now, I understand that some people may not find this architecture as interesting or as mind-blowing as myself. You're probably too conditioned to living in a city that's got a lot of skyscrapers around, that's got big glass buildings, big tower blocks, but you need to put yourself in the context and frame of reference of the people of the day with the technology that they had available. Look at this big, what's this? The county courthouse. Big clock tower here, big bell tower on top, big dome. Mud flooded windows down here. Phillips block. Good old Phil just owning a block with, you know, something that looks like it could be, you know, some Parisian palace. Good old Phil. And again, you see the same sort of, look at these buildings, just like so over the top for just a population of 60,000 people. City Hall. You know, the high school, was education such a priority at that point in time where they needed a high school with like some old world, you know, castle-like structure, turrets on it, big clock tower, bell tower, mud flooded, you know, get onto the ground floor, you have to go up. Why don't you just make it on the ground floor? And look at this grid layout, the landscaping, the urban planning, you know, the attention to detail, the resources, just not there to be able to produce any of this. I'm sorry, I will not accept it. And for me, like, these are, when I look at these, the actual point of these maps, these are sale catalogs. These are catalogs to catalog these old world buildings and these founded cities so that it can be bidded upon. You know, America is a corporation. Everything's for sale in America. You're for sale. You are for sale. You're on the US Stock Exchange. That's what your birth certificate's for. And when you see this, I see that all these buildings are just listed for sale. Who wants to come in and bid for this? Who wants to own that? You know, this is a building that we found. We can repurpose it as the City Hall. This is the building that we found. We can repurpose it as the German Fruit Co. wholesale house. The German Fruit Co. wholesale house. What, you just had the accessibility to ship fruit from Germany? Alright. Fresh fruit from Germany for the local inhabitants of Los Angeles in the 1890s. Yes, what a luxury. New Orleans. Now, New Orleans does have a little bit more of a depthy history to it. French occupation. 1851, we see a registered population of about 116,000 people. But when I'm looking at this again, okay, so we got, I believe that's St. Louis Cathedral. I've been to New Orleans. I had my little beignets down here. Did like those beignets. But when I see this, I see a fully bricked out, built out city. You know, look at the size of this. These big columns, big dome, spires everywhere on every block. You know, this is a city that's for millions of people. Look how far off this goes off into the distance. Just all brick building. And you could say, oh, you know, this is just an artist's depiction. You know, it's just an artistic depiction. How do we know it was all there? I was like, well, why else would they draw all of this? Like, just leave all this empty if it's not there. But look, it just goes on. This is a city that's a very old city. Obelisk thing here. Big victory column, or yeah, they normally call them victory columns. Obelisk for me though. Big dome on this building. Very interesting. Down in the corner here, just some little manor house, some little castle, just having this bit of land to themselves. The old steamboats. You know, you put so much detail into everything else, like why would you then falsify all of this? I just find it fascinating, you know, 1850s, like I said, Wild Wild West. How is all of this here? Make it that what you will. And then Pueblo in Colorado, 1890, population of about 25,000 people. I find this very interesting because again, it's just a grid layout, guys. It's like, you know, the grid that's already there. It would take so long to survey this whole land, especially up in the Rocky Mountains where nothing's leveled or uneven. And then look, you can see the higher bits here, lower bits there, all built out, all this grid placed, all like geometrically symmetrical and correct. Like, how have you done that? And then you look at some of these buildings. So for 25,000 people, let's just keep in mind. Then we have this building here. It looks very Egyptian-esque to me. This was called the Pueblo Mineral Palace, or the Colorado Mineral Palace, and this was a place that was built supposedly in the span of 2 years, from 1889 to 1890. So upon the creation of this map, this would have been brand new, and it was created with the purpose of storing valuable minerals and ores that had been mined from all the surrounding areas. And the director of this place was Benjamin Guggenheim, from the Guggenheim family, the Guggenheim Museum in New York. He was the director, and Benjamin Guggenheim, of course, was one of the unfortunate lizards that was taken out in Titanic when he objected against the creation of the Federal Reserve. Him and John Jacob Astor, who we'll also be looking at later on, they both got taken out if Titanic really sank, or if it was a sister ship, whatever. I'm not going to discuss that on this presentation. And JP Morgan housed his own private collection here at the Mineral Palace, and when you look inside of this Mineral Palace, I really recommend that you go and look at pictures of it. It's a very interesting place when you look at the design. The internal design looks like a European palace, and I just don't see how they managed to build that in 2 years in the middle of the Rocky Mountains. Again, we have a lot of factories here. 25,000 people though, bit overkill. Just this whole layout for me, you know, this whole layout, I don't know how they've gridded any of this out. In the Wild Wild West, let's not forget, and above sea level, you know, above sea level. Alrighty then, Pueblo, Colorado. Actually, just to quickly zoom in on here, some of these other buildings that you see. Again, just these buildings, central block, just complete overkill for 25,000 people. And this Union Depot is very interesting to look at. When you actually look at the real Union, there are photos of Union Depot, and you can see that for yourself. The Grand Hotel, is there that many people that's visiting Pueblo, Colorado in 1890 that they need a palace-like hotel? Maybe so, maybe there was. Elmira, New York, there wasn't anything particularly spectacular with the architecture that I wanted to point out here. We're looking at a place that supposedly had a population of just over 15,000 people. It has a big railway track running through it. East Coast, so, you know, more believable than such, more of a population. more resources available. But for me, it's the grid layout. You're looking at these grid layouts and it's like, why does there need to be such an immense grid layout for a town of just 20,000 plus people? Like, look at the size. Like, that would go on for miles. You're looking at miles of distance here, just perfectly symmetrical, straight grid, like gridded out landscape, and it just doesn't make sense to me. If it makes sense to you, please tell me how they did this and why they did this, because all of America is gridded out, and it's not like that in England, it's not like that in Europe, it's like that in America and in other places of the world, actually, that I will show in more detail in part 2. Nova Scotia and Halifax. Or Halifax in Nova Scotia, I should say, sorry. 1879. Again, not necessarily something that I was particularly impressed with the infrastructure or buildings but more so I just wanted to show you the Star Fort. The Star Fort's still there. Supposedly the Star Fort was built in the late 1700s by the Brits when we occupied that piece of real estate, because it is real estate. And it just makes me think, like, how old is this place? Not necessarily the buildings or the landscaping, but just this bit here. Like I told you, I don't believe that these Star Forts were built by the people we're told they were built by. And it shows that if they weren't built by who we're told they were built by, and they're much more ancient, you know, we've seen dating back thousands of years in what I was showing you in Europe, and they're built by the same hand. You know, that would mean that there was peoples thousands of years back in America with the capabilities to build a Star Fort as such. And I do believe America is the real old world. I believe that we've been led to believe that the old world was Mesopotamia, you know, just Europe has the rich history that it does. But I think that the real old world, you know, and then they found Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon. That's something that we will be looking at in part 2 as well, in regards to what the Grand Canyon actually is and how it was formed. I think America was the old world, the real old world, and something happened and the survivors had to go east and west, and then they went on, the survivors of that cataclysm went on to form the Vedic civilization, the Mesopotamian civilization, and you link it all back to like Indo-European, the Aryan race. Maybe the Aryan race came from America, the real ancient America. And that is that. Moving on. Again, this is another example of just extreme, over-the-top urban planning. So this is in Port Arthur in Texas. 1901, population 900 people. Now supposedly there was more people that lived here in the late 19th century, but it was hit by a hurricane and a lot of people evacuated. But I don't see it have been inhabited by such a population where they've built out something like this. Like, what is going on here? Look at this layout. For 900 people, 900 people was about the amount of people that I had in my school when I was at school. 900 people can fit into one building, a school building. How do those 900 people then survey and landscape all of this? Please tell me, please inform me in the comments below. But something to think about. What is going on with this? And then we move on to a little examination into the history of the Salt Lake City Temple. It's actually one of my favorite buildings. I'm trying to show you a few of my favorite buildings in this presentation. Just something about this, very magical, almost like a Disney-esque castle. Something very epic about it. And then we do actually have photographic evidence of the supposed construction of this, but keep in mind I've shown you that they had, when they did, in this time frame, the ability to manipulate photos and to manipulate the scale of photos and create optical illusions in photos. But we see that In 1865, there's nothing at this site, and then all of a sudden in 1870, they just got the big turnabuckle, is that how you say it? Turnabuckle, something like that, you know what I mean. No construction photos of that. It just appears, just manifests into the third dimension. And then we see over the next 10 years there is photographic evidence of just slowly building this up, right? Until we get to about 88. It goes a bit more, 89, and we can kind of see the top of it being built out there. So in the space of like 10 years, they've built this temple out, so we're told. Okay, just keep it in mind. And then they've recently done some renovations and they had to dig into the foundation, and again they just found this part of the building just completely submerged, an older part of the building, and it goes deep. It goes 14 feet for the granite foundation, and then it goes into a sub-foundation sandstone of these bigger bricks, almost like megalithic bricks. Look at the size of this guy compared to these bricks. So just keep that in mind as well. Something much older, something very suspicious here going on. And I wanted to then show you this. So this is one of the panoramic maps made of Salt Lake City in 1870. And this shows that a population of just under 13,000 people inhabiting this land. Let's not talk about the grid layout yet, but let's talk and discuss why a fully built out Salt Lake City temple is being shown on a map in 1870 when supposedly they haven't even laid the foundation stone at that point. Yet here we have it fully built out amongst a fully built out grid of Salt Lake City. Somebody tell me what is going on here. 1870, so there's still another 10 years to go yet until they would have finished this. Yet here it is, fully built out, 12,000 people at 10,000 feet elevation in Utah, in Salt Lake City. Where and how? Where have they got the resources to build this? They should again be focusing on, pursuing sustainable agriculture, on sheltering from the elements, from finding, a sustainable, clean source of water, food production. But no, we're just going to build a grandiose castle, one of the most epic, grandiose temples in the world. We're just going to build it. There's only 13,000 of us. We haven't really got much else going on out here in the middle of the mountains. And then who have we got here? The boys are in town. The boys are back. Boys are rolling in with the goods. The boys are in the goods. So this isn't the only piece of evidence to go off of Salt Lake City in 1870. We then have another panoramic map which shows Salt Lake City in 1875. And it's the same story here, where we have a fully kitted out Disney temple right here. Same grid-like pattern, from a different orientation this time though, different vantage point. But again, very hard to believe. Utah Central, oh, look at that, Utah Central Railway. So again, not maybe at like 20,000 people this time, and just 75. So again, it shouldn't have been built yet. It didn't finish off until 1890. Yeah, here we are, Utah, 1875. Now, what's your thoughts on that? Do you think it's solely down to just artistic depiction of what it's going to look like, and that's why it's there? Or do you think that it was already there and they've just, you know, drew it on as they saw it? What is your thoughts? I would like to know. So, urban planning and landscaping, this scale, was it possible during this time frame? The amount of work required to achieve these kinds of large-scale transformations seen in the prior depicted grid pattern cityscapes is immense. The process would involve a comprehensive series of steps and considerable labour, resources and time. These were, in respect to the official narrative, brand new towns and cities in the mid-late 1800s US of A, with very small populations and limited resources openly available due to their relative rural locations. How did just a few thousand people, who should have been focusing on functional survival, food, water, shelter, prioritizing sustainable agricultural development, crop cycles, irrigation, sewage for the community, be capable of allocating such resources needed to organize the following? So in order to build out such a city, initial surveying and planning. So you needed a topographical survey, detailed mapping of the natural landscape, including elevations, vegetation, and existing structures. Urban planning, developing a master plan that outlines the layout of streets, plots, infrastructure, and public spaces. Then site preparation and earthworks, clearing and excavation, removing any existing vegetation, rocks and structures, and excavating to create a level base. That would have been very hard, as shown when you're working at elevation within the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, or you're working up in Utah in Salt Lake City. Grading and leveling, reshaping the land to ensure proper drainage, road foundations and construction sites. No sign of construction sites whatsoever, as everything's just built out from the get-go. This can involve significant earth-moving work, especially if the terrain is uneven or hilly. Soil stabilization, techniques to reinforce the soil, such as compacting or adding stabilizing materials to support the infrastructure, especially when you're building such massive buildings. Infrastructure installation, road construction, laying roads and creating intersections and walkways. This involves a substantial amount of asphalt, concrete or brickwork. Again, we've shown that the grid pattern layout was already there from the get-go. Utility lines, installing water, sewer, infrastructure beneath the grid layout. Stormwater management, creating drainage systems and stormwater retention areas to handle runoff or preventing floods. Obviously, they didn't seem to care about that. It was just already in place. Landscaping and aesthetic design. Tree planting in green spaces, introducing trees, grass and other vegetation to line streets and populate parks. Public spaces, developing parks, squares and recreational areas to enhance the quality of life for residents. Pavement and sidewalks. Constructing pedestrian pathways and ensuring accessibility across the grid. Scope of work, so the workforce and machinery needed. This project would require a large number of skilled labourers, civil engineers, architects and heavy machinery operators. Bulldozers, excavators, graders and dump trucks would be essential for the earth moving phase, followed by asphalt pavers, cranes and other sophisticated equipment for infrastructure. They had none of that available other than horse and buggy and pulley systems. Time frame. Any project of this kind of magnitude could take anywhere from several years to a decade or more to complete with the advanced machinery just stated. Major urban projects with comprehensive infrastructure typically range between 5 to 20 years, depending on funding, workforce availability and environmental factors. Challenges. Costs. Such projects would require billions of dollars, especially even today with modern labour and material costs. Environmental impact. Large-scale clearing and grading can have significant environmental effects, requiring mitigation strategies to maintain ecological balance. Not on their mind whatsoever. Logistics. Coordinating various phases of the project and managing the supply of material, workforce and equipment. They had none of this available, guys. Yet they somehow managed to build out these cities in less than a decade with a few thousand people. It makes you think. Which moves us on to the next piece, where we're going to inspect some of this architecture from these cities in more detail with Lost Architecture and Impossible Builds. Another one of my favourite buildings is this Bannerman Castle. Bannerman Castle is found upriver on the Hudson River. It was supposedly created or built by a man named Francis Bannerman, hence the name, Bannerman's Island. Francis Bannerman himself was supposedly a businessman that originated from Scotland, and he had a fascination with wartime memorabilia, wartime surplus equipment, munitions, essentially a arms dealer, you could say. And his business, after moving from Scotland to America, became so profitable that he needed to expand, and he needed a place to be able to house all of this surplus military equipment from the American Civil War and just other military equipment from around the world. He needed to expand, and he needed a place so big that he decided to purchase this little island in the middle of the Hudson River, upriver New York State, and build a castle reminiscent of his days back in Scotland. So his business is doing so good that he decides to isolate himself. He decides to isolate himself on an island in the middle of the Hudson River and build a castle to hold all of his stock. And then in 1906, I believe that there was a fire, coincidentally, that destroyed this place. But what we can see here, or what I can see, is an old world castle, an old world American castle that has been replastered. It was originally old red brick, and it was plastered, rebranded Bannerman Island Arsenal. How can anyone run? It's hard enough running a business with all of the logistics in place, guys. It's nearby impossible, if not just outright impossible, to run a business where your stock is held on an island in the middle of New York State, in the middle of a river, in the early 20th century. What was going on? But it's a very interesting building. It's actually interesting to explore that island in a little bit more detail. There's a lot of ruins. It's a very small island. Supposedly it has its history linked back to the Dutch as well, the Dutch occupation of that area further back in time. Just a very interesting. You don't see castles like that in America, or you don't think of castles of that style and stature and size being present in North America, yet here we are. So anyway, moving on, we're going to have a little look now into all of this lost architecture, and we will start off by investigating the City Hall Post Office, New York State, 1905. This photo was taken, designed by Alfred Mullett, completed in 1880 and demolished in 1939. So the point of the lost architecture is just to show you buildings that existed that no longer exist now. So they were destroyed and replaced for whatever reason. Some they were replaced with car parks and other things that are needed in the modern world, and some were just destroyed for no reason. But you got the wrought iron, little bell tower up here, little Antiquitech antenna. But again, just look at the people. 1905, they had electricity by then, but they didn't in 1880. They didn't have power tools. Just a lot of brick structures all over. Big spire down here. Post office. just the sort of design that you would accept from, you know, you go to an architect and you're like, we want you to design a functional post office for us, please. And they come back with their plans, and you're like, yep, I approve. Let's build this. This is a functional, practical post office right here. Look at the raw iron on the top, a little bit of Antiquitech here. Very techy looking. Again, you know, ground floor, you need to go up a few floors to get there. The floor that is the ground floor is cut in half, mud flooded out. 4th Avenue, Pittsburgh, 1904. Demolished in 1966. I also find this little thing interesting on the wall. Like, it's like, you see the wings? What's going on there? It's kind of like a little kind of creature. Some sort of like ornamentation on this building. It's like this weird sort of like fairy creature. Really weird. Very weird. The Ryan Hotel, St. Paul, Minnesota. So 1905, this was demolished in 1962, same thing. You already got the eye for it now. You can see on the top, the spires. And then look at the footprint of this. Big building, opened, didn't say built, just opened in 1885. We can see it's mud flooded on the bottom. This reminds me of one of those buildings that we were looking at in India, you know, with this big sort of castle-like sort of turret here. The Holoden is in Cleveland, Ohio. Demolished in 1862 though. Same time as this, demolished in 1862. They seem to have been, when was this, in 1866? They ran amok in the 60s, didn't they? Yeah, people too focused on the Cold War, and then whilst they were keeping everyone fearful, they were out destroying the old world. Big epic building here, the Chicago Federal Building, supposedly built in 7 years between 1898 and 1905, but not much use after that. 60 years or so later, let's get rid of it. Mud flooded out. Big epic building. Just look at the size of this. Look at these little people, you know, mud flooded out again. Just a few steps to get up to ground level. Big columns. Look at the size of these columns. Big dome on top, and just surrounded by these epic big brick buildings. This is Shalaga of the old world, and they needed to remove the evidence of such. Remove this, build a big skyscraper. That takes everyone's attention away from these buildings here as well. Look at this, the Bent's building, Broad and South Penn Square, so Philadelphia. 1900s, destroyed in 1926. Mud flooded out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like 15 stories high. Very big bit, little Antiquitech there with the ball on top. Yeah, just lost architecture, lost the time. Like, why would you destroy any of this? Why would you destroy this sort of architecture? The Metropolitan Methodist Church in Washington, D.C. This photo was in 1924 and it was demolished in 1936. This isn't necessarily such a spectacular building in itself. It's just the spire is so tall and epic looking. And again, just like a bit of tech on top, but it's just the size of that spire that really captured my attention. And then also in the background here, like this big dome going over here. I don't know what this is. Yeah, Jefferson Memorial. I don't know. Courthouse, just what you need for a courthouse. Columbus, Ohio, 1907. So it was built in 1884, again without any power tools, and was demolished in January 2012. So very recently this was demolished. Yeah, no news of that, just gone, taken away, taken from us, mud flooded out. Very epic. Look at all the raw iron, big epic bell tower. Wonder who that is on top. Yeah, so that's a few buildings for you. And then here's a few more. So we'll start off with a very famous building, the San Francisco Cliff House of 1896. This was the supposed second iteration of it. It burnt down many occasions, yet they still decide to keep rebuilding in the same spot, as you do, as seems to be a common occurrence with all of these narratives. But again, you know, this looks very Transylvanian. You know, that sort of castle-like top to it. Antiquitech on top. Yeah, very, very spectacular building. Burned to the ground 1907. Detroit Museum, opened in 1888, and within 80 years, destroyed. So again, not necessarily like super spectacular. It's just the fact that it's not here anymore. Again, 1960. There was something up with the 60s, wasn't there? It's just that style of building, and this is something that I saw a lot of when I was young and I came to America in Florida. I just see buildings like this, and you just don't get that sort of building here in the UK. And there is something about it. It's just like an epic building, and everything's bigger in America, as if it was built by giants, by a giant race. Just everything's bigger. The infrastructure's bigger, the roads are bigger, the curbs are bigger. Obviously the giants didn't build the roads and the curbs, but the buildings are bigger. They're like, it's like the size and scale, like the circumference of this turret here just looks so much bigger than it needs to be. And again, it's mud flooded. I wouldn't be surprised if again it's got a few stories underground, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps to get up to ground level, so it still goes further underground. Relatively young trees planted around here as well. And then this building reminds me of something that you'd see in like Harry Potter in like a botanist class, you know, a botanist sort of like alchemy lab. So this is the Exhibition building in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 1872. Destroyed by fire as you do in 1905. But look at this. Something about this design. Look at this. I bet this big atrium here inside would have been really cool. Really epic looking inside. You know, a lot of glass, a lot of light coming into this sort of greenhouse here. And supposedly that was built in like a year or two as well. Very fascinating building. And then we have the Mark Hopkins Mansion, San Francisco, 1878. This photo was taken and it burnt down in 1906. A very Tartarian-esque design to it. I like this design on the edge here, and there's something about that sort of rotunda with the glass. And then here, this Sheriff Street Market in Ohio. So you know when I said earlier on with the underground, the underground that I showed in Cincinnati, Ohio. This is what the building looked like. That it was underground. That it was underneath. So again, a market house. But again, it's like the size of this, like the amount of bricks this would take. I'd like to see what was on that pediment there. Is the size and scale of this building. It's not necessarily like the features on it, it's just like the actual just the footprint of this building is massive, and it probably goes underground. Garrick Theatre in Chicago, Illinois, opened in 1891, destroyed within the next 60 years, 70 years. But look at the inside of this theatre. Look at the intricacies of this design. And this was destroyed and replaced with a parking garage. So this is the outside of it, and then this is the inside. But again, the attention to detail. What did I say? It's the attention to detail. The detail is where the spirit manifests. Crazy. And then we have this place here, which was the Waterworks Park in Detroit. This photo was in the 1870s. And then yeah, the water tower here. It's like, I don't know why they keep trying to convince people that these things were water towers. It's like, what is the practicality of holding water in these towers? Where is the water held? It really, like, I see that as like some sort of computer component, some sort of like obelisk-like computer antennae. Not a fucking water tower. But this here, again, cool looking building. Already looks like it's been boarded. It's only just opened and it's already been boarded up. It's already been opened and they've already been like, you know what, these windows ain't doing it for us. Let's just brick them up. Brick 'em up, boys. And then you've got these fellas here. You always see in these pictures as well, like these gentlemen with top hats on. He's got his hand in his coat, hidden hand. I'll show you some more hidden hand evidence later on. Almost as if like they've taken claim, like this is ours now. You see this? This is ours now. We own it. We own this land. And then we move into the impossible builds. So a few fairy tales to explore here in further detail. So Williamson building in Cleveland, Ohio again, built in 1 year between 1899 and 1900, only to be demolished 80 years later. So this here, you know, you're looking at 15 plus stories, completely, you know, bricked out. 1 year to build. Like these people with their horse and cart, how are they building something like this in 1 year? Like the door arch here, is that so necessary for people of 5 to 6 feet? You know, this massive arch here. 1 year, guys. And then this one here, the Tennessee Club, 1888 to 1890. So 2 years to build this. Maybe you could mud flooded though. For me, I just like the architectural design of this. Like this dome on top, I find really aesthetically pleasing. I'd like to live in here. It looks really cool. But again, you know, in order to get onto the first floor, a few flights of stairs up here, here, and here. Look at this one. So this is the New Hotel Neverland, built in 1 year between 1892 to 93, demolished only 30 years afterwards. So look at this. To put all of the effort into building this with its like 15 plus levels, all the detailing on the top, the turrets, got some sort of like cymatic window up here, Antiquitech. In 1 year. In 1 year to build this. I don't know why they went with such an unbelievable narrative for it. It's like at least make it a little bit more believable. I guess they are correct. No one gives a fuck, and no one digs and asks these sort of questions. So they have got away with it, and you know it's got demolished, so you wouldn't even know. They supposedly build it in a year, and then they delete it. The thing is, they didn't build it. It was already here. Evidently, it was already there, and it probably took them a year to unbury it. That's what a year takes. It's probably to unbury it, maybe like wash it down. Maybe put a new facade on the outside, clean it up a little bit. Here's another one. City Hall in New York building, built in 1 year, 1880 to 1890, and then to be demolished in 1955. But look at this. I mean, this looks very old, but it's just, again, you can see all the Antiquitech antenna everywhere, but look at this. It kind of looks like it was part of like another building that should have been onto the side of it. Almost like this was a flank, like a side flank of a greater building that would have took up space here. Because if you're looking at the biogeometry of this, as I was discussing earlier, with the negative green, the horizontal negative green, there's also another aspect called vertical negative green. And if the vertical negative green isn't balanced by horizontal negative green, then it causes it can cause some electromagnetic interference. And it just looks like the way that this is rounded here and this is straight, it looks like there should have been something here. There should have been some big, filling up this whole area that we see here, something even grander and bigger should have been right there. To build that in 1 year though is absolutely silly. What bullshit. City Hall, Louisville in Kentucky, built between 1870 and 73, so in 3 years they whipped this up in Kentucky. In Kentucky. Again, you have to go up a few floors in order to get to the first floor. Everything else is buried underground. Big bell tower here, which you can still see the bell in use. That's kind of cool. Looks smaller. Looks like it should have had a bigger bell. Would have liked to have seen the pediment here, if it would have been like Phoenician adornments, if it would have been Romanesque. Then we have this place here, which is the House of Providence Hospital, Detroit, 1909. I mean, it's a castle. Look at it, and this is it here. So look at the actual footprint of it, and they managed to whip this bad boy up in a year. That's it there. In a year they built that. Again, it's like they like their castles. They like to whip up their castles in a year or so, don't they? In the late 19th century America. Oh, that's early 20th century. And this is a very cool building. So this is the Beach Hotel in Galveston. So they built this in 1 year, between 1882 and 1883, and unfortunately it was destroyed by fire in 1898. How do you build something on a beach? How do you get the foundation to be able to build like a really sophisticated construction like this on a beach in 1 year when the tide comes in and out? Yeah. Someone please tell me. Striped as well. I believe it was red and white striped. Would have looked really cool, this. Maybe it had something to do with the hydropathy that I shown before. Again, you've got like a little kind of like bandstand here. Maybe that was like a water fountain or something, public water fountain. But I definitely think this was some sort of like hydropathy facility, just because it would have used the waters of the Gulf. Yeah. Impossible builds continued, and then we're looking at, let's start up here. So demolition specials. I like that they even used to kind of put it out there as if like it was you know, a display to go and watch. Demolition specials, getting rid of it. The New York Life Insurance Company building, Minneapolis, Minnesota. 1890, so 2 years to build, and then they got rid of it 50 years later. But again, mud flooded out. But it's the inside, you know, that's the other thing as well. I'm showing you the outside of these buildings, but the insides are just as spectacular. Look at these spiral staircases. You know, like I told you, spirals create toroidal fields. It's all to do with the augmentation of electromagnetic fields. Wrought iron everywhere, spirals everywhere on the stairs. What a shame to be demolished. The CM Forbes mansion, built in 1 year, and it's not necessarily a spectacular grand building, it just looks really cool to me. Like these details up here, it's all of the ornamentation on it. You know, it's just very techy, very futuristic. It's very retro future, actually. Very retro futuristic. And then just weird window design here. But again, ground level, you need to go up a few steps. Demolished in 1930. The Boeing house left, and the CR maybe mansion, just as you do, having a little pyramid out back in the back garden for the kids to enjoy. Both destroyed in the early 1910s or 1900 to 1910, somewhere. Don't know why they haven't got a specific date on that. But again, proper old world-esque buildings here. These are like the definition of like an old world manor for an old world people. An old world people that look, new trees that have been planted. So these would have been found. They would have been unburied to an extent. They repave the sidewalks. They plant new trees. But a very old building nonetheless. And then we've got the New York Hippodrome, built in less than 1 year. Again, just a ludicrous story. Between 1904 and 1905, no photographic evidence of the building, of the construction. Demolished in 1939. Do you know what this reminds me of? These little balls on top, they remind me of like tensor rings, of tensor spheres, where you coil wrap copper into like these shapes, and it creates like a tensor field. This reminds me of that. But again, it just looks kind of out of shape and out of proportion. Looks very kind of top heavy. Looks like it should be a much bigger building. I really like this building as well. The Erie County Bank Buffalo, opened in 1893. Demolished in 1968. But again, why do you need this as a bank? What function does this serve as a bank? We look at a lot of Antiquitech on the top. Very, very cool looking tech components on the top of this. But it's something to do with the facade, like the way that the brick looks on the outside. It just looks very castle-like, very epic. So much like grandiose to it. Mud flooded out, little bell tower over on this up here, and then there's also like some sort of detailing on the upper part of this building, and that's another thing that Dr. Ibrahim talks about. He talks about these patterns being put in place to cause an interference pattern, so that when you look at them, it's the same as like how you look at a sunset when the if you look out over an ocean and you see the sunset, the color difference between the ocean and the sky, and in the sun setting, it creates an interference pattern that's supposedly very soothing on the psyche and can affect it be like, almost like create an altered state of consciousness. And then I believe that's almost like whereas on the top of these buildings, it's almost like it looks kind of like spiky. It would have been a lot more detail up close, but it creates like an interference pattern when you're looking up, and it separates it from the sky. And another thing I want you to take note of all these pictures as well is that all the skies are always washed out. You never see any clouds, you never see what's happening in the sky, and that's, again, deliberate photo manipulation. Again, just proving, all these washed out skies, because that's where the airships were. That's where you see the technology in the sky that they don't want you to see. This one here was the old post office. Built in 2 years, 1880 to 1890. Again, steps to get up to the ground floor. Bit of tech here on the top. And that's in Augusta, Georgia. So yeah, that's some lost, or I should say some impossible builds for you. But remember, nothing is impossible with horse and buggy. These always give me a little laugh. These fucking people just thinking that you can move a house with just horse and buggy, little leverage system. How are they doing that? Oh yeah, I feel like moving a house, honey. Alright, well let's pack up our stuff. And he's like, no, we'll just take the whole house. Let's just move the whole house. I like the house, just don't like the location. Let's move it down the street. I got the horses out back waiting. What is going on here? Look at this one. Just moving your house through the snow. Fucking hell. This one, that seems like such a mammoth task. It would be easier to just rebuild the house. It would be easier. It's not that even an impressive house. Just rebuild it. Why are you trying to move the fucking house? Like, what? You have to reel it in? So then it moves it across this dirt? This fucking uneven mud dirt land that's unleveled, and then you have to move this and reel it in again? The lengths that these people went to. Amazing. So now we're going to move on to the next stage of the presentation, which is Reset Wars and the Great Fires of the 19th Century. And we're going to first explore the resetting of the world, the old world, with 19th century warfare. So at the beginning of the 19th century, we have the Napoleonic Wars, a very famous war. 3.5 to 6 million deaths, widespread destruction across Europe, economic and political turmoil. This war, of course, being the war that made a certain Nathan Mayer Rothschild extremely rich with the original insider trading, with his network of intel, as he fooled the whole of the stock exchange to sell off all of their stock, only then to buy it back up on the cheap and pretty much own everything from there on after. Telling them that Napoleon had won, everyone sold, and then when the news came out, the real news come out that Napoleon had lost, he'd already bought everything up. But again, that is a historical, an epic historical war that changed the fate of Europe. The American Civil War, 1861 to 1865. around about 750,000 deaths, mass destruction in the southern US, economic collapse and lasting social impact, completely changed the fate and direction of the United States. Moving forward, a lot of inconsistencies with the Civil War. When you look at Civil War photos, which we're not going to do on this video, like maybe could do a special piece on the American Civil War in the future, and you look at all the wars, it's all very scripted and looks like it's a photo shoot. You have people that are in army uniforms that have no dirt, completely crisp and clean. You have people posing with skeletons, skull and bones at these supposed battlefields, yet there's no photos of the battles actually playing out, even though they had the photographic technology at the time to do so. All of the technology that was introduced during the Civil War. Then we have the Taiping Rebellion, 1850 to 1864, one of the most deadliest conflicts in human history, with up to 30 million deaths, extensive destruction across China. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, up to again 750,000 deaths, destruction in the Crimea, significant deaths due to disease, economic strain on Russia and the Ottoman Empire. Of course, this allowed Great Britain to bolster and strengthen its trade routes in the Middle East. And then the Franco-Prussian War, 1870-1871, up to 200,000 deaths, significant damage in France, collapse of the Second French Empire, rise of the German Empire. So what I want to ask, and you know, any reputable historian will roll their eyes now, blasphemy! Did these wars actually happen? Did these wars actually happen? When you look at them separately, you see these wars at specific points of time, different geographical locations around the world. But if you were to look at this, like I said, with the right brain, think holistically, look from a bird's eye down, zoom out and see the bigger picture. What you see is that during the 17th or the 19th century, the whole world was at war, and there was a lot of societal change, geopolitical change, restructuring of power, a new world order being introduced, and an old world being a transition from an old world into a new world. So did these wars actually happen, or was the only thing real about them the outcomes, specifically the outcomes to the benefactors and the new world order that emerged during the 19th century, destroying the old world peoples? Were they actually fighting who we were told they were fighting? Were the wars between who we were told they were between? Or was it between the old world and a new world order? And the new world order won, and they destroyed the old world, or the remnants of the old world people. Just inquiring, just think about it. Think about it. What do you think and feel? We know that they lie about everything. They've lied about all of the wars. They lied about the war in Iraq recently. They lied about World War II. They lied about World War I. They've lied about the Ukrainian-Russian war. They're lying about the Israeli occupation of Palestine and the war in the Middle East. They lie about every war. War is always used for the profiteering of a small group of people and the restructuring of power and land grabs. I don't think anything's changed. So we're going to look now into these Great Fires. So we start off in Portland, Maine, the Great Fire of 1866. July 4th, sparked by fireworks. So the fire itself happened on I believe the second 4th of July celebration after the end of the Civil War in 1864. So this was the second celebration, and ignited hay in a boatyard and quickly spread across the city, causing roughly $200 million worth of damage, again adjusted to in modern day inflation rates. And we look at this. So this was in 1865, a photograph of Portland, Maine. And this is in 1866 afterwards. And what we see is a city absolutely decimated, absolutely leveled. Look at this rubble, look at the brick. Like, how does a fire turn brick buildings into rubble? Just looking at these pictures, look how old these buildings look. And it says it originated in the boatyard. Yeah, I mean, is this the boatyard over here? Yeah. Here we are with $200 million worth of damage. I mean, this building looks very old, obviously cooked out and wrecked, but it's already had a number of refurbishments and looks like it's been repurposed a few times here. You can see that it's been boarded up. But again, just look at the level of destruction that a supposed fire that starts from ignited hay in a boatyard. Look at this architecture as well. Very interesting. And then we move on to the Chicago Great Fire of 1871. An event that took place over the space of 2 days, October 8th to the 10th, and allegedly started by a cow knocking over a lantern in good old Mrs. Leary's barn. Fuck's sake, Mrs. Leary, why didn't you just look after the cow? Though it's not definitely proven, of course it's not definitely proven, come on. Estimated to have caused around $4.6 billion in damages. So here we are now looking at the remnants of Shalaga. We have a guy here, the hidden hand, as they all do, just seem to be stood around posing. Look at all this destruction, look at these buildings, look at that multi-tiered Greco-Roman architecture, just destroyed. Look at the ruins of this place. Look at this. A fire destroying evidently a fully fledged, kitted out city of stone brick buildings. All destroyed by fire. If it was wood, you get it, I get it. Okay? But look, it turns it to rubble, to smithereens. Look at the remnants of this building here. Look at the damage that was caused, showing the district that was destroyed. They want to say Chicago, but this was Shalaga. This was Shalaga. This was what was destroyed. Again, by fire, so they say. This depiction of people just leaving the city, almost like drones, like robots. No one running for their life, as you know, their life figuratively and literally goes up in flames around them. Just rolling out of town, you know, nice and casual, not a care in the world. Smoke engulfing both flanks here. Looking at this the next day. This church front face just completely ruined. How does a fire destroy this whole roof and then destroy, you know, the front facing edifice of this building? Again, this is another angle of that building earlier, just a big Greco-Roman structure. Look at these columns. You know, why does it not destroy it all? Why does it destroy bits of it? Who are these people stood around here? Just observing, just in the photo for whatever reason. Yeah, just someone posing again, just looking out into the destruction. But again, very castle-like-esque kind of like masonry here that we see. Again, some pillars. Just in complete ruins, but within a day or two, everyone's back out on the streets. They've also got the old horses out with the carriages to give people a little show. A show of the look at this building in the background. Show of the destruction. Top hats everywhere. So what was going on with these fires, guys? What do you think was going on? Can a fire cause this level of destruction? A fire that was caused by Mrs. O'Leary and her cow, blonk, smash, and then fire and rages and just destroys the old world. And then we have Boston, Massachusetts, the Great Fire of 1872. November 9th to 10th. The cause is not definitely known, but the fire began in a warehouse. Rapid spread was facilitated by wooden buildings and a lack of adequate water pressure, estimated to have caused around $1.7 billion of damage. By wooden buildings, I see no wooden buildings here. I see only brick buildings. Epic, big, industrial-esque brick buildings. Well, wooden door, I guess, but that wooden door seemed to have survived the fire, yet the brick building itself didn't. Again, the old top hats just stood around. They even brought the army in on this one for whatever reason. Why do you need the army? But look at that, just completely leveled. Smithereens, look at these bricks. What happened here? I see no wooden buildings. These are all footprints of brick buildings that have been destroyed. 1.7 billion. This one survives. Looks like they were doing a little bit of work on it as well. Maybe a bit of restoration on it prior. Again, you know, maybe putting a new facade on it. Definitely an old building that's just got like a new sort of plastering over it. But again, just completely decimated and destroyed. And then the Seattle-Washington Great Fire. So it's actually the Seattle-Washington Great Fire, sorry. That was the, so it wasn't 1866, it was 1889. That was the one. I got it mixed up with the Portland, Maine. This is the fire that supposedly caused, so when I shown you the underground aspect of Seattle, this is the fire that caused it. And so this is Yesler Street, I believe, prior to the fire. And this is Yesler Street after the fire. So you can tell here, like this building here, I believe is the remnants of this building here. And the rest of the street just absolutely fucked from a fire. June 6th, the fire started in a carpentry shop when a pot of glue boiled over. What the fuck are you boiling glue for? Boiled over and ignited the building. The flames spread rapidly through wooden structures, of course. Estimated around 600 million of damage. Wooden structures all around. Perfect. Cover story. And then we have the Jacksonville, 1901. So this is 20th century, early 20th century. A spark from a wood shingle mill. Just, you know, a single spark from a wood shingle mill ignited piles of Spanish moss spreading through the city. $450 million. Look at this. Look at the damage that this caused. I mean, you got a castle here. This was evidently a castle. Destroyed. Florida's got a very old history to it. Old world Florida. A lot of, look at these buildings right in the back that survived, but not these ones. You know, look at these bricks just everywhere, just destroyed. Which leads me to this next point I want to make, is for reference, here is Dresden after Allied forces firebombed it into oblivion. One of the most heinous war crimes ever committed. You're right, Goldberg. Virtually identical. So what are we seeing here? We're seeing a city, an old world town, in Dresden. A place that was, you know, the epicenter of art and culture for Germany. You know, it wasn't manufacturing weaponry or anything like that. Full of innocent people. Firebombed by the forces that be, the Allied forces, the good guys, we're told, the good guys that allied with communist Russia, with the communists. But we're not going to discuss that, we're just solely looking at here the damage that's been caused. Look at it. This looks like, if I were to put these photos next to the other photos, you would say it was the same place or the same event had happened. This wasn't caused by a fire, this was caused by bombing, firebombing. So it is my belief, again, you're allowed to make your own decision, that these were old world cities in America that were strategically targeted and were bombed with some form of technology. I don't know what, probably from airships, from zeppelins. It might have been actual fire bombs, it might have been direct energy weapons. But you know, these pictures are very reminiscent to the the aftermath of the recent fires in Maui or Paradise in California, when you've seen like these like the footprint of these cities just left and all of the infrastructure just fucking scorched and destroyed. And I just don't see how a fire can do that to brick buildings without there being specific weaponry, explosive weaponry involved. A fire does not turn a brick building into smithereens. Or maybe I don't know shit about fires. Maybe I'm wrong, but what is your thoughts on that? What do you think? And then we move on to the next subject, which is depopulation and displacement, orphan trains and insane asylums. So we're going to start off with the orphan trains movement, repopulating the new world, I'd like to say. So the official narrative of the orphan train movement was that it was a charitable initiative that relocated approximately 250,000 orphaned or abandoned children from overcrowded cities in the eastern United States, especially New York City, to rural areas in the Midwest and West between 1854 and 1929. Organised by groups like the Children's Aid Society and the New York Federal Orphanling Hospital, the movement aimed to provide better lives for children living in poverty, particularly those who were homeless or living in squalid conditions. Why was there so many orphans and abandoned children in the mid-19th century? This was before the Civil War, and even today, in poverty-ridden countries, parents never abandon their children. And while some orphan records exist, many children's origins remain unclear, with incomplete documentation of who they were, where they came from, and their life stories being placed on trains. This appears to be part of a coordinated effort to repopulate areas in the West and Midwest US of A after a major reset or disaster event caused widespread depopulation. Beyond the orphan trains in the United States, similar movements of displaced children occurred in Europe during the 19th and early 20th century. For instance, the Home Children movement in Britain sent orphans and poor children to Canada and Australia. So again, we have this official narrative of why these children were being taken from their family. Were they orphans or not? We don't know. They could have just been taken from their families. What happened to their families? If they were orphans, what happened to their mum and dad? What happened? Could there have been an event, a reset event? Their families were taken from them, or their families died during such an event, and then they were taken out west to repopulate a lot of these cities that had been affected the most. Organised by groups like the Children's Aid Society and New York Foundling Hospital. Now we know what these non-profits and these charities really do behind the scenes. We know that they are actually responsible for the exact opposite of what they say they are operating for. Conditions of orphans in the 1800s were heartbreaking. So why were these kids, why were these kids just enslaved in sweatshops, in these factories? Like, what type of person enslaves a child to literally slave away their childhood in a factory? Who were these people owning these factories? Well, we know they were the robber barons, which we will discuss later on. To enslave these children, to take these children's childhoods from them, and here they are on the train, and they just ship them off. No one knows anything about them. It's kind of like the original child trafficking, really. Just trafficking these children around the United States, around the world. They're doing the same now. All of the kids that come through illegally from the border, they get picked up by the old benevolent US government, only wanting the best for the people and the illegals, and they just ship these kids off. Probably end up in some underground military base somewhere, being tested on by the lizards. I don't know, maybe not, maybe too far. But again, just all these kids just taken. No acknowledgement of their true history, where they come from, who their parents were, off to start a new life, off to be re-educated and to repopulate. And it moves on to a subject that would seem disconnected, but as I will explain, this is what I think happened to their parents. So insane asylums, why was everyone losing their minds in the 19th century? The official narrative is that insane asylums in the United States, particularly the Kirkbride asylums, emerged during the 19th century as part of the moral treatment movement. Because they were so moral back then. Not like everyone was enslaved and suffering from, poverty. Which sought to reform the care of the mentally ill. Before this, individuals with mental illness were often confined in prisons or poor houses with little to no treatment. So they just decided all of a sudden they just had this massive shift in their moral perspective, moral compass got recalibrated, and now they're here to help. The Kirkbride Plan, developed by psychiatrist Dr. Thomas Storey Kirkbride in the mid-1800s, emphasised that patients needed a calm, structured environment for recovery with natural light, ventilation and open spaces to help restore their mental health. So this is the design that we see here of this Kirkbride Plan, and it almost looks like a bat wing, doesn't it? It looks like kind of like a Batman wing. And it was designed so that no matter where the patients were on these wings, they would always be exposed to natural light and ventilation. But then you look at these layouts of these hospitals and you see that it's not just the hospital itself, it's a full-on compound where they have stables, they have like little factories, they have gardens. A fully self-sufficient, isolated environment for whomever exists in this compound, so we're told. And what we're told is that some of the reasons for people being incarcerated in these mental asylums were based on cultural attitudes and societal norms of the time, including mental illness, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, severe depression. A lot of people will be fucked today then, and other diagnosable mental illnesses were key reasons for admission. Hysteria. Women in particular were often diagnosed with hysteria for exhibiting emotional instability. Nothing's changed there then. Anxiety or defiance of social expectations. The only fangirls are out. Get them locked up. Epilepsy. Epilepsy was often poorly misunderstood. Postpartum depression. New mothers suffering from postpartum depression or psychosis could be institutionalized. Alright, again, just taking the mum away. Alcoholism and drug addiction. Moral insanity. People deemed morally deviant, such as those engaging in homosexuality, adultery or prostitution. It's the LGBT crew, they're gone. That's the OnlyFans, they're gone. Old age and dementia. Just, get rid of all the oldies. All the old people that remember the old world. This one I find very interesting. Political or social non-conformity. In some cases, people who did not conform to societal norms or were considered politically troublesome could be declared insane. Now, what's happened over the past 4 years where a specific group of people didn't conform to societal norms and were considered politically troublesome? What happened? What would have happened to those group of people if they were placed in this time frame? They would have been carted off to these facilities. I remember them building certain compounds and facilities over the past 4 years where certain people were carted off to. Odd. Oh well, maybe just me. Financial exploitation, trauma, grief. So yeah, this is a look at one of them. I don't know where this actually was, but this is an example of one of the Kirkbride asylums. And you look at this. Again, here he is, top hats posing. Looks very derelict out front. But you look at this and what I see is like a very, very over the top European-esque palace. You could have plunked this in. You could literally knock down the Palace of Versailles and then plonk that there and tell everyone that was what it was. But look at it. It almost kind of reminds me of that of the Victoria Terminus in India. That sort of style on the architecture there. But just such overkill just to place people that you deem as socially deviant people. They get to live in a palace like such. And as I will start to show you now, where these places were located. The Danvers State Hospital, supposedly built in 4 years, and look, we see here, look how big these places are. Like, these are full-on compounds, and they built this in 4 years. And look at this panorama from afar. Like, look how big it just dominates the skyline. Dominates the skyline. Again, all mud flooded out at the bottom here. Old world Tartaria looking castle like structure, bit of Antiquitech on top. And this was it in 1878. It has underground tunnels attached to it. And again, they have massive gardens. They have everything that you would need to be completely self-sustainable here. Destroyed in 2006. So I believe that Danvers State, this was actually what Arkham Asylum, if you watch familiar with Batman, Arkham Asylum, where they house all of the criminals, Joker, so on and so on. This was actually the inspiration for Arkham Asylum. I mean, just look at the place, guys. 4 years to build this, out in the middle of nowhere of Massachusetts. And then we have Napa State Hospital, California. No construction date, just opened up in 1875. And the story behind this Napa State Hospital is that there was an overflow of mental patients in Stockton Mental Asylum, 200 to be exact. So they needed a place to house these 200 mental patients, and they just decided to build this out in California in the late 19th century, Wild Wild West. Yeah, no electricity, no power tools, just, again, it's like, this is really cool. I'd like to have been able to read what that said. But then, just the attention to detail, it's like, you know, this is for mental patients. Like, why are they being housed in something like that? Why are you building something like this for them? I mean, just look at the size of this thing. For 200 people? For 200 people, this is what you're building? I mean, they really recalibrated their moral compass, you know, to give people such a luxurious standard of living. This big turret with these patterns on. No construction photos, no date of construction. It just opened. Just opened because it was already there. And then just some more insane asylums for us to check out and inspect. Arkansas's Lunatic Asylum, 1873. Again, just looking very old, very weathered. It's been there for a long time. St. Elizabeth's Hospital in DC. This is what it looks like today. Completely abandoned, mud flooded. This was it in 1870 when it was in use. St. Elizabeth, this was it in 1852. So that was in 1870, and this was it in 1852. So already built out, top hats have already got there, already striking the pose. But again, you know, this is a point in time. They didn't have the brick. Like, how many bricks is in this whole compound? Got a little ladder going up there. Osawatomie State Hospital in Kansas in 1857. And also Osawatomie in 1880, there was only 700 people there, so I don't know how many people were there during this period, but it was definitely less than 700 people. Yet here we are, fully kitted out. I mean, this was a little bit later because of the because they had the car there, but this is supposedly when it was first built. What else? Oh, this is just another photo of it from, like, a scale of it from above. North Wisconsin Hospital for the Insane near Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Winnebago Mental. Again, just the size of it almost looks like. I'll show you some photos in part 2 as well. Actually, I'll show you properly on cities that have similar, like, landscapes. This looks like a computer chip to me. This looks like a big computer chip. You know, all these, that infrastructure there. 2 years to build that as well. Come on. I mean, look at this. They get a fancy gate upon their arrival. Look at the little bit of Antiquitech on there. This one is Fulton State in Missouri. 4 years to build this whole complex. In 1847, guys, in Missouri, of all places. So, what do you think the purpose of these buildings were? Evidently, these buildings were not built by who they said they were built by, and they were not built to house the mentally insane. An idea that was brought forth from a channel that I really like, and I really appreciate his work, Lucius Aurelian on YouTube. He did a video where he put forth the idea that these could have been old world compounds or reset compounds, in that an old world civilization knew of a forthcoming reset, and they built these self-sufficient compounds out in the middle of nowhere, because they are out in the middle of nowhere. They're not connected to any of these cities, they're completely disconnected from society, out in the middle of nowhere, so that they could be a multi-purpose, they could have multiple purposes. They could house you, they could feed you during the reset period, but then you could also use it as a kind of a defense, a form of defense against survivors of a reset that would maybe come looking for food, looking for survivors. And I think that's possibly what happened. I think these places were found and the original peoples were not there anymore. And I believe that survivors of the reset that would not play ball with the new narrative, that would not, as we've shown happens when you don't want to play ball with the narrative, the parents were taken from their families, or taken from their children, and they were carted off to here. They were carted off to here, where they were lobotomized, where they were probably tortured, where they were probably just left in a vegetative state for the rest of their life until they rotted away, with the rest of the world not knowing anything about them and their history, their family from there on out. I think that the wars were a cover-up. I think that the wars were a cover-up for either a greater global war, or maybe smaller disputes that was between an old world civilization and a newer breakaway civilization, and the breakaway civilization won, and they've done their best to wipe the evidence of any prior civilization, or they made use of certain buildings whilst they were in need of them. And then they shipped all the kids off to repopulate a lot of these old cities that some of it were destroyed via these supposed fires, but they were systematic clearing out, destroying all the buildings they didn't want. And then they moved all these kids in to repopulate it with a fresh new narrative and a new history to move on with from there on out. That's what my thoughts are of this. But moving on to another important narrative to cover within Old World research, which is the World Fairs, the final goodbye to the Old World, and a new history begins. So, the first World Fair we will explore is the Great Exhibition of London in 1851. Officially titled the Great Exhibition of the Works of Industry of All Nations, quite a mouthful, held in London's Hyde Park between May 1st and October 15th, 1851. It was a groundbreaking event designed to showcase the industrial, technological and cultural achievements of nations around the world. Conceived by Prince Albert, husband of the Queen Lizard herself, Victoria, the event was a celebration of Britain's growing industrial power. But it was also aimed to promote international cooperation and the exchange of ideas. Despite being a time of significant colonialism and empire building, exhibits from India, China and other British colonies were displayed alongside European nations, fostering a sense of global interconnectedness. Over 14,000 exhibitors from countries across Europe, the Americas, Asia and beyond participated, showcasing innovations in machinery, textiles, design and art. The exhibition marked a turning point in how industry, technology and sciences were celebrated on a global stage, and it set a precedent for future world expositions. So being the first, this was a major event, some of the celebrities of the day, British celebrities of the day, that visited the exhibition included the likes of Charles Darwin, Isambard Kingdom Brunel, and I think Michael Faraday was there as well. There was a few others. So some key facts to look at as we examine this expedition. Time to build the expedition. So construction started on July 1850 and it was completed by March 1851. The total time to build was approximately 9 months from groundbreaking to completion. The Crystal Palace, which is this building right here, which was the epicenter of the exhibition, cost approximately £170,000 to build, which is about 25 million in today's money. And the total cost of the exhibition as a whole was about 240,000, so about 35 million in total. A total of over 6 million people visited the Great Exhibition during its 6-month run, and at its peak, the exhibition welcomed over 100,000 visitors in a single day. And just to inspect this in a little bit more detail, this Crystal Palace right here, it was considered an architectural marvel for its use of prefabricated materials and its sheer size. It covered 990,000 square feet. So to put that into context and perspective, if you were to take the Empire State Building and was to flip it horizontally, this building right here, the Crystal Palace, would be longer than the Empire State Building and was made up of 300,000 panels of glass and 4,500 tons of cast iron. It was designed to be dismantled and reassembled. So here we are in Victorian era playing fucking Lego on a grand scale. It was moved more than 7 miles away after the exhibition to Sydenham in South London as a proposed permanent structure. So just wrap your head around that. This building, which was made up of over 300,000 panels of glass and 4,500 tons of cast iron. How were they making this glass? Let's have a little look. How were they mass producing this quantity and quality of glass in 1851? Now they say that the glass was manufactured in the Midlands of the United Kingdom. I can't remember the specific location, but it was somewhere up in the Midlands, the West Midlands of the UK. And it was all transported down and then built like a fucking Lego house in Hyde Park. And we can see there are a few pictures of this expedition, but not many. Most that we see are artistic depictions, which is odd because obviously they had photographic evidence, or I should say, sorry, photographic technology during that time. So why did they not take more photographic pictures instead of just drawings? And why was there no construction photos of the Crystal Palace? I would like to know. If it was such an architectural marvel of the time, you'd think that they would document it. Obviously they were in a rush. 9 months from, setting the foundation stone, or it's not stone, but groundbreaking to completion. They didn't have time to be taking photos. No, they were very busy. Busy. And the fact that they started building it in July and it was completed in March. So, they started in summertime and they built all the way through autumn and winter and spring. I can tell you now, it would be very, very hard work to be building like this, a contraption like this during the winter months when there's no electricity, you've got no power tools, you haven't even really got any mass-produced accessible steam powered tools, and you're building a construction like this through the winter months in the space of 9 months altogether. The Italian Court, Sir Charles Dickinson's comprehensive pictures of the Great Exhibition. I mean, again, look at all of this that we're seeing in here. Very interesting. And another thing, 6 million people visited the Great Exhibition during its 6-month run. 6 million people. How are they all getting to the exhibition? How are they being fed? How are they being watered? Is that the correct term? How are they being sheltered? London didn't have the... Obviously it's a big city and it was the capital, but it didn't have the resources to be able to feed and shelter 6 million people over the space of 9 months, and 100,000 people in one day. I also find this interesting that the first ever public toilets were featured at the exhibition. The first public flush toilets, called the retiring rooms, designed by George Jennings. Over 827,000 people paid a penny to use them, leading to the phrase "spending a penny." It's very interesting. And then the fact that it was moved more than 7 miles away to South London as a proposed permanent structure. So it was built as a temporary structure, but then it was moved 7 miles. Again, you have to deconstruct all of this, put it back into its Lego box, and then take it 7 miles south and then reconstruct it with the idea of it being permanent. It's a bit of a hard one to believe, really, isn't it? And it's interesting that they don't have photos of the original, but they have photos only on the inside of the original. But then they have photos on the outside of the second variation or version of it, being built almost twice as big, and was reassembled within 2 years from it being taken down at the end of the exhibition, 1854, but then burnt down in 1936. Not suspicious in the slightest here. So here's a picture of the Crystal Palace in its new location. And then this was it burnt down into its own footprint in 1936. I mean, look at the size of this thing. We're led to believe that they built this in 1851 or 1852, and it took them 2 years to rebuild this. And when they decided to rebuild it, somehow they managed to, you know, sprawl an extra like 100% of it and made it double the size out of nowhere. Doesn't talk about having to then produce all of the additional glass. Didn't talk about having to produce all the extra cast iron. Very interesting. So that was the original World's Fair. And then we move to Paris in 1889, the exhibition Universelle. The 1889 Paris Expedition Universelle was held to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the French Revolution. It was a showcase of industrial, scientific and cultural achievements of France and other nations, but its most enduring legacy is the construction of the Eiffel Tower, which was unveiled at the entrance arch of the expedition. The fair was a symbol of France's modernity. Slightly different understanding of modernity back then to what it is now, and its place as a world leader in technology and innovation. It also highlighted France's recovery for political turmoil and solidified Paris's position as a cultural and architectural beacon. So the construction began, or preparations began for the expedition in 1886, and the construction of the Eiffel Tower started in 1887, finishing, you know, as they do. They're on a very strict schedule here. Very strict construction schedule, and they finished just in time for the fair's opening in 1889. The fairgrounds and pavilions were built over a period of about 3 years, transforming the Champ de Mars and surrounding areas into the main exhibition site. So the cost itself cost approximately 41 million francs, equivalent to about $8 to $10 million at the time. And the cost of the Eiffel Tower alone was about 7.8 million francs, which is about $1.5 million. I mean, what can $1.5 million buy you now? Here in the UK, a little fucking hole in the wall in London somewhere, but back then it was getting you the Eiffel Tower. Funded by both private investors and the French government. Highlights of technologies introduced. So we have the Eiffel Tower itself and electricity. The fair emphasized the growing use of electricity. So this was around the time frame, remember, when I discussed at the beginning of the presentation that it was around the late 1800s, 1880s, early 1890s where we started to see electric lighting beginning to be utilized across the world. Hydraulic elevators. The elevators in the Eiffel Tower were an early example of hydraulic elevator technology. Telecommunications, early telephone technology and telegraph advancements were exhibited, showcasing the rapid progress in global communication. And machinery in the machinery hall, which is this big building over here. The exposition attracted over 32 million visitors during its run from May 6th to October 31st, making it one of the most attended world fairs of all time. Again, 32 million people. How are they being transported to? How are they being fed? And how are they being sheltered during this world fair? I would like to know. 32 million people is a lot of people. Some of the controversy surrounding the World Fair at the time is that it was the first World Fair to exhibit these, which I'll show some pictures of later on, human zoos, where they featured people from colonialized nations in reconstructed villages, reinforcing imperial and racial hierarchies. So between this and the 1904 St. Louis expedition, there was over 2,000 indigenous cultures that were showcased to the onlooking visitors. I got some pictures later on. It's very interesting. A women's pavilion. This was one of the first fairs to include a dedicated women's pavilion, showcasing the contributions of women to art, science, and culture. How progressive of the French. Time to deconstruct the exposition. The fair officially ended on October 31st, 1889, and deconstruction of the temporary pavilions began soon after. Most structures were dismantled within a year, although some key structures like the Eiffel Tower was preserved, and the Galerie des Machines was left standing until 1910, after which it was dismantled just before the First World War. The site was then redeveloped for later urban projects. So here's a little aerial view of it itself. I mean, we can see that it takes up quite a big footprint. In Paris, this is obviously the Eiffel Tower. Then we have this machinery building over here, and then we have some of the smaller pavilions. So all of this was built to be temporary, supposedly. All of this around here as well, all temporary. And I will show you some pictures in a minute, and we will question if it looked temporary. So here's another perspective of it. And this is a blueprint schematic of the layout. And this is actually something, whilst I've got you here in part 1, this will be revisited slightly in part 2, in that, doesn't that look like a computer chip to you? If you had like a motherboard and you had like the CPU, the GPU, you know, you've got the CN river here, could be like a cooling deck, heat deck for it. But we're going to explore that in much more detail in part 2, because I think that these were originally already here, and they did play a part within the global motherboard. But yeah, very interesting nonetheless. Let's have a little look at some of the main attractions of the fair here. So this is a picture inside the grand gallery of various industries. So again, this was all built within 4 years, we're told. So just look at the intricacies of this architecture. I mean, they even have to tell you architecture there. Little pyramid right there, little interesting symbol. I mean, does this look temporary to you? And if we look at the floor, this floor looks old, you know. This doesn't look like newly laid floor. This looks like very old. This looks like if you were to go into a church that's a few hundred years old that hasn't really been seen to. And all of this detailing on the floor is just faded over time. So the grand gallery of various industries. It almost looks like here, back in the day, they would have had like statues, and this bit's just been repurposed. Little chandelier hanging off, but look, this looks like there should be statues here. But this floor just looks very old. I mean, there's cracks in it already. You know, if it was supposedly new, it should look brand new, right? And then this building here, the entrance to the exhibition hall. Again, a lot of like Phoenician adornments. Little cherubim up here. I mean, none of this looks temporary, at all, in the slightest. I mean, it looks kind of weathered, it looks kind of old. With the wrought iron as well. I mean, there might have been aspects of it that were, as I do believe, there was aspects of it that were temporary, that were built to be temporary, and I will show you that. But then there's also buildings that were definitely not temporary. You don't build this sort of level of architecture in the space of a few years just for it to be temporary, for it to be pulled down. So this building, the Dome of Beaux Arts, again, beautiful building. I mean, what do you think when you look at these pictures? If you wasn't told where this was or what point in time, and you were just told that this building was built within the space of 2-3 years, with the idea of it being completely temporary, what would you think about that? What would be your intuitive response to that? Look at this building here. The central dome of the exhibition. I mean, look at the magnificence of this building. Absolutely epic. Look at the adornments. Look at the detailing. Just the overkill of attention to detail. It's so unnecessary if this was just meant to be a temporary building. Made out of supposedly plaster as well. Supposedly a lot of them are plaster clad, which again you do see some of the buildings later on and they do look like they were made from plaster, but this is definitely not plaster. This is very advanced masonry. This is very advanced architecture. This is not something that can be thought up and planned within a year, only to then be constructed within like 2 years, ready to go for the exhibition. Another one of the buildings here. Again, just the urban planning. You know, we already covered that with the American towns. Just to be able to survey all of this, to level everything out, do all the groundwork, all the digging, set all the foundation in place to build all of this. Like, these are big buildings. You know, they require like a very well thought out foundation plan in order for these to be able to stand. And then this was the Gallery of the Machines, 1889, 1899. Again, just massive construction. Here we are with another picture of the Gallery of Beaux Arts. So that we've seen the central dome and then it just continues outwards, and just look at this. You know, nothing temporary about this whatsoever. There are construction photos of the Eiffel Tower. But again, the construction photos of the Eiffel Tower, which I haven't included in this because there's a lot of them, they all look very odd in that the scale is always off in regards to the actual Eiffel Tower itself and what's underneath it and what's in the background. Like, as you see the progression of this tower being built out, everything that's underneath it, and in the, well, immediate sort of foreground and background, the perspective of the scales shift dramatically, and it just doesn't make sense. One minute this thing's small, and then the next thing this thing's big. Maybe something we'll explore in future videos, but look at all of this. The grand gallery of various industries. I mean, all of this Antiquitech. So again, you know, visitors were coming in and they were seeing the latest technology of the day. But why is the latest technology of the day very reminiscent of the technology we see that, you know, has been built into cathedrals or these old world buildings? It's all the same style. Like, this is like a micro version of it. In fact, maybe the new technology of the day was like how they managed to miniaturize it. They found a way to be able to miniaturize it, much as we've done from, you know, the first mobile phones and computers to today, the advancement in being able to scale down computer chips. Maybe they found a way to scale down this technology into this size. And look at this, the exhibition of marble sculptures. I mean, just look at this building. This must be in that the Beaux Arts exhibition. It looks like this is the dome for it, but look at again the attention to detail. Every little nook and crevice of this building has some form of detailing on. Like, there's no part that hasn't been given the most attentive level of detail applied to it. Beautiful. Very beautiful. So that's some of the key buildings and attractions of the Paris World Fair. Now we're shifting our attention across the pond to Chicago, aka Shalaga, in 1893. The World's Columbian Expedition, as it was known as, was held to commemorate the 400th anniversary of Christopher Columbus's arrival in the Americas in 1492. And it was one of the most significant and grandiose world fairs in history, taking place in the, I guess, like the epicenter of the Gilded Age within America, symbolizing the height of the Gilded Age in the United States. The fair was designed to showcase the United States' progress in technology, culture, and industrial power to both American citizens and the world. Nicknamed the White City for its neoclassical buildings painted white, the expedition spread over 600 acres and included the exhibitions from 46 countries. Construction of the exposition began in 1891 and was completed just in time for the grand opening on May 1st, 1893. Again, very good with their timekeeping, the peoples of this day. The entire process took about 2 years from initial groundwork to completion, and the planning, led by Daniel Burnham, very interesting character. You can do a little bit of digging yourself on this fella here and what his background was, began even earlier, in 1890, meaning that the whole endeavour took less than 4 years to plan, build, operate, and finally destroy. The total cost of the exposition was approximately $28.7 million, which is about somewhere between $850 million to $1 billion in today's money. Some of the technologies introduced at this World Fair was the Ferris wheel, which we will have a look at in a minute, the world's first Ferris wheel. Electricity and lighting, so this was powered by Tesla's AC system. Moving walkway. The fair introduced the first example of a moving walkway, a precursor to the modern airport travelator. So they had these on the streets, not just in airports back then. The dishwasher. Debuted the automatic dishwasher, which later became a popular household appliance. And the zipper, the precursor to the modern zipper, was introduced as an automatic continuous clothing closure. Over the course of the fair's 6-month run, it attracted over 27 million visitors, which was an astounding number considering the US population at the time was about 63 million. So almost half. Now, I'm not saying that all Americans, they were all American, you know, there was global visitors as well, but in comparison, close to almost half of America visited this World Fair, so we're told. And on October 9th, it saw the largest crowd of any single day in attendance with over 700,000 visitors. That is a lot of people. A lot of people. Some interesting facts, that it was the first time that the Star-Spangled Banner was played at an official event, and then it then became cemented as a patriotic song and became from there on out the American national anthem. Such a shit national anthem. Fucking boring. All national anthems are fucking dumb and stupid, but yeah, I'd have to say that Star-Spangled Banner is the worst. Just my opinion, of course. Human zoos, again. Some more controversy, as ethnological villages were featured, showcasing indigenous communities from around the world in recreated traditional environments, a reflection of the colonial mindset of the time. Okay. And then after the expedition closed on October 30th, 1893, much of the fair was dismantled or burned down within the following months. You know, some things they couldn't just dismantle, so they had to burn to the ground. Some buildings were designed to be temporary, so we were told, and were demolished quickly after the fair ended, while others were burned in a fire that broke out shortly after the fair ended. So the fire wasn't even planned. It just broke out shortly after, coincidentally. Not too long after the Chicago Great Fire, which happened about 30 years prior. These fires, they seem to like these places where a lot of epic stone buildings used to stand. And the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago is housed in one of the few surviving buildings, originally the Palace of Fine Arts. So again, just a little look. This was the Court of Honor that we were looking at earlier on. This is, I guess, like a bird's eye perspective of it. You can see the sort of scale that we're looking at here. Look how big these buildings are. Like that building here just looks like a computer chip to me. It looks like a big CPU. The size of these buildings to be built, and again, these buildings here, I'll show you some pictures later, and we'll see these buildings in like real life. These buildings, we're told, were built to be temporary, purely temporary, nothing permanent about them, so we're told. All built with wood, plaster, clay. Yeah, that's what they want to tell us. But we look at this here. This looks like not just an old world city of Shalaga, but you know, this looks like this could have been like a governmental area of old world Shalaga. You know, some very, very impressive buildings here. So some of the key buildings themselves, let's have a little look. So this is the manufacturer's building. I mean, again, just look how tiny these people are in comparison to the size of this. And this was a temporary building. Please tell me how you make that to be temporary. How is that safe? To make that out of the materials that we're told that it was made from. How is that safe to build something on that scale? This is a massive health hazard. If this is made from temporary materials that don't provide the structural integrity to be able to support the mass, height, width, the size and scale of this building, then you know it's not safe for people to be walking around here. You know, all you need is a little bit of wind or you know some bit of adverse weather, and this could all topple in if it was temporary, like we're told. Here's a nice view from above. mean, just beautiful. This is Old World America. This is the pinnacle of Old World America. This summarizes it. Look at this. It's like ancient Rome. Maybe ancient Rome was Old World America. Maybe ancient Rome was built off the inspiration of Old World America. Let's flip the script a little bit. What came first? Ancient Rome or ancient America? Again, look at all of this. You know, in order to be able to dig out all of this, to fill up this ravine, this lake, that would take so long without power tools, without heavy machinery. The peristyle from the lake, I mean, look at this. Something that you would expect to see in Rome. All these adornments as well. The details, the main entrance of the art palace. So this art palace is still here today and it's now a museum. Again, that one just happened to be permanent. It was like all the others were temporary, but oh, this one we just decided to make as permanent. Again, even if they decided to make that as a permanent building, look at the size of this building. You know, these big Greco-Roman columns. The Golden Door of Transportation building. Very cool. This is the Ferris wheel. So this Ferris wheel could hold hundreds of people per car. Hundreds of people per car. That's absolutely crazy, like the size of this thing. The agricultural building again, another view, another angle with that. Utilizing all of the antenna here with flags. Good guys, good cover. And then the machinery hall. Again, you know, what part of this is temporary? And this was one of the first things that really opened my eyes to the history, the real history of America. As soon as I saw this and was told that this was temporary, I was like, yeah, this is bullshit. Look at this. It is like it's like a European city in its golden age. To have the technology to build this, you know, the fact that it would have taken just a year to conceive this, to actually plan it out, and then it took a further 3 years to build all of this out. You know, big obelisk in the middle as well. So out of place, so out of time. The Chicago, the Midwest in the late 19th century. And then we move on to St. Louis in 1904. So we're in the early 20th century now, but still a lot of what I want to discuss applies. So the Louisiana Purchase Expedition, commonly known as the St. Louis World Fair, was held on April 30th to December 1st, 1904 in St. Louis, Missouri, to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Louisiana Purchase. The fair was a massive event designed to showcase the achievements of the United States and the world, with particular emphasis on technological innovations, art, culture, and progress from the US and countries around the globe. The fair covered 1,200 acres in Forest Park and attracted millions of visitors. It is especially remembered for the grand architecture of its temporary neoclassical buildings, temporary again, the introduction of new foods like ice cream cones and Dr. Pepper, Dr. Pepper from 1904, and various technological advancements. It also included controversial anthropological exhibits that reflected the racial and colonial attitudes at the time. It seemed like a lot of these expeditions included these controversial anthropological exhibits. Planning for the expedition began as early as 1898, but construction didn't start until 1901. The fairgrounds took 3 years to build, from 1901 to 1904. The total cost to build the fair was around 15 million, so we're looking at anywhere between $475 to $500 million. And the entire Expedition itself cost around $1 billion in terms of budget or expense. Some of the highlights of technologies introduced: wireless technology. Marconi's wireless telegraph technology was demonstrated, showcasing the future of long-distance communication without cables. Electricity and lighting. Some of the electricity and lighting from the Chicago World Fair was brought over and actually improved upon. That laid out the electrical infrastructure of the fair. Automobiles. The fair highlighted the emerging automobile industry, featuring new cars from brands like Ford. So we'll be checking out old Henry Ford in the Robber Baron section later on. X-ray machines. X-ray technology was demonstrated, offering visitors a glimpse into the medical advancements that would change diagnostic practices. And refrigeration technologies were exhibited here, signaling the future of food storage and preservation. Over 19 million people attended the exhibition during its 7-month run. Also interesting to note that the Olympics were also being held in St. Louis in 1904, although they were largely overshadowed by the exposition itself. The Ferris wheel was also moved from the Chicago World Fair to here and made a reappearance. And although the Wright brothers did not attend, the fair exhibited a number of aviation technologies, showcasing the beginnings of flight. The destruction of the fair began immediately after it closed on December the 1st. So as soon as the last day was over, as soon as the last visitor was out of the grounds, straight on to demolition it. Straight away, we need to get on with the deconstruction. No break, no celebration for the planning team, for the show team, for everyone that was involved in the organization of this event. No, just right to deconstruction. Most of the buildings, again, were designed to be temporary, constructed from materials like plaster and wood, and were demolished shortly after the fair ended. Some parts of the fairground were cleared within months, although deconstruction of certain larger structures continued into 1905. Only a few buildings, such as the Palace of Fine Arts, survived as permanent structures. So again, the whole thing was designed to be temporary, but a few of them just somehow survived and repurposed permanent structures. So again, we look at the layout here, and this is 1,200 acres. So it took them 3 years to fill out 1,200 acres, working night and day through the winter months with no electricity, no power tools. Although it was it was involved in the exhibition, I doubt the builders and the workforce, the labour, were granted access to such to aid them with such a colossal project. I mean, again, just look at these buildings. Look at the size of these buildings. Look how epic this looks. Like, this is all the temporary stuff. This is the sort of stuff that you can build in a few years. Or this stuff down here in the bottom. These buildings are not temporary. Look at this. Actually, I'm going to show you the proper pictures of them now. So just like, look at the scale. Like, look at these little ants. Look at these little ants in comparison to the size of these temporary buildings. You know, little canals as well, little gondolas down here. It is almost like a little, I say a little Venice. It's bigger, look at it. Look at this. A view from the sunken garden. I wonder why it's called Sunken Garden. Sunken, mud-flooded. I mean, you could take these buildings, which could have been very old, very ancient, and it would take a few years in order to replaster them, to plaster over them, to kind of touch them up a little bit, paint them all white. Look at the light bulbs here. Some fasces there, it's interesting, light bulbs on fasces. fasces, something that we didn't explore in the Antiquitech part of the presentation, but something that we could have. Maybe we'll do a video in the future on what fasces were, what they symbolize, and what their actual practical usage could have been. But yeah, I mean, all of these buildings here could have just been replastered, repainted, and that would take a long time, you know, to paint all of this, to replaster everything, to paint everything. That would take a number of years. You know, but to build these buildings in the time frame allocated, again, to plan all this out, to landscape all of this, to lay the foundation for all of this, you know, all of the hydraulics that are involved in order to get these fountains working like they were. Looking towards so this was the Palace of Electricity, this building here in the back, and this was the Festival Hall, the Palace of St. Louis across the Great Basin, illuminated at night. Look at this, man. Fuck. So beautiful. I mean, when you look at all these old buildings in Rome and across Europe, imagine them being lit up like this at one point in time. That they had that technology. I mean, this looks kind of like, you know, that picture that I shown you at the beginning of the Antiquitech part of the presentation, from, I don't know if it was like 17th, 18th century, the painting or drawing, and it's shown something at night radiating out. Like, this is what I believe they saw. They saw this, and it had water, and this is what they were showing, a reflection of the light on the water, and they were showing like the radiation of this light, of this energy coming out of these structures, and this is what it would have been. It would have been like this. Just absolutely beautiful. Think what state of mind it would put you in walking through this environment. Would you feel fearful? Would you feel scared? Would you feel anxious? Would you feel nervous? Would you feel demoralized? Would you feel disheartened? Would you feel angry? Or would you feel completely at peace, inspired? You know, think of the resonance of all of these buildings. This is what I was saying. With these buildings in place, the resonance that they create through the geometry, the shape and form, but also the actual technology built into them, it renders a heaven-like dimension onto this plane of existence. You know, walking around, just being bathed within the electromagnetic field created by all of these buildings. Think of the state of consciousness that you would be in. And then we have this picture here, the opening day of the 1904 exhibition, with a number of spectators here. But again, we don't know if this is true. We don't know any. We just know that that's the official narrative here. That this is the standard. So this is William H. Thompson and David R. Francis, president of the Louisiana Purchase Expedition Company. So it was a company, but it was a company. Well, obviously, wasn't a good company because they didn't make any profits in these exhibitions. They lost a lot of money. You know, they sank a billion plus into this, and they lost the majority of it. So there must be more to it, more incentives to it than just well, there was no financial gain. But we're told that these are the two characters here, these two chaps, and everyone's just here, you know, listening to maybe an opening speech. But how do we know that? How do we know that it is an opening speech? How do we know that they're not being told something completely different? For all we know, again, this is purely speculative, these could all be paid actors, and they're being told their orders, as in like, right, we're going to be taking a lot of pictures today. We need you to be walking around. We need you to be, you know, looking at certain structures. We need you to be, you know, ready for photos at any second of the day. We need you to make it look like this is brand new and you've never seen this before. Or maybe it is what we're being told. We don't know. You know, this is just a you know, a moment of time captured that we're looking back on, trying to interpret it, trying to work out what was happening here. And then we move on to the San Francisco 1915 World Exhibition, also known as the Panama-Pacific International Exposition. Took place from February 20th to December 4th to celebrate the completion of the Panama Canal and showcase San Francisco's recovery from the devastating 1906 earthquake. So the 1906 earthquake is another thing that there's videos of that. I didn't actually include them in this presentation, but you can search it up. The immediate aftermath that's caught on camera of the 1906 earthquake. So again, to celebrate the completion of the Panama Canal, why do you not just have the expedition in Panama City? Somewhere that's a little bit more closer to home and relevant to a celebration of the Panama Canal. The fair covered 635 acres alongside San Francisco's northern waterfront, now the Marina District, and featured stunning architecture, technological exhibits, art and pavilions from the countries and the United States. The Palace of Fine Arts, one of the most famous buildings from the expedition, remains an iconic landmark in San Francisco today, which is this building right here. And it's also the building that, as I was showing you that picture from 1875, which would have been taken like somewhere maybe up here or in the other direction back here, you could see the outline of these buildings, and that was in 1875. Again, I don't stand by that 100% because you just don't know, but I believe that this area here was the area that you could see a very, very like small glimpse of. The construction of the Panama-Pacific International Expedition began in 1911 and the site was completed in early 1915, just in time for the opening. Again, just in time for the opening. It took 4 years of planning and construction to bring the event to life. The total cost was around $50 million in that day, which is about 1.3 to 1.4 billion in today's money. Some of the key technologies introduced: telephones. The expedition featured demonstrations of Alexander Graham Bell's telephone, marking advancements in telecommunications, wireless telecommunications, early radio and wireless communication technologies were displayed. Aviation and aeronautics, with stunt pilots and early aeroplanes demonstrating the emerging potential for air travel. Automobiles and engines, including cutting-edge engines and manufacturing processes, so the production line. I think this was just after the Model T was released from Ford. Home appliances, electrical household appliances, including early electrical ovens, vacuum cleaners and refrigerators, were shown to a public increasingly interested in modern conveniences. Illumination and lighting, the Tower of Jewels, which is this building here. A centerpiece of the expedition was illuminated by thousands of colored glass beads that glittered with light, showcasing advances in electrical illumination. Over the course of the fair's 10-month run, the expedition attracted around 18.8 million visitors. It was a huge success in terms of visitor numbers, especially considering the global tensions building towards World War I. Electric cars were also on display. The expedition featured early examples of electric cars were still considered viable alternatives to gasoline-powered vehicles at the time. So 100 years from then to now. When did the first Tesla electric car come out? Let's just say 100 years, round it down to 100 years. 100 years, have we really developed that much? Still playing around with the idea that electric cars, you know, are this breakthrough technology. They had them back then. Over 50 sculptures were commissioned for the fair, many of which were displayed around the fairgrounds, and some of these sculptures are now located in various museums and public spaces. The process of deconstructing the exposition began soon after its official closure on December 4th. So again, same as before, as soon as these expositions are over, they do not waste any time, no haste. Straight in with the deconstructing process. Most of the buildings, which were made of plaster and other temporary materials, were dismantled and removed within a few months. The only structure to survive was this here, Palace of Fine Arts. Very interesting. So here we go. This was the... Look at this. So does all of this look temporary to you? Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I just want to ask that question. And intuitively, what do you feel when you see this? Does this look temporary? Does this look like something that can be built within 3 years? Look at this boulevard here. Again, oh, look at that little bit. Look at this. This right here, this little bit of tech. Temple of Fine Arts. Just what a temple of, you envision a temple of fine arts to look like. Very interesting on the pediments here. Not relevant to American culture whatsoever. Here's some pictures. Again, this is looking old. You know, this just looks old here. You know, you're looking at these buildings in the foreground, and then you look over here. This just looks old, like it's already been here. Again, all lit up. Again, you know, see how the lights are coming off like this? This looks like that picture of that obelisk with all of the energy, all the light radiating out of it. If you were there at night time and you were trying to capture that, but you didn't have cameras and you had to draw it, you would draw it in the same way, that it would look like that, of like this sort of beam of energy just radiating outwards. Temple of Fine Arts as well, or in the back of it. Look at these little obelisks. Obelisk, 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 obelisk. I mean, all these big Greco-Roman columns. I mean, it kind of looks old. It looks weathered. This here. I mean, techie on this. All these little, it looks like little electrical pylons. What do you think? What do you think when you see that? And then some curiosities of the World Fair. So this isn't from the San Francisco. This one is from Coney Island, but it was also, these infant incubators were also exhibited in the Chicago World Fair, and they literally just had this on display where you'd walk in and you see these incubators, and you know, these little babies, these newborns were put in there to help, you know, their organs grow whilst they were, you know, on death's door. You know, and people would just walk in and see these. Whose babies are these? Where's the parents? It's like, you're just gonna, if your baby is on the verge of death, are you just gonna allow it to be exhibited like some fucking art showcase where people can just walk in and check it out? The human zoos. So this is what they did. They just built out these little villages and had all these natives. The Philippine Exposition. So this was in the St. Louis one. You know, they just had like these people just enslaved, just taken from their homeland, and then they just get put on display like a zoo for people to come and just look at them. You know, so over 2,000 indigenous peoples were exhibited on display, ranging from people in Southeast Asia, in Africa, South America, all around the world, India. And this is one of the pavilions, and you can see like all of these buildings here. Like, these buildings look like cheap. Like, this looks like cheap plaster, something you'd see in a playground, you know, a fairground, I should say. This is the sort of stuff you expect them to build out, like a number of these buildings over the space of a few years. They build all of this out, and they just then tell everyone that the whole thing was built in 3 years, when in reality they built all of these buildings. This is what I see the people of these days being capable of. They build this out, you know, it's all made of plaster and wood. That really makes sense to me. All temporary, 100% agree. This is all temporary. What's not temporary is those buildings that we just looked at just then. These were built around pre-existing structures, and then they had the excuse that when they wanted to deconstruct and demolish the whole site, they took the other old buildings with them. If you wanted to explore this in more detail, there is a lot of data out there surrounding these world fairs. They were, they were documented, and there's a good book called Expeditions Exposed by Howdy Makowski. In fact, Howdy Makowski, you can watch his YouTube channel. He's got a lot of interesting videos surrounding these world fairs. But I just wanted to give you like a glimpse and an introduction into them and their importance. So, an old legacy erased, a new legacy created. This is my thoughts. These are my thoughts regarding the world fairs of the 19th and early 20th century, that they played a monumental role in shaping modern society by showcasing the advancements of the Industrial Revolution, promoting global trade and elevating cultural exchange. These events helped shape international relationships and set the stage for urban development and introduce technologies that would define the modern world. But beneath the official narrative lay many suspicious observations that should be seriously considered and discussed further. Impossible construction timelines. Many of the world fairs, such as the 1893 Chicago World Fair and 1904 St. Louis Exposition, were built within extremely short time frames, often only 2 or 3 years, despite the massive scale and intricacy of the structures. These constructions are arguably impossible feats given the technology and labour available at the time. These buildings may not have been constructed from scratch, but rather repurposed from a more advanced and lost civilization. Temporary structures debate. Official narratives state that many of these World Fair buildings were temporary, built using plaster and wood, and intended to be dismantled after the fair. However, the grander durability and intricate designs of some structures, such as the Machinery Hall in Chicago or the Palace of Fine Arts in San Francisco, contradicts this narrative about their temporary nature. Re-education camps. These fairs seem to have been used to re-educate the public by introducing a new version of history, aligned with the goals of the elite powers. It is arguable that the official historical narrative was rewritten during this period to erase evidence of an old world civilization. The fairs, in this view, were part of a global effort to introduce a new world order based on industrialization and capitalism, while erasing knowledge of previous advanced technologies and societal structures. Reintroduction of old world technologies. Many of the technologies showcased at these fairs, such as electricity, air travel, and advanced construction techniques, were not newly invented, but rather reintroduced from the old world. The old world fairs were a means to reintroduce the sanitized versions of these technologies while keeping their full potential hidden from the public. And financial failures and motives. Several of these fairs, such as the 1904 St. Louis Exposition, faced significant financial challenges, often costing far more to build than they earned in revenue, suggesting that these fairs were not intended to be profitable, but rather served as vehicles for a larger agenda, including the destruction of old world structures and the systematic resetting of history. The financial failures, therefore, were part of the effort to quickly dismantle and erase these grand structures. Now, what do you think? What are your thoughts? I'd like to know in the comments below. And then we're just going to have a little look at now some of what I believe is propaganda against the old world, specifically old world America. And this is one of the first that comes to mind. Was way back when, the original Addams family, and what we see is, in my eyes, An old world American family that has survived a reset. They still have, they still live by the old ways. Morticia, the mum, she's very much into like botany and alchemy. The grandmother's a witch. The dad, what's the dad called? Something Nando. What's the dad called in Adam's family? You know, he's very kooky. But the family's very nice. The family's very nice and loving, and they're always misunderstood by their neighbours. Everyone takes the piss out of them. But their house is a museum. So their house is a museum filled with old world artifacts and antiques. And they've got one of those. They've got, as you can see, it's an old world house. It's an old world house with Antiquitech on. It's a museum. People come in and they see all of the old world technology from the past. You know, very much kind of gothic, into the occult. And, you know, there's a reason why as well, that it was a show that has been rebooted up until this day. You know, there was a very recent Addams Family animation released, and then Wednesday Addams had her own show with that Jenna Ortega that was out very recently. So every generation gets their, you know, reboot of the Addams Family, and I believe it's very subtle predictive programming and propaganda to kind of, I'll show you now, that a lot of these old world buildings, old world houses in America, we've been programmed to believe them as like haunted houses. So Hitchcock here with the house in Psycho, Casper, the friendly ghost, and if you look at the house that he's in, you know, it's these old world houses. This house here from It, with where Pennywise is. Edward Scissorhands with their house, a lot of Tim Burton films. You know, they all utilize these houses to be somewhere that's scary, somewhere that's haunted, somewhere that you shouldn't go. These abandoned houses left over from the old world that haven't been demolished, they're always inhabited by, you know, something nefarious, something evil, somewhere that you should just leave alone. And I believe that is deliberate. I believe that it's either deliberate consciously or unconsciously. Kind of contradicts. How can you be deliberate unconsciously? But there's a force being pushed through the subconscious to remove this part of history, and then it comes up through our art, through different forms of art in the modern day, to try and remove this, or remove our curiosity of this time, and to program us into thinking that there's nothing of value, that only evil lurks behind these doors of history. What do you think? There's plenty more examples. These were just some of the main ones that come to my mind when creating this presentation, but a lot of horror films always filmed in these houses. You know, the same with like the mental asylums as well. You know, there's always a weird feeling you get when you look at these buildings or when you walk into them. A weird aura that they have. A weird sort of morphogenic resonance surrounding the place. And then we move on to the final part of part 1 of the presentation, the NWO of the post-reset world. So we're going to be looking at some of the powers that I suspect and speculate were maybe not responsible for these resets, because I believe there is a force greater than themselves responsible for these resets that I will go into detail on in part 2. But we're going to look at some of the peoples and families that I believe profited from these resets and repositioned themselves in the history books as dynasties that may or may not have existed prior to these resets. So we're going to start off with the 13 Illuminati bloodlines. So we have the Astor family, a prominent American family with deep roots in business and real estate, particularly in New York. They were one of the wealthiest families during the 19th century. In fact, let's zoom in on all of these. So I'm going to show you that there's been many resets. In part 2, I'm going to show you that there's been many resets over our recorded history. The Bundy family. So some of these are going to be from the most recent reset, and then some of these are going to be from more ancient resets, often linked to political influence in the United States, with members involved in government service and advising key political figures, including the CIA and the US Department of Defense. The Collins family. This family is considered influential within occult and magical circles, with conspiracy suggesting ties to secret societies and ritualistic practices. The DuPont family, a well-known American dynasty with its wealth derived from the DuPont Chemical Company. They are considered one of the most powerful families or industrial families in America. The Freeman family, not as prominent publicly as other families. The Freeman bloodline is associated with connections to both financial power and secret occult practices. The Kennedy family, so starts to ring a bell now, one of the most famous political families in the US, with members such as JFK serving as president. Their power and wealth has led to various conspiracy theories involving their deaths and alleged secret influences. So we now have a new Kennedy, or if everything plays out the way that we hope, or the way that things are proposed, we have a new Kennedy in a political or presidential administration in a position of power. The Lee family. This family is considered one of the most powerful in China and is thought to have had its influence in global finance and Asian political movements. They have very close ties to the Triads, to the creation of the Triads, when the Triads brought together 3 different societies of the time in China. I can't remember their name. One was like the White Lotus Society, and there was 2 others, and they formed the Triads. The Onassis family. The Onassis family gained immense wealth through shipping magnate Aristotle Onassis. They were often mentioned in relation to their links to powerful individuals in global politics. So once JFK was headshotted, that is, clocks cleaned, Jackie Kennedy, now a widow, married this fella here, Aristotle Onassis. So again, you'll find that all of these families are all interconnected. The Rockefellers, one of the most famous American industrialist families with fortunes made in oil and later through banking and philanthropy. The Rockefellers are regularly implicated in global economic and political conspiracies. The Rothschild family, a well-known European banking dynasty that amassed incredible wealth starting in the 18th century. The Rothschilds are frequently mentioned in conspiracy theories related to global banking, finance, and control over economies. The Russell family, often connected with the establishment of Yale University's Skull and Bones Society. A lot of influential figures have been involved in the Skull and Bones. George Bush, John Kerry, a number of them. This family is believed to have had deep ties to secret societies and global influence. The Van Doyen family, lesser known, linked to occult practices and said to have had impact on historical narratives in Europe. The Van Doyen also had supposedly came over when the Dutch occupied New Netherlands, New Amsterdam, New York. This is their entrance into America. And the Merovingian family. The family traces its lineage back to the Merovingian kings of medieval France. The Merovingians are often associated with royal bloodlines, with conspiracies tying them to European monarchies and the connections to the Holy Grail. So again, on Matrix Reloaded and Revelations, the Merovingian played a key role in the management of the Matrix system itself. Don't know if you're familiar with the Merovingian character in the Matrix series, but I don't think that was by any coincidence. And then we have a few others to look at here, which are the Black Nobility and Papal bloodlines. So the Black Nobility is essentially the Italian aristocratic bloodlines that had major influence on the Vatican and the succession of popes So the Orsini family, part of the black nobility, is one of the most prominent papal bloodlines. This ancient Roman family has produced multiple popes, cardinals, and other church officials over the centuries. The Medici family, so they're known for their financing of the Renaissance. They were also one of the main financiers of Leonardo da Vinci, and helped put in Pope Leo X, Pope Clement VII, Pope Pius IV, and Pope Leo XI into power. The Borghese family is another Italian noble family closely linked to the Vatican, having produced Pope Paul V. And then some other European bloodlines that we have. The House of Hanover ruled over Great Britain from 1714 to 1901. The dynasty oversaw significant events including the expansion of the British Empire, the American Revolutionary War, and the Industrial Revolution. Under Queen Victoria, its most iconic monarch, the British Empire reached its zenith, marking the Victorian era. The House of Romanov. So remember when I said at the beginning to do with Tartaria, and there was a cohort of conspirators involving the Holy Roman Empire, the Vatican, and the House of Romanov to remove Tartarian connections to history. The House of Romanov ruled Russia from 1613 to 1617. The dynasty oversaw Russia's transformation into a major European and global power. The Romanovs played pivotal roles in European politics, especially during the Napoleonic Wars, the Congress of Vienna. However, their reign ended abruptly with the abdication of Nicholas II during the Russian Revolution of 1917, which led to the establishment of a communist regime and the eventual execution of his family, the royal family. The House of Habsburg. The House of Habsburg was one of Europe's most influential royal families, ruling vast territories across Europe from the 13th century to the early 20th century. During its peak, it controlled the Holy Roman Empire, Spain, Austria, Hungary, and parts of Italy and the Netherlands. Habsburg also made famous by the Habsburg jewel, which is a physiognomal defect with the jewel line suspected to be the result of endless inbreeding, as they do. All of these royal families love their inbreeding. And if you look at, I believe it's Philip IV, I can't remember the specific individual, but when you look at portraits of one of these kings, he looks just like Zuckerberg, which is very eerie. He looks just like Zuckerberg, but I'm not going to go into any more detail on that now. Society of Jesus, the Jesuits. The Jesuits was founded in 1840. Catholic religious order. They established prestigious schools and universities worldwide and spread Catholicism to Asia, the Americas, and Africa. Known for political meddling, espionage, and orchestrating events to consolidate Catholic power. The Jesuits have a lot to answer for. Each one of these that I'm talking about, you could write, books on in regards to their influence on the world, the classical world, into the modern world. The Jesuits, even being a religious order, just how they affect science. It's a Jesuit that came up with the Big Bang Theory. To make us think that we all just appeared out of a Big Bang of nothingness into where we are now, into an ever-expanding universe. Bavarian Illuminati, founded in 1776 by Adam Weishaupt, was a secret society aimed at promoting Enlightenment ideals such as reason, secularism, and liberty, while opposing superstition and religious influence. Initially composed of intellectuals, freethinkers, and political reformers, the Illuminati sought to influence societal structures subtly through education and alliances. So it's kind of where you get the Illuminati bloodlines, or the Illuminati name from. Freemasonry. So these are all orders and secret societies. Just to name a few. Like, there are a few that I left out. The Priory of Zion, the OTO, Order of the Golden Dawn. There's a lot of magical societies and orders. Freemasonry, emerging in the early 17th century as a fraternal organization rooted in traditions of medieval stone mason guilds. Its members, often influential figures in society, can be accused of operating as a hidden elite, manipulating governments and orchestrating revolutions, such as the French and American, and pursuing a new world order. So we know the Masonic background of the founding fathers of George Washington, Benjamin Franklin. A number of US presidents have all been involved within Freemasonry, and there's still a very, very prominent influence of Freemasons in the world today across all geopolitical spectrums. And then global corporations. The British East India Company, which was founded in 1600, was a powerful trading corporation that became a driving force behind British colonial expansion, initially focused on trade in spices, textiles and tea. The company established vast commercial networks across Asia, particularly in India. By the 18th century, it had transitioned into a quasi-governmental power, wielding its private army and political influence to govern large parts of India. And then we had the Dutch East India Company. Founded in 1602, was the world's first multinational corporation and was the first to issue publicly traded shares. It became a dominant force in global trade during the 17th century and 18th centuries, specializing in spices, silk and other luxury goods from Asia. The VOC granted quasi-governmental powers by the Dutch Republic, allowing it to wage war, negotiate treaties and establish colonies, such as in Indonesia, the then Dutch East Indies. It played a central role in the Dutch Golden Age, making Netherlands a major global economic power. So some of these powers at B, they were more present in the 16th, 17th, 18th century, whilst others are in the 19th and early 20th century up until today. And what you find is that these powers at B, in amongst all of these, they all interbreed within one another. This family to this family, that family to that family, this bloodline to that bloodline. And they rule over us through different forms of government, be that theocracy, monarchy, aristocracy, oligarchy, colonialism, imperialism, democracy. I say democracy as it doesn't exist, communism, authoritarianism, corporatocracy, bureaucracy, and we're now moving into a new form of government which will be technocracy. And we're led to believe that all of these are different. They're all different forms of government, but in reality they're all controlled by the same people. It doesn't matter if it's a religious form of government in a theocratic government, or if it's done in modern times through corporations and unelected bureaucrats, NGOs. It's the same families and the same bloodlines that control the head of each pyramid. Each pyramidal hierarchy of control is governed by the same people throughout time. Throughout all of the centuries over the past 1,000 years, it's the same people. And I believe that what happens, which I will explain in part 2, is that there are these cyclical resets that happen. And these families know of these cyclical resets, so that they prepare for each reset to happen. The reset happens on the surface level of this plane of existence. These families, or the core key members of these families, go underground to shelter, to hide, and to preserve their bloodline. And when these cataclysms calm down, they come back up, and whatever is surviving on the surface level of this planet, they then implement a new form of government. A new form of government with a new guise, a new face to control the people. And they just work through different forms of government, and they cycle and they repeat, rinse and repeat. But the point is that they are always ruling, they always have and they always will. And they just present, as soon as one system begins, has ran its course, which normally coincides very nicely with these cyclical resets, they let it die off, and then they let the people, you know, protest and desire for something new, whilst they've already been working on something new as a problem reaction solution behind the scenes, so that a new form of government can be introduced supposedly to the benefit of the people, to the world, but then it still consolidates power amongst themselves even more. And we're going to have a little bit of a closer inspection now upon the inheritors of the last reset, which were the robber barons. They played a very specific role within the last reset, in that I believe it was their role and job was to reintroduce the old world technologies back into the new world. So we're just going to have a little look at some of these figures, and we're going to have a look at what their legacy, how their legacy continues until this day. So first up, we have the Grand Lizard himself. I mean, those eyes, if those eyes don't scream evil lizard occupation in the astral realm, controlling what we see in the 3D realm, I don't know what does. So, Mr. Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller Sr., was responsible for really fleshing out oil and the dependence of oil in the modern world. He was the head of Standard Oil, and at his peak, he was worth an estimated $900 million in 1913, which equates to $400 billion in today's wealth. So almost double the wealth of Elon Musk and Bezos, and you know, we look at the rich list of the people that we're allowed to believe are rich in today's world, almost double the wealth. And what you'll find is that all these robber barons, once they were figured out, you know, and they were hated and despised by the public, they had to rebrand. So they come up with this clever idea to kind of launder their reputation through the act of philanthropy. And they create these NGOs, the Rockefeller Foundation, they make universities, the Rockefeller University, both of these very much prominent today. In today's world, the Rockefeller University being a very respected and prominent research-based university, the Rockefeller Foundation doing what it does best, fucking people over from behind the scenes, concentrating wealth to an elite few. John D. Rockefeller as well, responsible in 1903 for the creation of the General Education Board. That went on really to kind of pave the way for the modern educational system. Andrew Carnegie, creator of Carnegie Steel Company, sold his company to JP Morgan in 1901 for $480 million, making him one of the wealthiest men of his time. $310 billion. Crazy. NGO, Carnegie Corporation of New York, Carnegie Mellon University. He was also responsible for ushering in the Carnegie libraries of the day. And if you look at these Carnegie libraries, they're all over the world, all over the UK, all over the US, all over Europe. They're all old world buildings that have been repurposed. And these Carnegie libraries, from my perspective, were essentially re-education facilities that the public could go to, and they became public libraries. But again, sanitized libraries of information that was deemed suitable for the public to read, and information that only suited, again, the power hierarchy that was already in place at the time. Carnegie Corporation, Carnegie Mellon. And then we have Cornelius Vanderbilt, a little bit before these two gentlemen's time. Cornelius was one of the OGs of the railroad and shipping industries in America. Vanderbilt's fortune was estimated at $100 million in 1877, equivalent to about $260 billion in today's. money. Vanderbilt University. So the Vanderbilts kind of fucking fell off horribly, and I think one of the only Vanderbilts in Bloodline left of any value and importance is Anderson Cooper, the CNN host, or is it CNBC? One of those. He is one of the last heirs of the Vanderbilt dynasty, but the Commodore, Commodore, that's what this fellow was known as, the Commodore. I mean, just looking at these people as well, there's something about them, something about their eyes. They all just look evil. Lord Nathaniel Mayer Rothschild, first Baron Rothschild. Obviously his family being one of the wealthiest and most influential families in world history. It's very hard to know what their wealth were individually, as they kind of kept it in amongst the family, hidden behind trusts and other forms of sealment. So Nathaniel was the grandson of Nathan Mayer Rothschild. Nathan Mayer Rothschild was the one that basically used his intel network, as I explained earlier, with his insider trading to take over the London Stock Exchange back after the Napoleonic Wars, after the Battle of Waterloo. So this is grandson here, Nathaniel, and then his son Walter was the Baron Rothschild who Lord Balfour signed the Balfour Declaration to, in order of promising the Zionist regime a Israeli state, and that created the state of Israel in Palestine. And that was in 1914, and that was when Balfour was Secretary of State in the British cabinet of the time. Again, Henry Ford from Ford Motor Company amassed a fortune of $200 billion, and then created the Ford Foundation. J.P. Morgan here. While Morgan's personal wealth was around 80 million at the time of his death, which is about 2 million today. Those are rookie numbers, pal. Gotta pump those numbers. His influence over the US financial sector was immense. J.P. Morgan and Co., now J.P. Morgan and Chase, or J.P. Morgan and Chase. Old Jamie Dimon with the reins of control at the moment. And then we've got Jay Gould. He was actually like one of the most hated robber barons of the day. Made his money through railroads, finance, and telegraph. The Union Pacific Railroad, Western Union. Gould's fortune was estimated at 77 million at the time of his death in 1892. Amassed in roughly 2.5 billion in today's terms. And then we have Mr. Cecil Rhodes here from the De Beers diamonds and mining industry. Rhodes took over pretty much South America and had a significant impact on a lot of African geopolitics in the 19th century. He's responsible for the Rhodes Scholarship, where a lot of famous and influential people are given, educational scholarships. Bill Clinton being one. When Bill Clinton was doing his masters at Oxford University, he was under the Rhodes Scholarship, and it's still as influential today. He actually had some very interesting ideas, old Cecil. I don't agree with all of them. Obviously, he is kind of like the face of British imperialism. But he had this idea that he wanted to reunite the British and American Empire, and for the world to essentially be governed by a round table of philosopher kings. And I do like the idea of a philosopher king, an individual, a male that is philosophically and politically enlightened. Some of the examples you could look back over history to point at as a philosopher king: Marcus Aurelius, Alexander the Great. I think that would be very beneficial. It doesn't have to be a philosopher king and queen. But, politically and philosophically enlightened beings ruling over the people. I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing. Because the end of the day, the majority of the world are retarded, and they do need to be ruled over, but it's just who rules over them. Unfortunately, we've had a history of evil, satanic lizards ruling over us, the wrong people. But if you could really get a, of enlightened people, I think that could do very well. But we just don't have that in today's world. It's just not possible, because everyone's retarded as fuck. Everyone's a moron in today's world. And then we have John Jacob Astor IV. So he was the great-grandson of the original John Jacob Astor, who was the first millionaire in the United States in the early 1800s. His estate was worth around 87 million at the time of death in 1912. 2.5 billion adjusted for inflation. So him, and as I was explaining earlier with that Benjamin Guggenheim, they were individuals that were supposedly on the Titanic when it sank, and they were the main objectors of the creation of the Federal Reserve. Leland Stanford. Stanford was known for railroads, the Central Pacific Railroad. Stanford accumulated a fortune of around 50 mil, about 1.5 billion today. University named after him, Stanford University. So these are just a number of individuals, US based and international, that I refer to as the robber baron, or not, I don't refer to, they're referred to as the robber baron class. A number of these individuals, the Rockefellers, the JP Morgan, I mean, some of, the Morgan family, also very influential. There's a number of families that I didn't discuss in the 13 Illuminati bloodlines. There are other families, the Oppenheimers, the Morgans. There are a number of them that I didn't mention that are noteworthy, and their legacies still continue to today, with their descendants continuing the control through NGOs and non-profits in the bureaucratic state. So what were they responsible for? Monopolistic practices. Many of the robber barons built monopolies that crushed competition, allowing them to dictate prices and control entire industries. The public backlash against these monopolies led to antitrust laws such as the Sherman Antitrust Act to curb political power. That's what broke up Standard Oil. Labor exploitation. Their fortunes were often built off the back of exploited workers who endured long hours, poor working conditions and low wages. This exploitation sparked labor movements and strikes, which in turn helped establish labor rights and protections. So again, it's these individuals in their workshops, in their factories, that enslaved all of these children, enslaved people, worked them to their bone, and then once they were of no use, they were just thrown into mental asylums. Wealth inequality. The vast wealth disparity that they created, combined with their lavish lifestyles, led to resentment and a growing awareness of inequality. This contributed to the rise of progressive movements aimed at reforming the excesses of unregulated capitalism. So another point that I wanted to bring up, and this will be covered in part 3, is when we look at this robber baron class, we look at the wealth that they accumulated through the transfer of wealth of the old world, which was oil, steel, building materials. The railroads were the rails which this wealth was transferred across the world to build the new world through the Second Industrial Revolution. And then we look forward to today, and what do we see? We see a similar sort of scenario playing out of monopolistic practices within the tech world, which is where the new wealth and value of the modern world is contained. And we see these new barons of the digital age, the Zuckerbergs, the Bezoses, the Musks, to name a few. And what we are seeing through this fourth industrial revolution is that the rails, where the value is being transferred, the value, data, is the new oil. The rails at which this data is being transferred and traded in the new world is blockchain technology. So we have this fourth industrial revolution that is unfolding before our eyes, and we have these new data barons that are hoarding this value, that are profiting off this value, and we have a chance to front run this fourth industrial revolution, to position ourselves not as robber barons, but as individuals that can be awakened, but in a position of financial power, not to match these because they're too far ahead, but so that we don't end up being exploited like the working class, soon to be the unworking class, when AI, robotics and automation technology really takes over. The only way to avoid that is to front run everything. And again, this will be explained in more detail in part 3 and 4, so that we don't end up being exploited as we already are. But we have a chance, because the people of this day, they didn't have the chance to be able to invest in Standard Oil or Carnegie Steel Company or the railroads or the banking system, whereas we now do. We have the opportunity to invest and position ourselves in the companies that are building out the new world for us all. I just wanted to bring that to your attention, in case you don't end up watching part 3 or 4. That is something that we can look to, that we have these new data barons, these new data robber barons of the new age, and data is the new oil, and the railway lines of the old world that are digital rails in the new world, which are blockchain based or distributed ledger technologies. Part 1, summary, thoughts and conclusion. Here we are at the end of part 1. You made it through, and I think that it is only fitting to finish with a quote from Orwell that very much complements the first quote that we opened up part 1 with. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. Just think about that. Ponder upon that for a little bit. And then let's look at some of these closing thoughts. So there are multiple maps and historic accounts that prove the Tartarian Empire was once a real civilization whose occupation of Eurasia and possibly more land spanned multiple centuries. We have proof through these maps that a Tartarian Empire did exist between the 13th and 19th century. Were they responsible for the globalized uniform architecture found all around the world during the 19th century? I don't know. I don't think so. But I'm also open to it if they were. But I don't know if what we see all over the world was the remnants of this Tartarian Empire. I think it was of someone else, but I don't know who. I just don't know. Was its collapse natural or premeditated? What do you think? We will be exploring this in a little bit more detail in part 2, so I'm not going to say too much more on that. Has there been a singular or multiple timeline manipulations to the accepted chronology over the past 6,000 years? I believe so. I did explain my position and stance on that at the beginning of the presentation. What do you think, based on the information that I have presented? There is photographic evidence of the remnants of a once global and advanced civilization, of which was destroyed and razed during the late 19th, early mid-20th century. especially with the help of World War I and II. Old world technologies seem to be focused on the augmentation and manipulation of electromagnetic energy, light, sound, frequency. Sound is an electromagnetic energy, it's a carrier wave, but you get what I mean. With the intention of creating a more harmonious external, internal reality. There are numerous inconsistencies in the official narrative at the beginning of the United States, such as fully built out cities across North America in the 19th century, with little documented population and means to do so. There is a lot of out of place and out of time architecture all over the world, but especially in America during the 19th century. Who built these buildings and when and how? Where did they go? What about the cowboy and Indians? There seems to have been an ulterior motive with the repopulation and displacement of peoples to the official narrative of orphan trains and insane asylums. Photographic and artistic evidence shows the world in ruins in the 18th, 19th century, with major cities all over the world buried in mud. Were the great wars, great fires and natural disasters of the 19th century a cover story for a global conflict that erased a previous civilization from the history books? Were the World Fair expositions used to reset civilization and indoctrinate the new inheritors with a globally coherent narrative of history and forecast into the future? Did the robber barons create their massive fortunes, or did they inherit it after a reset and were tasked with reintroducing old world technologies via a historically documented narrative in the industrial revolutions, which rewarded them with a centralized monopoly of the new world, which continues to this day through their bloodline and legacies? What do you think of all of this? This field of research is still within its infancy, and unfortunately most likely already infiltrated and co-opted to further muddy the already muddy waters of truth. Intuitively, I believe that there is something to all of this, although it can be hard to control the confirmation bias when trying to objectively research all of the subjects that were covered in part 1. Will we ever know the truth 100%? I don't think so. I don't believe there will ever be public disclosure or academic acceptance of these theories, so these topics will always be fringe and depend upon oneself to find the truth within. In part 2, we will explore the nature of reality itself to further illuminate the spiritual darkness that the past few hundred years of psyops have cast upon the human race. So I'd like to thank you again for joining me on this old world exploration, part 1 of the Digital Divinity Truth series. And I'm looking forward to part 2, where we will get really down into the nitty gritty. Part 2 is super fun, guys. I think you're really going to like it. And yeah, there's a lot of mind-blowing revelations to cover with that. So yeah. I will see you again in part 2. Take care. Bye.
If you enjoyed this presentation and feel inspired to support both yourself and this channel, then head over to primalalchemy.co.uk. Awaken your potential with the world's only visionary health brand. Discover our collection of tonic herbal elixirs, rare crystals, and holistic health technologies. All chosen and created with intention, so you can focus on the energy you bring into your life. Whether you're grounding yourself, seeking clarity, or elevating your routine, Primal Alchemy supports every step of your journey. Use code REBIS10 for 10% off all superfood elixirs at primalalchemy.co.uk.